Hello. Hey. Uh. 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 So, Marc Lamont Hill debates Cenk Uyger about his right wing alliances from today. So I'm just gonna look at this debate. I watched some of it live, and I'd just like to say apparently this was only supposed to go on for less than an hour, and it went on for an hour and a half. So all love to Cenk for putting in the time. And if I could ask for one thing, is that we get an episode two. Like Cenk and Marc have a good chemistry together. I mean, it could be argued they have a good chemistry with anybody, if you find them entertaining. This came off to me like a Pierce Morgan episode with, 10% less alcohol or whatever you want to call it, 10% less poison in it, or maybe more than that. But they have a great chemistry together. It's something I find entertaining. Apparently, this stream was significant in its popularity, according to Marc. We might get to that. I mean, I guess he had a lot of viewers. And so I'd love to see them, Cenk and Marc, do an episode 2, episode 3, episode 4. Let's keep the conversation going because a lot of stuff kind of got swept under the rug of like miscommunication and benefit of the doubt being given for the sake of time. And so if you get an episode 2 and episode 3, things become clearer. So I definitely would like more clarity. And it's not to like just dunk on TYT. Like I really don't care. Like I watch TYT like sometimes. But like the hate they've been getting recently, um, if I get any views on this video, you'll there will be signs of how I treat TYT. But for now, I'm just gonna look at this debate. So
something negative, real in fighting against it. What I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that,
and so I mean, this is just like he's just cockriding, to be honest. He's like, I knew you guys were real about it when I saw. So you're going to get against Mitch McConnell, against the Daywalker geriatric. When you turned on him, I knew you guys were real. You were serious about it. Dude, he's just cock gobbling, bro. But there's nothing wrong with that, honestly.
in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great. Let's do it here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell? All right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives.
Yeah, and step 3 of that line of logic is to be like, Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney didn't become evil once they went against Trump. They were evil before then. You should look deeper. They aren't just bad because they betrayed MAGA. And I would say that's not necessarily a good thing that they did betray MAGA. Liz Cheney, she didn't get Harris elected. That's for sure. And Liz Cheney was definitely promised a place when Kamala Harris said she had one difference between her and Biden would be Harris appointing a Republican to her cabinet. That was Liz Cheney, 1,000%. It's speculation on my part, but I believe that 100%. Liz Cheney was promised a spot in the Harris administration for her work on the campaign. and it didn't get Harris elected. But beyond that, there's a lot to cover there. Just like with Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, beyond them being anti-MAGA and they're getting booed at TPUSA or whatever they're calling their conference. The important conversation to have is why was that wrong? Like, why was Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell, why are they wrong? That's how you actually capture the right-wing audience. You can't just capture them by, like, agreeing that betraying MAGA was bad. And that's, like, basically the message being sent here. They're bad because MAGA. Or, like, he's letting the audience is booing because they betrayed MAGA. And Cenk didn't go into why they're bad beyond that, as far as I can tell. I mean, maybe I should, I'll bring up the video in a second, but in the same way as that other thing.
Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
A lot more than just them, but yeah, whatever. I mean,
Cenk, welcome.
Going against like the Nancy Pelosi's, you get an AOC, which is like Pelosi Jr., right? And that's not just me like being a hyper left purist. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's just hyper left purism how AOC has become Pelosi within like 1 or 2 election cycles. But that's what I think, so. Dude, Forbes Forbes is so right wing, and like everyone knows of Forbes. It's like Vogue. Like everyone's heard of it, but like their YouTube channel is so right wing, it's crazy.
Against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's.
Cenk, welcome.
So is that like right at the beginning they get through that? So let's see.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive
It's not populist versus corporatist. I don't know if that's the dichotomy.
movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement, and I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic...
According to Cora, the direct opposite of populism is elitism. Corporatism is not, I mean, it's a form of elitism, I guess. But, like, these guys aren't anti-corporate. They're all, like, small business owners. Like, right.
Party. It's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done. And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democrats.
A revolution well done? Dude. Revolution is not an end point. Bruh. This is just like rhetoric, bro. This is marketing and rhetoric and businessman, like petite bourgeois nonsense. A revolution well done. A revolution done is not a well thing. A revolution that's done is well done in the sense it's been cooked out of any potential, like, you know, like meat that's like cooked well done is like shit, apparently. Anyways, there is no any revolution that is done is not well, bro. It's not well. That's crazy. Dude, this is just like feel good nonsense. Like, and I don't know what else I would expect from like speech at a conference. All conference speeches are feel good nonsense, but
Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell.
Well done. You guys are for real. I'm not pandering.
And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great. Let's stay here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell? All right.
Anyone who knows Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi by name, Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great. I guess that's progress.
Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And
what about
let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney?
What about Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney tomorrow when they declare allegiance to Trump? You think Trump will take him? Trump likes nothing better than a former dissident or whatever name. Trump likes nothing better than someone who's been against him turning and being with him. He doesn't like the people who are with him, then they turn against him. Maybe that's the Cheneys and McConnell to some degree. So I don't know if Trump would take McConnell and Cheney back if they flipped again. But Trump really likes the one-time flippers to his side. If they're on the other side and they flip to him, he likes that. You get into 2 flips, then you're into 3, and that's a different story maybe. But he likes the flippers. And Cenk Uyger's over here fucking flapping, bro. He's flapping. He's trying. He's flipping. Yeah, I don't know if he's flipping, but he's flapping, bro.
My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise.
It's not a win,
we need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's. And the Hillary Clintons.
The boo for Dick Cheney is only a win in that Kamala Harris didn't win. And I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I didn't vote at all in this past election. But I was hoping she would win. But the win for the progressive left and McConnell and Cheney and Pelosi and whoever else being damaged in reputation, that win is a loss for Kamala Harris. That's only a win in the context and the reality that Kamala Harris lost. And you're doing a victory lap, like, it's like, I don't even know what Cenk really said about Harris, but I assume he probably wanted her to win over Trump. Probably. And bro's doing a victory lap because maybe half of them, or a little less than half, also wanted Trump to win. I don't know.
And now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney? I mean, when we started the Young Turks 22 years ago, longest running show in internet history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers.
All right. When he starts with the flexing, I got enough of the context in for what they played here. I just want to give a little more context just to listen to it, but let's get into the debate.
Keep that piece in because I know a lot of people have been quoting Cenk out of context and making it seem as if he was just leaning toward the right. And it's very important to note that he also said, for you leftists out there, he said we need to also have that same energy toward Joe Biden, toward Kamala Harris, so we can have a true progressive movement, a true left-wing movement. I want to bring him in now so we can talk about what this all means. My friend Cenk, good to see you.
Good to see you, Mark. Appreciate that you had me on so we can talk it through rather than just yelling at each other or talking at each other, et cetera. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's my pleasure. After you appeared there, and I want to get to the why of that, you said something. Like, and your importance to this movement.
Into the race, I'm like, started to.
I wanted to.
Went all the way back to about a year ago to explain that because if you had asked me a year ago, would you go to AmFest and talk to Charlie Kirk? I'd say, I mean, is he ready for what I'm about to do, right? And so what happened? I started being deeply concerned about 15, 16 months ago about Joe Biden. And I was like, this guy's falling apart at the seams. And we got to beat Trump. And there's no way in the world this guy's going to beat Trump. And so both because of his mental decline, but also because of the numbers. The number were overwhelming. Anyone who knew politics understood he had no chance of winning. That's why I had strange bedfellows before the right wing with David Axelrod and James Carville and other people who could read numbers and realize that Biden was going to lose. So as you might remember, I ran against Biden in the primary just because I got so desperate. I was trying to bring progressives into the race and I tried to bring governors into the race. I'm like, somebody's got to beat Trump.
Did Cenk ever explain how like him not living or him not being born in the United States didn't completely destroy his ability to be on the ballot? Like it's the same. Like Trump is saying he's safe from Elon Musk because Elon Musk was born in South Africa. Can whatever logic Cenk was using to run for president also be used for Elon Musk? I wonder what Cenk would think about that if I wonder if he would reconsider his choice, but whatever.
Oh, and so then when I ran in that act of like, breaking glass in case of emergency, just to try to push out Biden in any way, shape, or form, I started going on a lot of shows, and some of them wound up being right wing shows. And in the beginning, I was just as skeptical as a lot of folks on the left are now. But slowly I started seeing something. And so,
No
guys, I
one's
don't
more
want to get it
skeptical of the
twisted.
right wing
It's not like I
than
started
me.
saying, "Oh my God, the right wing is they're all angels."
No one is more
and none of them have any
skeptical.
bad intent. So no, of course not. That's any description of 77 million people that boils it down to any extreme is comical, right? But what I did start seeing is things that surprised me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it wastes our money. They think they hate the concept of corruption, and I think that they actually.
That's crazy, bro. What do they think about the concept of Israel? Because war is built in to its settler colonial violence, and our support of Israel is built in to their evangelical American beliefs. Right? Do they hate the concept of war more than they love the concept of Israel? Do they really hate war? And like, I really authentically considered voting for Trump simply because of his stance on Ukraine, for example. It's like at least we can end one of the wars. But I didn't vote for him, and I wouldn't vote for him. And I did consider the idea that Trump was the anti-war candidate, and after considering it for a couple weeks, I came to the conclusion he was not an anti-war candidate. And ending one front of a war or like a medium temperature conflict across Eastern Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Trump might have been about 20% better on the war topic than Kamala Harris, most lethal fighting force in the world. But even that doesn't make him an anti-war ticket. So,
but what I did start seeing is things that surprised
how do you like that hyper leftist purity politics, Cenk?
me. Like they really do hate not just Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney, but they hate the concept of war because they think it.
Nah, that's bullshit. They hate Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney because they betrayed MAGA. They don't hate the concept of war. And whatever hate they do carry for the concept of war is less than their love of Israel, is less than their love they may be unaware of the military industrial complex and the economic reality of their lives. How many of those right wingers attending a TP USA conference do you think are paid in some capacity by government contracts directly connected to the military? I'd guess it's a lot. I guess there are a lot of government contracts related to national security that conference attenders of TPUSA have benefited from. And they may not consider that when they're voting for Trump to be ostensibly anti-war. to make MAGA seem better because the Democrats really were just that much bit more for war in a general sense. Just to get that W, so you can give them that W. You took your W, you're giving them a lot of W's in return, bro. So whatever, I'm just gonna stop talking and let's split.
Waste our money. They think they hate the concept of
They don't. They think they hate the concept of war. Is he actually gonna say they don't?
corruption. And I think that they actually do hate corruption, but they're blinded to Trump's corruption, right? And so the more I saw and the more I started to feel like, wait a minute, there's actual populists in those hills in a way that was really encouraging. And Mark, the reason why it's encouraging is at the end of the day, in order to do something that is grand, something that actually regains our democracy, something incredibly difficult like getting money out of politics, at some point I've always known, and I've said this for over a decade, that the right and the left, you have to unite against the establishment. So for the first time in my life, there's a shred of hope that actually could happen.
And the end of the right-left dichotomy, I completely agree with. I think there's the politically based and the politically cringe. And there's a lot of stuff on the left and right wing that is cringe. And there's a lot of stuff on the left and right wing that is based. You know, big air quotes. Because the whole concept of left and right wing in the United States is like so particularized that it's just absurd. It's absurd. Like, I could imagine talking about the left and right wing across Europe and having some kind of clarity on what I'm saying. But like, what is left and what is right in the United States is like as American as apple pie, bro. It's like, I'm gonna call this pie what it identifies as, but there's so much stuff baked into this. I don't care about the left right dichotomy. I don't care about that. There's cringe and there's based. And I'm like memeing a little bit there, but like the left right dichotomy is, especially in the American context, cooked. And so, I mean, Cenk is right about that, but just like appealing to populists, I mean, there's a similar Americanness about populism in our country that makes it very difficult to wrangle. So
that's what opened me up to having further conversations, including going to AmFest.
Okay, I mean, the other night here on the show, a night ago, I sort of laid out what I thought was the best possible explanation. Because there are people saying you were a grifter, that you bought in, you sold out, you got money to appear there, and you're drifting to the right. And I said that I respect you enough and care enough about your importance to this movement to give you the benefit of the doubt. And the benefit of the doubt means I can just say he's wrong, right? He's made a bad choice without assuming bad character, without assuming bad faith. I just think you might be making a bad choice, and I do. And so that's part of what I wanted to sort of get at, because that
we need an episode 2, please. Episode 2.
That argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right, or at least the people assembled in that event, are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good summary of like the ideal Cenk is operating under. But I mean, it's the idea that you can achieve an ideal is you know, idealism is impossible. So I mean, it's not Cenk's fault that he's working towards something unachievable. The arc of history bends towards justice, but make no mistake, there will be no justice in the United States ever. The arc of history bends towards justice. The ideal of that exists, but there will be no justice ever. The United States does not have that capacity within them. The arc of history does not have the capacity within it to redeem the United States. It just doesn't. There will never be justice. There won't. And so when you're working under an idealist framework, it's not it's sort of silly of Marc here to expect that Cenk thinks that, I mean, I guess Cenk does believe he can he can capture some of the right-wing audience, and he probably can. I mean, but it isn't possible to achieve ideals. It just isn't. So when you describe an ideal of Cenk's that he's operating under, of course Cenk knows it's impossible to fully achieve his ideal.
That argument you laid out to me is the best case scenario, right? Is that you believe that there's a shred of possibility that the right, or at least the people assembled in that
Yeah, so best case scenario, there's a shredded possibility. Yeah, obviously, bro. Come on.
Event are so fed up with the establishment that they're willing to align with those of us on the left who are fed up with the establishment, and that we can tear this thing down and produce something new. I'm baffled as to why you think that's the case.
But the reason that idealism is possible is because the left and right dichotomy, as we understand it, can be destroyed. Left and right political labels can be overcome. And so that's why idealism is somewhat possible in a volatile or revolutionary context. But Cenk isn't really operating within that at the TBUSA event, so that's also irrelevant. So anyways.
But let's start with the booing, because I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. You sort of pointed to the Mitch McConnell boos, which I'm always a fan of, and the Dick Cheney boos as evidence that, look, they're done. But that crowd there, I would argue, that crowd wasn't booing Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell because they represented any particular political vision or because they were part of the establishment. They booed them because they're Trump cult members, and Trump has issues with them. If those people, if Dick Cheney stands up and says, "I'm endorsing Donald Trump," that whole crowd erupts in his favor. So to me, that's not even.
All right, so that's a really good point. I don't know if I agree, because like Trump, I don't know if he really likes the double flippers, the ones that were for him and then they flipped against him and flipped back for him. But that's sort of irrelevant to the audience who, if they flipped again, Marc's completely right about that.
About a political move against the establishment, it's just good old fashioned cult behavior.
Yeah, no, I disagree. So let me break it down. First of all, I appreciate you not assuming bad intent. Apparently, that's a rarity online.
Very rare.
Yeah, and so number two is, just to be clear with everybody, I did not get paid for that. So I know that there's all these conspiracy theories out there, but no, I don't get paid for any of this. And if it's, and then you, by the way, there's two conspiracy theories, or theories, let's put it that way. One is that I'm doing it for the money, and the other is that, oh, that's it, the Turks is going down. Well, you can't have both, right? Either we're going down and we're going to make less money, or we're grifting for the money. So pick one. But no, it has nothing to do with money. So now to the substance of that question, Marc. So
attention is a currency. And that's all I'll say.
look, I think you guys are wrong. So on the one hand, I get it, Marc. So the fact that Trump is against McConnell and Cheney, is that relevant? Of course it's relevant, right? It didn't come out of nowhere. But are they? So look, there's three layers within the right-wing movement. And this is true on the left side too. It's really a hierarchy, right? There's the voters at the bottom, right? And then there's the media figures and politicians in the middle, and then there's the very top leadership, right? So, and that hierarchy also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And for a lot of people, mainstream media would say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the leaders the most. I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are deeply corrupt and have personal leaders the least, right? And so, and that hierarchy of also has a hierarchy of trust, in my opinion, which is that you trust the voters the most and the leaders the least, right? And
So
for a lot of
that's the
people, mainstream media would
populist
say the opposite: trust the voters the least and the
Mainstream
leaders the
media
most.
is elitist.
I totally disagree. I'm a populist. I think that's nonsense. I think the leadership on both sides are deeply.
But I mean, Cenk is like a business owner, so like he can say he's not corporatist, which is what Kirk brought up as the opposite of populist. But politics is all politics. Or some politics is all about holding two very contradictory ideas in your head at once. I can be petite bourgeois, but I can also be populist. I mean, maybe. I mean, if all the small business owners rose up against the corporatists, wouldn't they just become the corporatists? I don't know. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I mean, I believe Cenk spreads populist politics. He spreads a populist message. I believe that. And so even if other things in his life, like being a business owner or a CEO or whatever he is, contradicts that, that doesn't necessarily discount it. So yeah, whatever. I don't really take any issue with what he's laying out right here. Let's see what he does with it.
corrupt and have, personal incentive for that corruption, whereas the voters are just real people, right? So, and MAGA voters are honest to a fault. I mean, they're not hiding their opinion at all, right? And they will say,
Nope, they are hiding. Every time an average person says, "Oh, don't start with that racism stuff. Oh, don't start with that sexism stuff. Oh, don't even bring that up." We're talking about other shit. Every time they do something like that, they say, "Don't start with that nonsense." They're hiding. They're being dishonest. They are lying by omission. They don't want to even broach the topic, because if they act honestly, it's like, because they like acting honestly, but you get some topics, they don't even address it, bro. They don't even address it, bro. How can you be honest about something you ignore? Oh, don't start with that racism stuff. That's irrelevant. Oh, don't start with that sexism stuff. Oh, don't start with that liberal stuff. Don't start with that, bro. And they're being honest. They're being honest. It's not just like terminally online people. You bring up race around the average white person, if they'll even discuss the topic with you, you're going to find some weird ish, bro. You're going to find some weird ish with me when you talk about race. Because, I mean, one, I'm white, but I'm also, I'm mixed race. I am, every day I live mixed, mixed things, like, but I'm not afraid to be called a racist. I've been called a racist by a lot of different kinds of people. A lot of them white. I maybe mostly white people have called me racist, to be honest. But they'll say, "Don't even start with that, dude. I don't even want to talk about it. Don't even start with that." Brown v. Board, bro. Don't start with that abortion stuff. Don't even. But they're being honest, bro. They're being honest. He's giving out these W's to the right wing like they're candy, bro. For like the one W he got for booing a couple of MAGA dissidents.
things to you that'll rock your world, right? And so but if you say Trump is dishonest, well,
Being
of
a
course,
hyper
right?
leftist purist is so satisfying. It's so awesome just being so much more right than both of these guys.
I mean, he has an enormous track record, right? If you say the politicians are dishonest, of course, overall, of course, right? And right-wing media is where it gets actually a little bit interesting. So, but when I go to go on these right-wing shows, one, there's right-wing media, which we'll come back to in a second, but two, just on their voters first, right? How can I tell? Well, number one, you get the comments in social media, you see it on those posts, etc. Number two, having gone to Amfest and other places, I've now seen and interacted with hundreds of MAGA guys, and they don't all speak for each other, and they don't all speak for the movement, etc. But on top of that, sometimes, like the first time I was on Patrick David's show, the second time, they did a poll. I push for paid family leave, and I try to get, so can we start something on the show, left wing, right wing, get agreement, etc. And I explain to them what paid family leave is and how moms get 12 weeks off after they have a baby, and they kind of love it, right? Because you can see how they can match conservative ideas.
And so Cenk finds these ideas that are almost inarguable to present to right-wing audiences under the, Cenk loves his enemies. He loves his neighbor. Cenk, later in the debate, it sort of focuses on this idea of how, like, sitting at the table with someone like Charlie Kirk is a good thing. It's helpful, I believe is the word he used. It's helpful to love your neighbor or to love your enemy. And that's up to debate, but he's sort of getting into that right now. It's like, if you love your neighbor, if you love your enemy, you'll bring something to him that's good for both of you, like paid family leave. And maybe you make some progress there. I don't think that really works. I don't think much of anything works, to be honest. I'm sorry. So that's just me. Maybe it'll work. We'll see.
Theology. So the only one that was a little bit hesitant was the main host, Patrick, right? But all the other hosts were like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then they pulled their audience, and 75% of them said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it. And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lying to their whole life, first with mainstream media, and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave. And when paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that?
Cenk obviously knows some of mainstream media is also right-wing media, so he's not saying those are mutually exclusive right there, but that's a weird way to put it.
said, yes, we want paid family leave. Okay, so they're not lying. They genuinely mean it. And Mark, you have to remember, those guys have been lied to their whole life, first with mainstream media and then to a large degree with right-wing media. So they've never heard a positive take on paid family leave. And when paid family leave is explained, they're like, wait a minute, why is that not a conservative idea? We love that idea. And the polling bears that out. 84% of the country wants paid family leave. 74% of Republicans want paid family leave. Okay, so then I started to realize, oh, no, some of these guys are just misdirected populists. They got pushed out by the Democratic Party that's so authoritarian, so pro-establishment, etc. And then they went in the
Is it really a populist idea to have paid family leave? I mean, it's not it can fit within populism, but that's more like a nationalist like idea. And then once you get into nationalism, like it's a nationalist idea that we like pay people to have kids or give them financial incentives to have kids from the government. That's a nationalist idea because you want to encourage more nationals being born, as long as our country accepts birthright citizenship, which but like when populism can become an evil thing. Left-wing populism is generally good and right-wing populism is generally bad, and the common ground between them is probably generally at least within a hyper nationalist. I mean, I don't know if it's hyper nationalist, but like a political sphere where nationalist sentiments are campaigned on day after day of paid family leave, stuff that provides a better future for our children and our families, like family-centric politics. I don't know if, I mean, it's populist, but it's more than populist. It's also nationalist. Let's get 100 million Indians to move to the U.S. I'll take 100 million Indians than even 10 million. Well, it's not up to me. I don't really care about demographics like that. But this whole political ideal of like encouraging families to be bigger through these incentives. that that shit's cringe, bro. It's crazy. It was Marx that the authoritarian family is the building block of the authoritarian state. And right now, the authoritarian family is weakened in the US, and so the authoritarian state is trying to strengthen itself through giving these populist incentives. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing for the child tax credit or the paid family leave thing. So, I mean, Cenk is, I don't think he's wrong for advocating these ideas. I'm just saying the reason these ideas appeal to people or are marketable by right-wing news sources. Within common ground, your reasons for being there may be right, but the reasons for the other people being there in this common ground could be wrong. And I would say on the idea of like strengthening the family, I would say that is wrong. But that's just my opinion. So I mean that's the price people pay for finding common ground. Your reasons for being there are different than the people on the other side being there. That's why it's common ground, because your reasons for being there are different. And I don't really think you should like endorse the reasons for the other side being there. You should try to talk them over to your side of being, probably. And that's where the progress on common ground is made beyond the immediate agreement. And the immediate agreement is worth something in itself. Child tax credits are worth something in themselves. But the point of you being on common ground is to change the thinking of the other people being there. Like their reasoning for being there, you should change their thinking to be more like you being there. And then you can take them outside of the common ground into something beyond it. But anyways, wow, metaphors.
wrong direction, but some of them have good intent. Now, we can argue over the percentages. And
that was going to be my question. What percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
yeah, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of
Bro, it's 100%. Anyone who's not like a paid media figure or paid politician or like wannabe politician or like someone like Brianna Wu, for example, anyone who's not like any voter who's actually just a voter and not some kind of activist or something beyond that, it's 100% of them have good intentions. Like what? Good intentions never saved anyone from fascism, bro. It's like, is that really so hard to grasp? Like,
my question: what percentage of MAGA people do you think has good intent?
yeah, it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like
literally all of
the
them,
lost tribe of
except
populace,
paid actors.
that might be.
and,
I mean, you're gonna be surprised at the number. I think that might be as high as 15% in the right wing. Okay, like
I can accept that. That doesn't shock me. I don't agree.
it's impossible for me to know. I'll make it up. In terms of like the lost tribe of populace, that might be. I mean, you're gonna be surprised at the number.
the lost tribe, dude, bro, chill. The lost tribe, chill, bro. Fucking Judeo-Christo. Cenk Uyger, bro. Chill with the Judeo-Christism.
I think that might be as high as 15% in the right wing. Okay,
As high as 50. Bro. It's like at least 50% of people are good-willed, even if they voted for Trump. Like, are you kidding? Y'all make your entire careers off of politics. And you think you have better intentions than the average person just filling out a ballot box? That's crazy, bro.
like
I can accept that. That doesn't shock me. I don't agree. I think it's lower, but let's say it's 15%. Let's say 80. That still means that
Lower than 15?
85%.
no, hold on, Mark. Sorry, let me be clear. When you say, so I was going to clarify further. There's 50, whatever the number is, 50% or so, are the old school MAGA that you know, right? And you're familiar with. Like, so Trump says it. Yes.
White nationalist, racist, evangelical, Trump cult supporters.
You can put evangelical with white nationalism and racism, and I probably would too, but the TPUS thing, they were all evangelicals. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't use all those adjectives for the whole 50% at all, right? But I understand some of those folks exist on that end of the spectrum, of course.
But not some. I mean, some. Not some. That is the organizing logics around.
that's the base. The MAGA base is evangelical. They are Zionist evangelicals. That is the MAGA base. And even then, I think most of them have good intentions. And they want to throw in like the whole like white nationalist and racist. Yeah, they're white, they're nationalists, and they're racists. I don't know if they're white nationalists. I mean, but to me, a nationalist it is basically 90% as bad as any racial a nationalist in himself, which is even most liberals and Democrats. Nationalists are like 90% as bad as racial nationalists, like white or black or whatever you want to call Israeli, Zionist nationalists, even beyond race. Nationalism is the evil thing, and that's like the huge common ground that like so-called populists have. We all love America, right? We all just want our country to be great, right? And they're just nationalists, and that's like, that's a little cringe. It's like you're like literally doing the Spider-Man pointing at people. So, but yeah, the people who voted for Trump definitely are evangelicals, and they're definitely nationalists. That's true, and they're also, a lot of them are white. And a lot of them are racist, but don't start with that racism stuff.
MAGA were white nationalism, were anti-blackness, were xenophobia. I mean, Make America Great Again, even as a title, even as a label, even as a framework, is about a certain kind of appeal to a certain kind of American narrative. Whether you think it's Make America Great Again like 1800s, or whether you mean it as Trump says he means it in the Reagan era. Either way, you're talking about shrinking government. You're talking about, at least the government we care about, expanding, except for military, police, stuff like that. You're talking about taking away the social safety net. You're talking about stripping away some of the most important institutions like the Department of Education, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, this is the core organizing logic, right? And for Trump, it begins really with birtherism, and then it emerges into build a wall. I mean, this is organizing logic. People who put on those hats believe this stuff. I mean, these are just Tea Party members who are just lean conservative.
Yeah, Mark, I think it's more complicated than that. So just to finish the earlier thought, and I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or 35, 40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are like.
To be honest, I mean, there is a good point of like the way Obama was treated and his wife too about transphobia and Islamophobia and shit like that. But like, if you think America is ever going to genuinely treat Black Americans as 100% as valid of citizens as white Americans, they're like Black Americans aren't perpetual foreigners in the same sense that a lot of Asian Americans are, but they are. They're not perpetual for. I mean, America is not gonna give up its like domination complex. They will never be as valid as Americans as white people are. They won't. They won't be as valid. They'll never be a 100% as valid. They can be more valid than some white people. Like a degenerate trailer park white person is less valid of an American than a Black CEO. But that's an individual like case by case basis. It's not a proof of concept that one Black American can have more belonging in our country than one other white American. And it's a fantasy to think that validity of Americanness will ever be anything but exclusive to white people. There will always be like a 1% margin of error of validity to anyone's Americanness based on race. And that 1% is a plus for white people and it's a negative for everyone else. And that's how America's always going to be. That's never going to change. And so you should give up on the nationalist politics, both of you. I don't think Marc really endorses nationalism in any sense, but I think he loves America. I think he loves our country, and I think he will stoop to nationalist ideas to make our country better. Or like, I mean, I don't really know if he does it. But Cenk is obviously doing that. He's obviously, we all love our country, right? We all love America, right? We just want the whole world to be better, but we want our country to be the best. What's wrong with that? Anyone would think that. Everyone thinks that. What's wrong with that?
So the earlier thought, and I'll get to that point. So there's a good 35% or 35, 40%. These are such made up numbers, but that to me are like, they think they mean well, for sure. I mean, look, of course, everybody thinks they mean well, but I mean, like, right? They don't have any kind of white supremacist agenda. They're not necessarily misogynist or something. They might have old stereotypes in their head.
Why do you believe that's true? I get it. We're both conjecturing, but why do you believe that's true?
Yeah, because I've interacted with them. And I think that what we've done is that we've gone into our bubbles and we both think that each side is so evil that you can't talk to them. And they feel the same way about us, right? But to the point that you were making about, the origin of MAGA.
Why do you think that? Probably the same reason he thinks it's like cool to have Brianna Wu on his staff. Like TYT is like they're DGGers. They're in the destiny orbit.
So the reason why I say it's a little bit more complicated than that nuance is because what's the origin of the
You
Republican
got too much benefit of the doubt, bro. You're too willing to work with your enemies, and that's why your shit's going downhill.
Party, the modern Republican Party, not the old one, not the Party of Lincoln, etc. I actually wrote about this in my book, Justice is Coming. I have a chapter called Why Republicans Suck. So I was not unclear about it, right? And so I explained that when I was a kid, I grew up Republican because my dad was a small businessman, et cetera, and we believed the story that mainstream media told us about a shining city on a hill and Reagan's speeches about that, right? And then when I realized that the modern Republican Party was built on the Southern strategy, I felt lied to in a big way, a giant way. Like if I thought the Republican Party was based on racism and hatred, and I'm Muslim.
Yeah, and there's this whole thing about the Southern strategy, and I'm just... Honestly, I feel like Cenk is doing more of the Southern strategy than like modern MAGA is. MAGA isn't flipping the Republicans to the Democrats. That's what they did. They flipped the parties. Like MAGA was Republican just so they could win the election. It would be too hard to be a third party alternative. Even as popular MAGAism is, if any movement in the past few decades has had the chance to not be Democrat, to not be Republican. It's MAGA to win an election. But they had to be Republican because they would have lost if they didn't. This whole Southern strategy thing is like, Cenk's the one doing the fucking Southern strategy by going to TPUSA and congratulating them on their revolution well done. Revolution well done. Yeah. Okay. Who's the strategist here? I'm not. You're the strategist, bro.
Deporting, denaturalizing, nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim man 200%. There's a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued into their traps. And I give you the gun example because I want to show you guys. Me too, right? Like, it's not like I wouldn't do it with my own positions. Yeah, I'll give you another example about my own identity, like Muslims, right? And this one's absurd because nobody asked for this law or anything. But I use it as an extreme example of like what if I had done this, right? So I would protect Muslims, Americans, and our rights 100%. There's no negotiation over this whole deporting, denaturalizing, nonsense. We'll fight it 200%. Fight the Muslim man 200%. There's a brother up in Minnesota a while back, and he sued the grocery store that he was working at because he said,
will they fight it 200%? Or is Cenk Uyger actually gonna? Is he gonna say you have to come here legally? You have to come here legally. That to me isn't 200% fighting the right wing psyop of pretending like they have any more right to be here than anyone else, including illegal immigrants. If you DNA test an illegal immigrant, their blood is based in the American continents many times fold the average white American and even the average Native American. Like, the average white American has 0% ancestry to the American continents. The average illegal immigrant has like 1/5 ancestry to the American continents. I thought we understood nationalism. Oh, but suddenly nationalism mixed with like racialism and the domestic migration across continents becomes totally irrelevant. I don't know. Let's see if Cenk says they have to come the right way, though.
News and go to the good news. So the bad news is he claims they are really going to try to deport everyone, right? Now, will they be able to do that? No, I don't think they can, right? And nor do I think he's going to actually execute it. In fact, the very first clip we showed you is the most important one. I'm going to come back to it in a second. So are they going to deport people who have criminal convictions but were, had served their sentence and are now out in America, but they are undocumented, et cetera? Oh, yeah, they're going to definitely deport those guys, right? So, and there's no force on earth that's going to stop them from doing that. So I know that there's people on the left who are getting ready to oppose that. Oh, don't send out the criminals, et cetera. Never going to work, okay? So that's going to happen. And so we'll see where we draw the line on what they mean by criminals, right?
People on the left say don't send out the criminals. People on the left don't respect the rule of law. He's actually so right. I'm not even going to have a problem. He's so right.
And that's a very important distinction. Okay, now then they're going to move on to the next category, and that's where the rubber's going to hit the road. So the Homans of the world, he surrounded himself with a lot of very anti-immigrant people, and he himself is very anti-immigrant in that regard. Trump is. So when they go to deport the actual, 12, 13 million, I don't know, however many million is undocumented immigrants, then you're going to see the pictures that he was alluding to in that first clip of people crying and
the backlash,
et cetera. Now, do you remember what happened the last time there was backlash? It took a long time. There was a ton of pressure by the kids in cages, but Trump then backed away from that policy because he doesn't like to be unpopular. And so what he was signaling there is, I'm going to try to deport as many people as possible and then see how much the American people howl. And I think what he's saying is, when it gets in my mind that they're howling too much, I'll know I went too far. Which by the way, means that I don't think that starting maximalists is a good idea, but when they get to a point where we are all uncomfortable, okay, which will be probably relatively quick, we've got to fight back, okay? Because he's looking to see how much people are going to...
Relatively quick when the Democrats tried to be like not as anti-immigrant as the Republicans to win their elections. Relatively quick, we're going to get uncomfortable with immigrants being deported when everyone fucking voted for it, including a lot of the Democrats who ran on deporting him. Like when Obama was deporter in chief, people are gonna get uncomfortable with it. Okay. More faith than me, bro.
He responds, you're right, he responds to how people react to the way he implements policies or carries out policies. And you're right, Cenk, he loves validation, he wants to be admired, and look, you can see that as good or bad. There is a positive element to it. Compare that to, let's say, Joe Biden, who sees the majority of the Democratic base incredibly unhappy with the unlimited support toward Israel and what it's doing in Gaza. They didn't care. They didn't care. You see Biden's approval numbers drop consistently. Didn't care. Does not care.
I thought she was about to talk about Biden's border policies, but that was a nice way. Okay, let's see what else she has to say
about how his own base feels about him. On the other hand, you have someone like Donald Trump, who is very responsive to his base. Now, it really depends on what his base wants, but to their credit, last time around, when he was too draconian in his immigration policies and when he was deporting too many people and putting people in those cages, well, there was backlash, and he did back off.
Deporting too many people. Obama deported way more people every year, bro. That's not what's happening. It's not. You're like, oh, Trump speaks a hard game, but he won't go that hard. I mean, yeah, he won't, but he also deported way less people than Obama, bro.
Off of that policy. So I think you make a good point there. But there was another element in this.
Democrats and progressives apparently are so addicted to seeming like they're better on immigration policy that they just ignore reality. They are against immigration. They are. Illegal immigrant. That's 10 million people in a country of less than 1 billion. It's not negligible. It's bruh. And they're against it, but they're so used to being a little less bad than the Republicans. They want to they think it sounds progressive. Even so-called progressives are like think they have more of a right to be here than an illegal immigrant. Where are you from? Where's your blood from? Where's your ancestry from? Have you been on the American continents for thousands of years into whatever the word is, into time immemorial? The average illegal immigrant, their ancestors from time immemorial were on the American continents. Yours weren't. Progressives, yours weren't. MAGA. And you're not different than MAGA. Progressives who still have a right way of immigration they think they can reform themselves into until it's right that they make it law. They have more of a right to be here than an illegal immigrant. It'll still be wrong. It'll be less wrong than it is right now, but you're still wrong. And you're not different. You're not different. You're just a bunch of deporters and chiefs. That's what you are. And your ancestors aren't from here. Illegal immigrants from time immemorial have been in the Americas. You haven't. And you think you can find a way to reform immigration into a just policy of saying you have more of a right to be here because you were born here or whatever else than an immigrant whose ancestry to prehistory is rooted in this continent. And I don't really agree with I don't agree with that racial concept of who belongs and who doesn't. But you're the fucking populist nationalist, bro. You're the populist appealing to nationalism, but suddenly it becomes oh, don't start with that race stuff. Oh, don't start with that racialism stuff. Oh, don't start with that racism stuff. You're the fucking nationalist, bro. Oh, man.
Conversation that I thought was I don't agree with at all, and so you're about to hear it in this next video. Take a look.
You promised to end birthright citizenship on day one. Is that still your plan?
Yeah, absolutely.
The 14th Amendment, though, says that, quote, all persons born in the United States are citizens. Can you get around the 14th Amendment with
Well, we're
executive
going to have to
action?
change. We maybe have to go back to the people, but we have to end it. We're the only country that has it.
Through an executive action?
You know, we're the only country that has it.
We're not the only country that has birthright citizenship. I just want to be clear about that. This is just some of the countries on the globe.
Oh, she said we are not the only country that has birthright. I thought she said we are the only. I was like, what?
Country that has it.
We're not the only country that has birthright citizenship. I just want to be clear about that. This is just some of the countries on the globe: Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Barbados, Belize, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chad, Costa Rica, Cuba, El Salvador, Fiji, Grenada. You've got Guatemala. You guys get the picture. There's plenty of other countries that have birthright citizenship. Also, how do you end birthright citizenship? What does that mean? How do you become a citizen if you end birthright citizenship?
Look to all the countries that don't have it. Make the United States be a more honest country with how it treats who belongs and who doesn't. Who's a valid American and who is not. This whole birthright citizenship thing throws a huge monkey wrench in the average American's concept of who is valid and who is invalid. And there is a line somewhere, they draw it. They might say, oh, everyone belongs, or everyone who's born here belongs, but they may draw the line somewhere else, and many do. And so how do you end birthright citizenship? You start drawing some lines. That's what you fucking do. You draw some lines like a lot of other countries in the world do. Random streamer, also in the DGG orbit, like TYT apparently is. Karantos. If I remember his story correctly, Karantos was born in the UAE, in the or maybe he wasn't born there, but I think he was born there. But he has Somali citizenship, but he was born in a country without birthright citizenship. So the country your parents are from, or whoever who will give you citizenship, maybe you'll be stateless. That's your problem as an individual. The UAE doesn't care if you're stateless if you were born there. So Somali will help you out. If you're in birthright citizenship in the U.S., Mexico will give you a citizenship. Or wherever country you're from, they'll give you a citizenship. That's how it works. And there's a lot of countries you can look to see how it works. There's a lot of countries without birthright citizenship, and you can see how people who are born there, where their citizenship therefore comes from. It's not it's not that complicated of a fucking topic. Just be like, how do these MAGA people even do it? They're so irrational. But also these other things we totally get. But these things, how does that even work?
Yeah, so does it mean we end birthright citizenship if your parents are immigrants or undocumented immigrants or legal immigrants, or we end it all together, in which case nobody's American anymore when they're born in America? So how does that make any sense? So look, this was so clarifying, this interview. I get what he's doing. So he's setting the two boundaries that are kind of, there's good news.
They'll draw the line at generational white Americans. That's easy. But, don't start with that race stuff. Then things will start making too much sense. We just wanted to talk about how it doesn't make any sense at all, and it's like you can't even do it in the first place. Then it'll start making too much sense once we bring race into it.
The bad news, right? The bad news is depends on how your perspective. So the boundaries are, he's saying if you're convicted.
The average American doesn't care about race. They say, "Oh, don't start with racism." They don't even care about it.
Criminal, you're gone, not negotiable, right? The second thing he's saying is he's giving us hope about the Dreamers, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a second. That he might actually do a deal.
The Dreamers have been hoping since fucking Obama, bro. You think they're going to have any sympathy for a dreamer who's like in his 30s now, who was brought to this country as a kid? Bro, all right. Whatever. I mean, they didn't get straight up gross with immigration and shit, but they
I should have to handle bacon.
I mean, their whole populist bent makes it cringe anyway, so whatever.
And pork at the checkout. And I was like, no, brother, that's your job. Okay. If you got those concerns, go take another job.
Because they are nationalists. They are. If you ask them what country is the best, what country is most important, like the U.S. And it's not just because they live in the U.S. They want to make it so great. They want to make the U.S. great because it's their national people are more important than someone who's not from their country. And it's not just because they might be like, whoa. I mean, I'm ranting too much. But I'll just finish this thought and shut up. They might say I can't help people halfway across the world, but I can help my own countrymen, and that's why I care about strengthening our country and like all these national, like making our country great. But that's just cope, bro. They want to make it great because it's closest to proximity in them, and the further away someone is, the more they'll tolerate the world being straight up evil to them. Because they're nationalists. They're populist national. Can you be an internationalist populist? Probably. I mean, populism probably makes a lot more fucking sense under internationalist frameworks. But they're nationalists, bro. They are. They fly the U.S. flag proudly. And that's just what they're about.
right? And if we had, let's say, dug in on that position, again, I grant we didn't, that was not a big political issue, but if we had dug in and said, no, Maximus, that's it, Muslims should be allowed to work in the sport and not do this, we would have lost. And I would have said, no, don't do that. You're walking my rights backwards. And I don't want you to walk my rights backwards. You see what I'm saying?
But you're taking things that didn't happen and using them as examples to justify something that did happen. You're taking counterfactual, hypothetical counterfactuals, and saying, well, yeah, if we had done this, this would be exactly why, this would exactly prove the right point. But things didn't happen. But let me just take a step back.
No, I'm just saying that even if it affects me, I still have the right, like I still have the same strategy as my point. That's all.
For sure. So I guess part of what there are two things you said that I think are really interesting. One is both sides are against the establishment, right? These two. I think that the challenge is that argument presumes that the establishment is something other than right wing. We have two right wing parties that are fighting each other. Now, I'm not pretending the Democrats and Republicans are exactly the same. I'm not pretending the Green Party and the Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two.
Preach. We have two right wing parties fighting each other. Yeah.
Right wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right. They both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But and they clapped when you said that. But the difference.
The Democrats don't hate mainstream media. All of fucking what's his face? Fucking America's Goebbels is gonna get a spot on MSNBC because they worked in the State Department. Like whatever his name is, it's like Marc something. Yeah, whatever this guy's fucking name is. I don't even care. I mean, I do care about his name, but a part of me doesn't even want to say it. But all these guys, they're going to get a spot on MSNBC, bro. Just like redheaded one. Whatever her name is. They love the mainstream media, bro. And then similarly, some of Trump's press secretaries got positions on Fox News, like that blonde lady. They love the mainstream media, bro. What are you talking about? They go straight from State Department press briefings to MSNBC and Fox News, depending on if they're Democrat or Republican. At least some of them do, bro. Like, what is he? They both hate the mainstream media? No, they don't.
The Libertarians are exactly the same. But these are two right wing parties. And so when you say, well, they both want to fight against the establishment, I think you might be right. They both in their minds want to do that. That's true. Similarly, they both hate mainstream media, right? But and they clapped when you said that. But the difference is, when they say mainstream media, they're thinking CNN and MSNBC. They don't see OANN as establishment media or mainstream media. They don't see News Nation as establishment media or mainstream media. So you two are talking about the same thing. So even if you're using the same language, you two have very different ideas.
They would go to OANN and News Nation if MSNBC and Fox weren't giving them the contracts or seeing like they would go to those fucking 12th rate news organizations if the first and second rate, at least as far as our country goes, organizations weren't giving them the contracts. They would go to OAN. Whatever that blonde lady's name at Fox News is from Trump's first incumbency, she would go to OAN, bro. She would. He's just wrong about this.
About what the establishment is. That crowd in that room, if you told them to get rid of establishment media, they'd be okay with Fox News living. Well, you and I both know that Fox News is establishment media. It's just the ultra right part. I'm saying.
Yeah, Fox News is establishment media, and that's why one of Trump's press secretaries got a position there and is currently working there because of her work for Trump while he was president. Yeah. I don't think anyone, people may have illusions about that, but like maybe he'll get to that, like why it matters.
Not to say that just because those people in that room say we want to get rid of the establishment, we want to tear down the establishment, they don't want to tear down right wing anything. They want to tear down the parts of the establishment that allow you and I to exist and allow the most vulnerable people in this country to be safe. So to me, it doesn't feel like a fair or good faith argument to say, well, it's okay for us to come together. It's okay for me to be on stage with them. It's okay for me to be in this space because we both want to get rid of the establishment. No, y'all don't. Not the same way.
Yeah, Mark, I understand what you're saying, and I agree in part, but I largely disagree. So let me break down. So do they mean mainstream media and establishment politicians, including?
They want to create their own establishment. If Trump went out and was like, we have to destroy Fox News. I mean, you already saw how the MAGA cult went against Fox News when Trump was criticizing it. But if he really went hard on Fox News, they might actually destroy the establishment and recreate their own, where it's OAN and Truth Social and all that ish. But instead, it's X getting bought by Twitter and Fox playing game a little bit more with Trump. I mean, I assume they're playing ball more with him than they used to when he was criticizing them. But even if they hate the establishment, it's because they would create their own establishment atop of it. So I mean, in that sense, Mark is right. They don't hate the establishment. They just want more control over it.
Their own side? Yes, they definitely do. Do they mean Fox News? No, they don't. You're right about that, right? So, but that doesn't. But what I say, first of all, we're not going to get everything we want right out of the gate, right? We're not
It
going to
might
go,
be
hey, we like to
Fox
Fox News.
News
And they go,
if
yeah, of
Trump
course not,
was
right?
going
So,
really
but what I do
hard
say is,
on
hey, we hate
him,
mainstream
like,
media. Yes, I agree.
consistently.
And I say, look, and this happens. So Democrats and Republicans play good cop, bad cop, but they're actually the uniparty. Republicans go, yay, totally agree, right? So by the way, that's a giant agreement. I mean, we're just rushing past an enormous agreement. And then we get to mainstream media, and I go, MSNBC and Fox News play good cop, bad cop. Now, that's the first time they've ever heard that, right? Because they think they've been told their whole lives Fox News, right-wing media in general, good guys, MSNBC, bad guys.
Trump was literally, wasn't there like a whole few months where Trump was like going hard on Fox News and people were hating on him? Am I making that up? Is that irrelevant to what they're talking about?
Right? But remember, our own voters, Democratic voters, think the same way, right? So you find a 74-year-old person watching MSNBC Morning Joe every morning. She thinks MSNBC is the good guys and Fox News is the bad guys. No, it's good cop, bad cop. They're both the bad guys. Okay, and so that's something we have to introduce to our voters and to their voters. So by having those conversations, I am in a lot of ways introducing that thought to them for the first time. And that's part of why mainstream media banned me in the first place. I'm banned on CNN and MSNBC because I think they, and Fox News. I think they got the sense, oh, this guy's going to convince our audience that we're not here to help them. And that's
I mean, I don't know if you're banned. It's just nothing TYT does is notorious enough for you to be covered. I know like Cenk worked with them. I mean, he might be blacklisted, but he's not banned. If TYT did anything notorious enough, they would cover it. They would cover Cenk. He's not banned. But, I mean, who cares? He's blacklisted, so it's basically the same thing.
true. They're not here to help them, right? But since the right wing already did a revolt against their establishment, they're actually more
Sam Cedar also is somewhat blacklisted from those organizations, by the way.
open to that idea. And sometimes they'll even criticize Fox News probably for all the wrong reasons. So there's a lot of work to be done there, but it's not, no, they're totally disingenuous and they don't mean it at all. Look, again, they tell you exactly what they mean, the voters, the MAGA voters. They're not hiding the ball at all. So they really do hate themselves. Here's another example.
They are hiding the ball. They are. Don't start with that racism stuff. Don't start with that sexism stuff. That has nothing to do with this. They are hiding the ball, bro. Don't start with that critical race. They're not hiding the ball and they're trying to ban history books. They're doing like they're creating new curricula to under a nationalist like American exceptionalist framework. They're legislating in law curricula that is Americana exceptionalism. Like they're not hiding the ball. I mean, I guess like in that sense they're like trying to legislate it, which isn't hiding the ball, but talk to the average American about race or gender or sexuality or religion and see how quick they say, oh, don't start with that. Let's not even talk about it. Then they're not hiding the ball. Charlie Kirk isn't hiding the ball on the USS Liberty.
Today, a giant fight between the online right-wingers and Dan Crenshaw. And so who's right about that? The online right, which we're like more worried about in some ways, like more hardcore MAGA. But wait a minute, they're right. Dan Crenshaw's wrong. Dan Crenshaw's defending all of his donors, etc. I was on with Dan Crenshaw on Piers Morgan, and there was Vinny from Patrick Davis show, very populist right-wing guy, and we ganged up on Dan Crenshaw because he agreed with me more than he agreed with Crenshaw. So these old lines are beginning to break down. And so in a moment like that, that's when we really need to be talking to each other, rather than just saying, okay, everybody there's a white supremacist, and for them, everybody on our side is a weirdo, fringe, whatever they think of us.
Would I be hyperbolic say half the people in that room at that event believe that white people are superior?
Yeah, it's not a great way of framing it, Mark.
How 25%?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but since they don't consciously think that, they're going to be repelled by you saying that. And you say, I don't care about them. I don't care about them being repelled.
I guess what I struggle with is if you're a white supremacist, if you are a white supremacist in this country, that's your tribe. That's where you go. You don't go anywhere else. Everybody in that room is not white supremacist, but every white supremacist is probably in that part.
If you're a white supremacist, you probably like Israel too. Like if you're an American evangelical, for example. You're not just rocking with your people. You're rocking with your people first, maybe. Maybe first. But second and third have pretty specific places. And once you get to fourth, they're basically attacking you.
Is in that room, metaphorically speaking. That is home for them. That is a safe space for them. Charlie Kirk, who's someone you share the stage with, would you agree that Charlie Kirk is a white supremacist?
I would certainly agree that he has said very harmful things about.
No, that's the mainstream media thing. Do you believe he's a white supremacist?
No.
Tell me why.
Because when you say white supremacist, you mean someone who has ingrained thoughts that lead to maintaining structural racism in this country, and from time to time literally says things that are racist that maintain that structure.
What do you think anti-immigration is, except maintaining power structures in the U.S.? It's a national security issue. Security of what? The power of the nation? National security of the nation's power? But I mean, he puts the consciously thing in there, so I don't know if Kirk or anyone who's anti-immigration or pro-natalism, for example, is consciously aware of that maintaining structural racism. I don't know if anyone is aware that the idea of nation states in themselves perpetuate structural racism. But that's like a big reason why it's like okay to be a nationalist, even though it's inherently racist, is because people are unaware or not conscious about those things.
When you say white supremacists, they think you mean that they go home and put on a hood and look.
Yeah, I'm not asking you I'm not asking if Charlie Kirk meets his own definition of white supremacy. You just very articulately laid out what white supremacy actually is, and based on what white supremacy actually is, do you think he's a white supremacist?
I don't think it's helpful to use that word. I'm not going to use that phrase. I think we need to get past that kind of phrasing because that just puts up a giant wall between us. Yeah, but Mark, here, let me give you an example. Again, using my own identity, and this time very real, right? So
puts a giant wall between us. Who builds the walls, bro? Are you the one building the wall, or are you giving them cover for building the wall against you? My enemies will... Bro, you're not the one building the wall. They are. That's on them. Maybe you should start treating them not like neighbors if they're willing to build a wall simply because of what you say.
So I can go to a room and they can mispronounce my name. I say racist, okay? Oh, wait a minute, my name is C, pronouncing it J. How the hell is anybody supposed to know that? Okay, I can go to a room.
It's a straw man, Jake.
Okay, well, yeah, it is a straw man because Cenk Uyger is as racist of a name you could possibly have, bro.
No one's said it. What they say is Muslims are rapists. When they say Muslims are evil, that's the racist thing that we get outraged by, not them not pronouncing Cenk Uyger right. If someone says Muslims are rapists, would you then say that they're racist?
So Mark, it's how am I dealing with that situation is the question. Okay, so I start out with a really mild one of my name, right?
Yeah.
But when you go down the gradations of different ways that you can discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims, yeah, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, etc., etc. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past.
All right, here we go. So Cenk gets it. First, you start with, "Hey, I care about this local issue," and then a week later, "All my local elected representatives are calling me a savage, violent terrorist because..." Oh, don't start with that racism stuff. They're just saying it. They just happen to call me that.
And what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, etc. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, gradations of different ways that you could discriminate and be hateful towards Muslims. Yeah, you're going to get to violent, savages, terrorists, etc., etc. And what's the best way to deal with that? Now, what I have done in the past, and what a lot of folks are still doing today is call them racist, etc. And from time to time, if somebody calls me an anti-Semite on TV, I do call them a racist back. Okay, so because I've never seen anyone.
He who smelt it dealt it.
Yeah, because I've never seen anyone who engaged in it is on the Israel side that just automatically, reflexively, without even checking any facts, called the other person an anti-Semite, and they didn't think that Muslim lives were worthless, right? So I can't understand that any better than I do, having been the group that is most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had much worse.
Nah, he's capping. I mean, maybe most smeared since 9/11, but there's a lot of collateral damage. As a Native American, we got collateral damage from 9/11 because I could be confused for Arab. My relatives who are less white than I am have a greater chance of being confused for Arab. And people make no... It's fucking cap, bro. It's like people like saying, "Oh, after COVID, Asians were the most targeted." It's like, I could be confused for Asian. And I mean, he has a point that like post 9/11, it's like Muslims were the de facto enemy. But, you know, before that in Hollywood movies, the Soviets were the de facto, or communists were the de facto enemy. He's fucking capping, bro. And then once you really get down to it, any spot where like Native American or indigenous or, dare I say it, illegal immigrant voices rise up in the zeitgeist, the ferocity with which those voices are attacked in America based on their relationship to it is greater even than Muslims in the post 9/11 era, you know, or it's like it's proportionally greater. And I think proportionality is used in like really cringe ways, but proportionally it is greater. There are more Muslims, there are more people confused as being Muslims in the post 9/11 era than like Native American voices in mainstream media. But the proportional ferocity directed against these groups speaking about their interests is fucking cat, bro. So the most smeared in this country. People aren't playing cowboys versus Muslims. They're playing cowboys versus Indians. And almost every American, including probably Cenk and maybe even Marc, thinks that's okay, except hyper leftists like virtue signalers. Most smeared in this country, but people are playing cowboys versus Indians. Not just in this country, in Germany, across the world, people are playing cowboys versus Indians because of America. And that's a fun game that kids play. And the lesson of that game is something that, like, people won't even recognize that game is an issue in itself. And so you think people are ready to realize cowboys versus Indians teaches white colonizer descendants to be violent towards indigenous people? Do you think people are ready to accept that cowboys versus Indians is teaching kids violence? Because people talk about Palestinians, oh, they're taught from like age 3 to kill Jews. What the fuck do you think cowboys versus Indian is? You're taught from age 3 to be a cowboy, bro. And you can be an Indian if you want, but it's really inconsequential. We all know the Cowboys fucking won. Oh my. Dude, it's such cap, bro. The most smeared in this country. Even post 9/11, it's just not true. It's not proportionally true. In absolute numbers, there's probably been more anti-Muslim smearing in this country since 2001 than any other group specifically. But illegal immigrants actually give them a real... No, actually, no, I'm going to say illegal immigrants are the most smeared group in this country, even in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, but especially today. Illegal immigrants, Democrat and Republican, everyone's saying come the right way. Everyone's saying come the right way, and that's just common sense. It's fucking cat, bro. Look at who you're smearing. And I don't know if Cenk is really smearing illegal immigrants, but he's not calling out this whole bullshit of how all these crackers and whoever else think they have more of a right to be here than anyone else, especially people who are ancestrally tied to the Americas. It's just cat, bro. It's fucking cat. I know it more than anyone else. No one understands it more than I do. I'm a businessman.
I can't understand that any better than I do, having been the group that is most smeared in this country. I mean, yes, black people have had it much worse.
I don't know about the most smeared, but let me ask you, just pause for a second, because again, I'm not sure I understand. Is there anybody in this country that you're willing to call a white supremacist, or do you just completely rule that word out?
No, of course. If they declare themselves a white supremacist, everything they say is about white supremacy. So, for example, Nick Fuentes is an anti-Semite and a white supremacist. That's not hard.
And so they like to throw Nick Fuentes under the bus, but I'll just see what else they say about him. I mean, he's not wrong about Nick Fuentes, but that doesn't make him right about Charlie Kirk.
Hard to suss out. That's his defining feature. So to finish my point about Muslims, but instead now, Mark, when I go into a room, I start talking to them, and then halfway through the conversation, when they begin to like me a little bit, then I tell them that I'm Muslim, and I say, look, I know, Trump said we should ban all Muslims from the country in 2016 when he was running, right? So how am I supposed?
That's actually crazy, because like you can't tell someone you're black after they get to know you well. Like me as a white passing person, I can tell someone I'm a Native American, whatever you want to call me. Odawa. I can tell people that after they get to know me. Maybe I shouldn't, because most of the time when I get to know people, I'm not being too nice. So maybe I shouldn't. I should be like, oh yeah, I'm white. I'm just white. Oh, I'm just white. I am white, but now I'm just white. How many a white person has called me? How many a part Indian white person has called me? Oh yeah, I'm basically just white. Yeah. But a black person doesn't have that. I mean, even a lot of Arab people who aren't. I mean, Cenk is white passing to these like colorblind Caucasoids, but yeah, it's crazy. It's like, and I mean, Cenk obviously knows that like not everyone can have the opportunity to have a conversation with someone and get them to like them before they tell something about themselves. But obviously, black people can't talk to someone and get to know them before they tell them they're black. They just can't do that. They know they're black from the beginning, and maybe those people should know you're Muslim from the beginning. I don't think it's a good thing that you can wait till the opportune moment to reveal you're Muslim to somehow make them more amenable to your issues. I don't know if that's a good thing. It's a convenient thing, but I don't know if that's a good
conversation when they begin to like me a little bit. Then I tell them that I'm Muslim, and I say, look, I know, Trump said we should ban all Muslims from the country in 2016 when he was running, right? So how am I supposed to react to that? And now we're at least have had some common ground and some bonding. So then they feel like, hey, wait a minute, maybe not all Muslims are terrorists, right?
You're one of the good ones.
Yeah. No, I get it, and I get it. And they might think one of the good.
If someone thinks all Muslims are terrorists, oh my god. What kind of Muslims do you think they'll still think the majority of Muslims are terrorists, but the ones that come off like American businessmen, oh man. I'm trying to avoid the allusions to like house people and field people. Bro, you don't got to prove yourselves to these crackers, man. Your goal shouldn't be proving yourselves, you shouldn't be proving Muslims are okay to crackers, man. You shouldn't be proving any part of your identity to these fucking crackers, man. You shouldn't be trying to prove yourselves to them. I mean, that's his lane. It's fine. It's just I'm not here to fucking prove myself to anybody. I mean, maybe I am, but it's just fucking cringe. It's like, oh, I'm trying to avoid like speaking bad about Cenk in this way, but it's like, bro, you're literally trying to meet the white supremacist standard, and you're somewhat succeeding. You're somewhat succeeding, dude.
Good ones, but then when they see 12, 18, etc., how are we going to break it down, Mark? Because if we just call them names, it's not going to work. It hasn't worked. I've tried it a million times.
No. But that's disingenuous. Calling someone who's white supremacist or Islamophobic, that thing, to reduce that to name calling is unfair to the person who's being harmed.
No, I'm not saying it's name calling and I hate you and blah, blah. And you're
no, you said to call them names. We're not calling them names. We're identifying them by what they are.
Yeah.
Nazi is a name. It is a name. They even Nick Fuentes is not a Nazi. He might be as bad as a Nazi. He might be indistinct from what people think from the name, but he's not one. He is not one. He's a white nationalist, and that's not a name. Maybe people say, "Oh, you call him," but no. I mean, he's white. He's a Catholic, and he's a nationalist. Maybe he's a Catholic nationalist. Maybe that's how he would like to be called. But he's not a Nazi. They're doing name calling. It's like,
But Mark, tons of folks on the right wing are Islamophobic. But me going and calling them Islamophobic is not helpful. So that's why I'm saying,
what's helpful about calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi? It's not helpful, but it's also not harmful because he's irrelevant. It's just a clout game, bro. What's helpful about calling Charlie Kirk a successful revolutionary, or that conference a celebration of a successful revolution? TPUSA is, you got to congratulate them on their successful revolution. What's helpful about that? It's convenient. It's really convenient for an organization like TYT, but what's helpful to the movement about that? It's not about help or hurt. It's about opportune or inconvenient.
That's a straw man. I've never suggested in this conversation that we should be going into rooms and calling these people what they are. That has nothing to do with what I was talking about. That's a straw man. What I was talking about was the fact that you're in the room with people who look at the world that way, and what it means to be in the room with the people who look at the world that way. But if you're stipulating from the beginning that you don't necessarily agree that they're that thing, that's different. I'm not talking about how they self-identify. I'm not even talking about whether we point in the room and say, hey, white supremacist over there, hey, sexist over there, hey, transphobe over here. I'm not saying we gotta do any of that. What I'm saying is that if we're walking into a room with people whose ideologies and beliefs are consistent with white supremacy, with Islamophobia, with anti-Semitism, etc., we have to at least question what the possibility is of reaching a political alliance if at the core they don't think we're humans. If at the core they don't think we deserve the same thing, regardless of what we call them. And so if we only focus on the tactic of how to engage a white supremacist, we lose sight of the fact that they're still white supremacists and that they don't want the same things we want, regardless of what they say.
Now, Mark, this is a core disagreement. So if there's a room full of Islamophobes, I'm not going to A, not go in there, and B, I'm not going to call them Islamophobes. I'm going to go in there and I'm going to start to change minds.
If I go into a room of Islamophobes, I'm not going to call them Islamophobes because I have the convenience of being able to reveal whether or not I'm Muslim to my audience.
Gradually, okay? And so I think that's a way better strategy. And yes, it indeed.
A black person can't go into a room of anti-black people and have the opportunity to make his case before they know he's black. So maybe in that context, the idea of helpfulness, you have to come up with something else. It can't be helpful to wait until it's already revealed you're black when you exist. It's not revealed that Cenk is Muslim when he exists in the space of anti-Muslim people, like it's revealed someone is black in the space of racists. So you have to find something else that's helpful. And I'm not convinced that a black person going into a room of racists, I'm not convinced it's less helpful to do anything and beyond the verbal equivalent of a massacre. A black person going into a room full of racists, their rhetoric being the verbal equivalent of a J-dam, completely cutting these people off psychologically and everything, completely destroying any chance that they would ever in a million years, as if they ever had a chance. Maybe some of them do. But even the ones that did have a chance of turning away from racism, a black person going into a room like that, I'm not going to say it's more helpful that they try to make their case even though it's obvious they're black. Someone who doesn't have the convenience of shielding something like being Muslim in a group of anti-Muslim people. Someone who doesn't have that convenience, and even someone who does, but especially someone who doesn't have that convenience, the helpfulness of them treating them as a group of enemies or as a group of neighbors or friends. I don't know if it's helpful to treat them as anything other than an enemy, and not an enemy in turning the other cheek sense. They should be turning the other cheek. The nationalists, the supremacists, they should be turning the other cheek. They should be begging for forgiveness as we verbally slaughter them. And not crying, oh, don't start with that racism stuff. Don't start with that sexism stuff when they're racists and sexists. they should be turning the other cheek. But you want to say it's you want to be helpful because you have the convenience of hiding something they hate. And so you can be likable and somehow make something they hate about you palatable to them. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy, and it's something else that rhymes with fantasy and ends with Uri.
Dangerous me maybe to go into a room filled with Islamophobes, but I'm gonna do it again and again and again. Okay, and so
Yeah, and so that's just like cringe. If I go into a room filled with Islamophobes, the last thing I'm gonna do is call them Islamophobic. Also, people generally have good intentions and aren't aware, in this case, that they're Islamophobic. I'm going to let them hold that illusion in their mind, and I'm actually going to strengthen that illusion after charming them and revealing I'm Muslim. They're actually going to be strengthened in their illusion that their hate of Islamophobia is irrelevant to the existence of Muslims. They're actually going to think, oh, I don't hate Muslims. I just hate Islamism or whatever they want to call it. But that's so bunk, bro. It's so bunk. It's like, I go into a room of racists, I'm not going to talk about racism. Oh, don't start with that racism. Don't start with that Islam stuff, bro. We're just a room of Islamophobes. Don't start with that Islam stuff, bro. And if you do start with it, make sure you like make us like you a little bit beforehand, bro. But in his position, I mean that's his lane, bro. I mean that's his lane. So I'm not really hating on it for real. It's just I could never. And if I did, I'd be a different person.
it like even you saying, okay, they half the room is white supremacist, but Mark, what like so you're saying they believe in systemic, like they are part of a system that executes racism in the country?
Oh,
yes.
No. Oh my God. So he tried to take it to like going to a room filled with white supremacists and not talking about whiteness. You're saying they believe, and if you went with believe in systemic racism, yeah, that's what a white nationalist. They believe in the cause. But merely being a part of a system is not implication in it. And that's how a lot of these people skirt under the surface. They have plausible deniability in their participation in white supremacy. And so like I don't think Cenk or even Marc would say someone who just happens to be a part of the system is a white supremacist. You have to believe in it. But this metaphor is like falling at the seams, like in Cenk's own mind. So he has to like qualify it in this way.
Even you saying, okay, they're half the room is white supremacist, but Mark, what like so you're saying they believe in systemic, like they are part of a system that executes racism in the country? Yes, but we all kind of are. But so calling all Americans white supremacists.
Yeah, holy shit, you all are. And so stop running cover for the most evil country and empire that the world has ever seen. The most advanced evil ever seen on this earth. Stop acting like it's inherently redeemable. But you have to act like it's redeemable because it's common sense, and you're destroyed if you don't.
It's not helpful.
But again, Jack, you're holding on to a point that I'm not making. You keep debating the argument about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. Let me stipulate again. I'm not making the case about whether or not we should call them white supremacists. We don't have to engage that.
You're calling them internally white supremacists and saying, why are you going into a room with white supremacists?
That's the second straw man. My debate isn't.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you admittedly go into a room of white supremacists. You say, I will go into a room of Islamophobes, and the last thing I'll do is call out Islamophobia. Where in that metaphor did Cenk say, I won't go in the room in the first place? Nowhere.
Whether or not we go in the room, it's how we go in the room, what rooms we go in, and what we do and what we say about the people in that room when we're in the room.
Okay, great. Let's have that conversation.
Right. So you went on stage with Charlie Kirk, for example, who, just to use your description of him, says, not white. We're not going to use the white supremacist language. For the purpose of this conversation, it's not that helpful. But certainly he consistently advocates positions that certainly strengthen white supremacy. He certainly advocates positions that strengthen anti-black racism. He certainly advocates positions that advance Islamophobia, that push against women's reproductive rights, just based on the things that he has said and done. Would you agree with everything I just said?
Largely.
Okay. So.
Okay. I mean, like, Charlie Kirk kind of put me on at TPUSA. So yeah, largely, I agree with you.
You're on a stage with someone like that.
Yeah.
Can you see at least how you being on a stage like that could make someone who trusts you because of all the great work you've done believe that he's not so bad? And maybe the positions he's taking are legitimate ones. Could you at least see how being in the room with him without offering any substantive critique of him in that space could be problematic?
Well, Cenk will say he did offer substantive critique.
But wait a minute, I defended left-wing position, so I don't accept your premise.
I said a substantive critique of his behavior, what he's doing. I didn't say you right.
I disagreed with him on trans housing.
Trans housing? What? How? I mean, I believe housing intersects with transness, but like, Cenk, stop getting your trans takes from Brianna Wu, bro. You don't need Brianna Wu to be against trans athletes. You don't need her, bro. Her trans housing take that she must have given you, you don't need it, bro. What are you talking? Trans housing? Wait, let me bring this up. Look at trans stuff.
That where he says the trans stuff hurt us.
Yeah, so look, guys, on that stuff, I've been having these debates internally with the left wing. And I explained yesterday, actually, on the Young Turks. Look,
by internally with the left wing, he means he hired Brianna Wu. He got infiltrated by DGG via Brianna Wu, and now his trans takes is everything the right wing believes, minus housing, I guess, and maybe some medical treatments. But the convenient thing is to just talk about trans athletes and politicians or whatever, where people are mostly in agreement.
Everybody's positions are in a different part of the left-right spectrum and on different policies. So I can name you policies where you say, oh, that's pretty moderate, right? I can name you policies that you're not sure is left or right wing, but that it's definitely populist, right? But some of my policies might be called extreme left in America. So for example, I'm massively in favor of gun control. You told them not to move, and I knew they'd move on that one.
They paused.
Gun control, also another thing that, I mean, he doesn't have to agree with his employees' opinions, but like, bro, you're getting like employee captured. Is he really against guns for real? Whatever.
To their respect. You were asking for it, Cenk.
Yeah, I did ask for it. So my point to my...
I mean, gun control is also like a really based position. Gun control is like almost as based as like an authentic peace position. Like, guns are totally out of control in this country. Guns are too big to fail in this country, which also makes it like a non-starter of gun control. But
we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things, you've got to reciprocate. So you've got to not, I want you guys to...
Dude, raccoon mindset, bro. I'm sorry to say it. I hope I don't get banned for saying it. If you want something, you have to give something before you get it. No, people took their freedom. People didn't give things up to get free. Holy shit. The United States didn't become a country because they gave things up in exchange. They took it. They took it, bro. They took it. People don't give things up in exchange for things. At least these kinds of things. Freedoms, rights, privileges even. People don't give things up in exchange for those. They take them. You give things up. You give a lot. You give things up in exchange for money and shit. You gave things up to be on this stage. You gave things up to not get kicked off the stage. Because I imagine a Cenk from a different year would have spoke in a way that would have gotten him booted off the stage. But now he knows how to give things up in exchange for things. But that is not a strategy that wins. I mean, people take what isn't theirs a lot, but those kind of things, you don't give things up in exchange. You take them. You take them from your enemies. Your enemies don't give them to you because you're so nice. You take them, bro.
Americans to employment, healthcare, and housing. Constitutional rights.
Okay, so he's saying he disagreed with them about trans housing. So let's see what he said here, because I found the sentence where he mentions those in the same sentence.
How you being on a stage like that could make someone who trusts you because of all the great work you've done believe that he's not so bad. And maybe the positions he's taking are legitimate ones. Could you at least see how being in the room with him without offering any substantive critique of him in that space could be problematic?
But wait a minute, I defended left-wing position, so I don't accept your premise.
I said a substantive critique of his behavior, what he's doing. I didn't say you're right.
I disagreed with him on trans housing, so
he disagreed with him on trans housing.
Ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, healthcare, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate?
Let's say that's not roaring applause. But Cenk doesn't have to stand behind trans people for real. Because probably his closest trans associate is fucking Brianna Wu, bro. He doesn't have to, she doesn't really stand behind trans people, but she doesn't stand behind a lot of things. What does she stand behind? Zionism. She does stand behind that. So, I mean, that brings into question, can Cenk really stand behind Palestinians employing someone like that? Can he really stand behind trans people employing a trans medicalist? A privileged trans woman who, if she didn't have access to tens of thousands of dollars, would have a vastly more would find vastly less acceptance in right-wing spaces, for example. I mean, if Brianna Wu is like no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna take it there. But her ability to transition is both class-based and her ability to be accepted into center or right-wing spaces is based on her ability to have transitioned like she has. And also she resents those who don't have that ability to transition like she has under the guise of she's literally a trans medicalist, bro. She's like, she thinks non-binary is nonsense. I would love to hear her thoughts on Two-Spirit. She probably thinks Two-Spirit is the only thing more cringe than non-binariness because, don't start with that racism stuff, bro. Man, how humiliating. Man, I thought I was a sadist.
Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, healthcare, and housing. Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're sitting on stage with somebody who thinks there can be 15 million empty homes in America and 500,000 homeless people. That basically is what the stats are. Google it. And you're sitting on stage with some guy who's like, well, we need 15 million homes to serve an economic person, not to house 500,000 homeless people. And if some of those homeless people happen to be trans, don't start with that bigoted stuff. I think anyone can be homeless. I'm not discriminating. Oh, they're disproportionately trans? That's not my fault, bro. I'm not transphobic. And so you're sitting on stage with this ghoul, and you're taking every little blossom of plausible deniability and making a bouquet of plausible deniability so you can sit on this stage and not get kicked off of it.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys.
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
Sure. So we're going to go.
It's a start.
Again, I don't accept the premise, but
So that's what comes to mind when he brings up disagreements. Let's see what Charlie Kirk has to say.
A little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things. I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to.
All right, so they just move on. Ching's like, well, it's a start. That it wasn't completely booze for housing, healthcare, and whatever else. Employment, healthcare, and housing. And even like the equal rights thing, it's like white people don't have any protections in employment, housing, or healthcare. So they could say, well, trans people shouldn't have any protections for employment, housing, or healthcare. It's just, it's completely like, I don't know the word I would use for it, but it's nonsense. Charlie Kirk could say, white people have no protections for employment, housing, or healthcare. Trans people deserve no protections. We agree, Cenk. And then Cenk has to start getting more explicit with what he actually thinks instead of playing footsie or whatever.
So let me restate, because I don't want to operate disingenuously. Can you see how it could be problematic to someone? Or let me say it differently. Could you see the problem? Can you see any potential problems if standing on a stage with someone who has such positions that are so antithetical, not just to yours, but to the interests of the most vulnerable people in this country? Could you see how you might actually legitimize him in a way that's dangerous to our side, not to the country, but to the people who are confused, to the people in the middle, to the people who are still trying to figure it out, or to the people on the left who are vulnerable, who are susceptible to a switch?
Yeah.
Anyone at a conference at TPUSA is not an undecided person. They're not just like figuring things out at that. I mean, I don't know if like some student in school happened to be in a right-wing friend space and was just kind of like figuring things out and like some kind of politically relevant. I mean, there are political actors who are more or less acting out of naivety, both in the right and left wing spaces. So I mean, there are some people that, but like, bro, if you're literally going to a TPUSA conference, do you think these people don't have fleshed out opinions? But I guess the audience that's watching the conference, there's plenty of people who are maybe just figuring things out, but let's just say Cenk did not. If they were figuring things out, what they would have figured out from Cenk's thing is that, oh, well, we agree on all the common sense stuff, and then all the other stuff is just liberal nonsense.
So there's two parts to that question. So on the one part, can I see it? Yes. I can see why people think that. And I'll end on top of it, Mark, that not only are they worried, hey, is this legitimizing him? You're in the room with a person like this, etc. But we've also seen a pattern, right? We've seen Dave Rubin and we've seen Tulsi Gabbard and we've seen others. And first they go in the room, then they agree with a little bit, then they agree with everything. And then all of a sudden they're all right wingers. And then while still pretending to be left wing and saying, oh, well, me as a liberal or a progressive or a left winger is telling you you're right about all the issues, right? And so I get that's why people are concerned. So that's not crazy. I get it, right? But then the second half of what you're saying, I don't agree with at all, right? So does that legitimize? Well, first of all, they won the election. So they won the popular vote. They won all the swing states. Like we have it in our mind that
I specifically said not to the entire country, but to the people on our side, specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that
am I legitimizing them to our side?
What I'm saying is
you said congratulations on a successful revolution. Is that not legitimizing? Like, that's like the first thing you said. Bro thinks he's a possum and he's a raccoon.
Thank you. So Cenk, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion
Bro thinks he's a muskrat and he's a raccoon.
of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the
He's not really one of that, but, you know.
leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah, we'd have this conversation.
Kind of American politics.
First of all, I'm proud to represent the left flank of the populist movement.
The left flank. We're so cooked.
Revolution well done. I do have to give you guys credit for revolution well.
I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done. Is that legitimizing? How could you? Legitimizing? I'm gonna have to pull out the Steven Crowder impersonation of Cenk Uyger right now. Credit for a revolution well done. That's legitimizing? Ridiculous.
People who specifically said, not to the entire country, but to the people on our side specifically in anticipation of you saying they're already legitimate and won the popular election. Again, I'm not saying that
Am I legitimizing them to our side?
what I'm saying is there are people who are going to vote for them, right? There are people, majority of whom.
And if you haven't figured this out yet, Cenk, it's not just right-wingers watching this TPUSA thing. A lot of left-wingers are watching it because you're there. A lot of us are watching it because you're there. And you can call it audience capture, but if you throw us under the bus because you think only right-wingers are going to watch that, that's on you. Yeah.
In this country are going to vote for, say, Donald Trump, right? But if you stand on stage with Donald Trump, that strengthens Donald Trump's position. It doesn't undermine.
No, it totally depends. So, for example, I interviewed
Yeah, it does depend, but if you congratulated Trump if you gave Trump credit for a revolution well done, it does necessarily mean that you're strengthening his position. Being on stage with him? No, it doesn't mean it. If you get on stage with him and say credit for a revolution well done, it does necessarily mean that. And that's why people are taking issue with what you did, because it was within your power. It was up to you what you said there. And that's the angle you took.
Charlie Kirk's position, let's not be hypothetical. Do you think
you think you can just pander to the right wing and not pander to the left? If you're pandering, you need to go both ways, bro. Or you're gonna, like TYT has been, you stop pandering to us, we leave. Or I say us. Stop pandering to the left wing, because I don't operate on the left and right. I operate on the cringe and based. Left and right is an illusion, especially in our sick society of the United States. I mean, not really. It's not an illusion, but it's a bit. But if you're gonna pander to the right wing, if you're gonna be a panderer, if you're gonna be a populist, which at this point seems to me just like a panderer, you gotta pander to us too. While you're pandering to the right wing at the TPUSA, pander to us too, and then spreads a message. Dude, I swear to God, I have traumatic brain injury. Anyways, if you're pandering to the left while you're pandering to the right, and you can say you're not doing that, but if you're being a populist beyond the left and right dichotomy, don't forget the left. And it seems like in this appearance, you weren't concerned about the left.
strengthen Charlie Kirk's position by standing next to him? Do you think you had no effect, or do you think you hurt his position?
Well, first of all, I didn't go there to hurt or help his position.
That's not your intention is irrelevant. I'm asking about the consequence of your choice, not the intention.
No,
of your choice.
I don't think it had anything. I don't think it helped him 1%. Not at all. I think this idea that if you stand next to them, that helps them is absurd. Totally, utterly absurd. Because on that line,
yeah, it is absurd. It is absurd to say simply because I stand next to him. It's not absurd to say, congrats, credit to a revolution well done. When you give them credit for a revolution well done, that helps them. It's absurd to claim otherwise. Your words.
That's it. We never stand next to them. We never talk to them. And
Your words, that stage, it's absurd to claim otherwise.
oh, we're so
No,
boring.
no, again,
We never talk to them. Oh, we
Okay.
didn't legitimize them. We didn't help them. That's nonsense.
Let me ask a broader question. Do you think you advance right wing interests by going there? Do you think you
We didn't help them by by giving them credit for a revolution. We didn't help them by giving them credit. Okay.
or do you think you undermine right wing interests by going there?
Well, it's first of all, it's not binary, but I helped left wing interests. Definitely.
How
Okay.
so? Tell me how.
So every time
Not necessarily. Just like the right wing, you didn't necessarily help right wingers, you didn't necessarily help left wingers. But Cenk thinks simply being on the stage because of who he is as a progressive person, he thinks necessarily that means he's helping the left wing. People disagree.
they say yes to cutting the Pentagon, every time they say yes to paid family leave, every time they say yes to conflict of interest rules, et cetera, that I could go on, that are all left-wing positions. Does that mean it's going to happen overnight? Of course not. Does that mean that it's immediately going to go to their leader and they're going to introduce it next week? Of course not. But is it helping for them to think, well, paid family leave, that does sound pretty good. Hey, cutting the Pentagon, that makes sense. I bet there is a lot of waste and abuse. That helps.
Yeah, and Cenk is right there, but it doesn't address how he gave them credit for a revolution well done. Why would they listen to you? Your revolution's never been even like, it's raw. It ain't even medium, bro. Your revolution isn't even medium cooked. Theirs is so cooked it's well done. Yours, still raw, bro. We haven't even like, the cow is. I'm done with this fucking metaphor.
Left-wing positions. The good news is they're no longer left-wing positions. The right wing agrees, their voters agree with those positions. Take the win, take yes for an answer. Instead, the other ideology is white supremacy.
It's not, I mean, it's a win, but like you're handing wins out like fucking cupcakes, bro. You're handing so many fucking wins out. And I mean, I get it. I would probably do the same thing. Like, my enemies, I want their approval. There's a chip inside my brain that Dr. Umar speaks of that turns on when the people that disagree with me, are like charismatic around me, despite what I'm saying. But I would like to think that the chip wouldn't be so turned on that I would give them credit for a revolution well done and not like use similarly emphatic rhetoric for my own side. But I probably would. That chip's like, that shit, Cenk's gonna need some like water cooling in his brain to like cool off that chip, how hot that one's running on that Charlie Kirk stage, but whatever.
I'm never talking to them. That'll show them. That won't help them at all. If I talk to them, it'll help them. Really? Because they won the election without any of our help. None of us talked to them, and they won anyway. So how's that strategy working? It's working terribly. And then we look extreme because we won't talk to anyone. And we just keep pushing everyone out of
How's that strategy working? Terribly.
our party, everyone out of our side, and say, oh, I am morally superior. And guess what happens?
Kamala Harris and her strategy did work terribly. But identity politics is not simply democratic, like, corporatist pandering. Identity politics is not a rainbow flag on a Kamala Harris hat or a Coca-Cola can or whatever. It's more than that. I mean, that mostly gets the attention. I'm not like really faulting Cenk for trivializing identity politics because of how trivialized it has been by the Democratic campaign. But I mean, abortion has also been fucking trivial. Like, women. I mean, a lot of stuff has been trivialized. So
America doesn't like that.
Not his
they think
fault.
it's arrogant and obnoxious.
Hate the player, hate
instead
the
of having a
game.
conversation.
I don't care if they think I'm arrogant. They're gonna think I'm arrogant and obnoxious for existing in this fucking country. just like the illegal immigrants. Oh, the gall of an immigrant to come here without papers. Don't you think I'm arrogant and obnoxious anyway? And that doesn't mean that like you feed into the negative aspects people attribute to you. Although that's something I do a lot. I mean, that's a personal. That doesn't mean that people should feed into those things. But fuck them, bro. Again, it's you being humble, you being meek, you being mild, you turning the other cheek. You're just gonna keep turning. You're just gonna keep turning, and that's your lane to be in, bro. And you think it's helpful. Credit to a revolution well done. You think it's helpful. It's helpful to someone, bro. It's helpful to some people. It's helpful for a time. It helped you get on that stage. Helped you stay on that stage and not get kicked off for what you were saying.
People, we're putting them in buckets of white supremacists, Islamophobe. God, America hates that. We got.
Bro. You said you will walk into a room of Islamophobes and not talk about Islamophobia. If you hop in a bucket of Islamophobes and white supremacists, how the fuck is it our problem that we call it out, that we speak about the elephant in the room? How is that? How are we being unhelpful when you're ignoring obvious reality? It stretches my suspense of belief.
I disagree. I disagree. I mean, the idea of a moral agenda or moral issues was coined by the right. They absolutely think they have moral superiority over the left on issues around babies, on issues around, issues around private school.
And I mean, again, the right, the anti-abortion crowd might really have the moral superiority. You can look at Norman Finkelstein's I'll Burn That Bridge When I Get There. He covers this topic. In a moral sense, the anti-abortion crowd might authentically have the upper hand. And I'm not afraid to say that because I don't care about the left and right. I care about the based and cringe. Killing kids is cringe. And if you don't think it's a kid, killing fetuses is cringe. It's cringe. It's not based. But also, women having the right to choose is based. I am pro-abortion. I think women should have the right to do that, but it doesn't make it not cringe. Abortions are cringe. Abortion is an evil that we have to tolerate. An evil that is less evil than what would be like abolishing women's right to choose. But the moral authority of anti-abortion people, it really might be on the right wing if you isolate and ignore the implications of that in reality, which would be cutting back on women's rights. Cutting back on women's rights is a more evil thing than abortion is, but abortion is an evil thing. It is evil. It is evil. Or I don't know if evil is, but whatever like bad, whatever word for morality that evokes negative connotation, that is what abortion is. Abortion still should exist. A lot of evil things still should exist. But yeah, I mean, the right doesn't only think they have the moral like authority or like superiority over the left on issues around babies. They do have the moral superiority on abortion. Not abortion in reality, which is actually like taking away women's rights, but abortion in itself. They have the moral superiority. Or at least that's what I think. Just like it's morally superior to be a vegan. It's morally superior, probably to be an antinatalist. It's probably morally superior to like. There's a lot of things that are morally superior that are just practically impossible. So whatever.
The idea of a moral agenda or moral issues was coined by the right. They absolutely think they have moral superiority over the left on issues of around babies, on issues around issues around prayer in school. To suggest that the left thinks they have moral
Prayer in school, that's cringe. There is no moral superiority about religious practice.
superiority, and that somehow stands in contrast to the right's position.
It's
which
not
somehow,
a contrast. They both think.
And they actually have a morally inferior thing about religion. I mean, France itself has banned the niqab. France has banned some clothing, like the niqab, I believe is what it's called. You know, France is like 5 steps away from banning the burqa. And that's morally inferior, obviously. But I mean, there's nothing. There's a lot of space for people to claim it's feminist to like police women's clothing like that. Whatever.
They have moral superiority.
So if everybody thinks that, how is America suggest that the left thinks they have moral superiority, and that somehow stands in contrast to the right's position?
It's
which
not
somehow,
a contrast. They both think they have moral superiority.
Well, they both do have more. The left has moral superiority in saying a woman has a right to choose to have an abortion, and the right has moral superiority in saying that abortions shouldn't happen. That abortion shouldn't happen. They're both they're both morally superior in those positions, and those positions are in conflict with each other.
Everybody thinks that, how is America upset with the left for it?
Because the right goes, oh, you agree with me 5%? Come on in. I'm willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do that. The left goes, you disagree with me 5%? Nazi. And then, okay, then America goes,
A McChicken is good. The way chickens are treated is bad. Like, both people have moral superiority, whatever.
all right, then I know which side to go on. Because this guy says, the slightest disagreement, I'm a racist, I'm an Islamophobe, I'm a Nazi, etc. I don't like that guy. The other guy says, you have some opinion, you have tons of opinions I don't agree with, but you're welcome here. It's not rocket science. It's just politics. Of course, the side that's more welcoming is going to get more voters. And that's exactly what happened. That's why they won the popular vote when we thought it wasn't possible.
It's just politics. The side that is more welcoming has more voters. If only it were that simple, but there we go. There finally some clarity from Cenk on why he did what he did.
So stop blaming everyone and start listening to people. So when you
There's still a lot of people on the left, Cenk. I mean, there's a lot of people on the right. There's probably more people on the right in the U.S. There's still a lot of people on the left. So just don't isolate too many of us while you're trying to get voters.
when I listen to the right wing, yeah, they still had tons of opinions I don't agree with and I think are problematic. But then I did hear opinions. Here, I'll give you another one. Why did I go to Charlie Kirk in particular? Because when I interviewed him at the RNC, I thought we were going to have a brawl, right? And he comes in and sits down and then agrees that BlackRock buying all the residential homes in the country is a terrible idea and that the government should stop private equity, Wall Street, from doing that. That's amazing. I've never heard a right-winger say that. Every time I talk to the
That is amazing.
Do you think that's the mainstream right-wing position? Do you think that even
Is that really what happened, though?
All right, back on the Young Turks at the RNC. Cenk, Uyger, and Conspiracy, as you can tell.
Okay, this appears to be it. So he's talking about BlackRock buying homes to build private equity. Something cringe, something Mao would not be in favor of, I imagine. Bro, I'm striking.
Charlie Kirk
out.
joins us. It's been a while. Yeah, it has. Good to have you here from Talking Points USA.
Wildly popular, even among.
It's turning point, bro. Shit. Do they even fucking talk about houses? So he said BlackRock buying all the residential homes. Bro. Oh my god. Dude, I'm getting trolled with this fucking presidential word. I can't find home. I can't find house. I can't find residential. I can't find BlackRock. Can I find rock? Alright. Fuck it. If I can't find a transcript, I'll just give Cenk the benefit of the doubt that Kirk said that, apparently.
A close to mainstream right-wing position?
Yes,
Does he
among
even
their
say
voters,
Wall
that is
Street?
totally mainstream. Among their politicians, no, they're just as corrupt as the Democrats and the Republicans in Congress are the most corrupt people in the whole country. So they both love BlackRock. I mean, you Democrat and Republican politicians
All right, back in the
exercise and who could, pleasure them quicker. But the right-wing voters don't want their houses bought up either. And nobody outside of me and Anna know that because nobody else is willing to talk to them. And that's in fact when we say, oh, no way, they're lying, you're lying, everybody's grifting. No, they're not lying and they're not grifting.
I try to
They don't
type
want
wall and nothing comes up.
their homes bought up by private equity, and we don't want our homes bought up by private equity. For God's sake, let's talk to each other enough to find out where the agreement is.
You identify as pro-Palestine, correct?
Yeah, sure. Find where the agreement is, but the common ground is not the end-all be-all. Once you're on the common ground, your responsibility as someone on the other side is to pull them to your side. The common ground exists whether you acknowledge it or not, if it's truly common ground. But common ground is an opportunity to influence the opposition to where, the whole, like, fucking whatever pocket of, like, mainstream acceptability. I forget what the word is used, but.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Would you go to a conference similar to this for Zionists?
Yeah, I definitely, 100%.
And
And I've done very similar things already, yes.
And you sit on stage with Yoav Galant and Bibi Netanyahu and talk about the points of agreement?
Oh, my God.
Cenk employs Brianna Wu. There is no question he will sit down with a Zionist. He will pay a Zionist to run his company into the ground. Not really. That's not happening, but
I would love to do that, yes.
Okay.
Because then I could get to challenge Netanyahu and Galant to their face. That would be amazing.
Do you think that you challenge these people to their faces to the extent that you would Galant and Netanyahu? Because I didn't see a lot of challenging.
Yeah, but you're seeing one snippet there. First of
man, if only Brianna Wu got Elon Levy to come on TYT. I wonder if Cenk has reached out to Elon Levy, because he's another DGG orbiter. Destiny got in the same room as Elon Levy, and Elon Levy is only like 1 degree of separation from Netanyahu and Yoav Galant. So let's start with Elon Levy. Get Brianna Wu to do something for your company. Get her to get Elon Levy on, or get Brianna Wu to find some Zionist because she's friends with him. Do your job. No, I'm just kidding. That shit's cringe.
Well,
actually,
I'm asking because I
don't do your job. People, if I had advice for anyone, don't do your job. Your job's probably evil. Just don't do it. Get fired, become unemployed, bleed the system of its resources. Let's get it.
So Mark, so 2 things about that. Number 1, this was a venue where we were talking about a shocking new development where sometimes the left and the right agree. But I clearly said, and everybody in that room knows, you go ask a right winger. They all know, no, Cenk's left wing. He's not Marc, right? And so why do they know that? Because I've been on dozens of shows.
Not everyone. There's a lot of people saying Cenk, maybe it's more of a J, Cenk. A lot of people are saying TYT isn't left wing. It's not a given that you're left wing. And that's the big issue, is that you were so busy proving yourself to Charlie Kirk and the right wing, you forgot to prove yourself to the left wing. that you took for granted. And now you can't take it for granted that you're left wing. I can't take it for granted that I'm left wing. That's why I gave up the whole thing of left and right, because and I've also given up I'm not going to act like just because I think politics is about based and cringe. I'm not just based. I'm probably mostly cringe. And I'm probably mostly left wing too, but those aren't directly related. But it's like Cenk is taking it as granted that TYT is left wing. Yeah, your enemies are going to always call you a liberal left wing progressive news outlet, regardless of how much you're siding with them. But those are your enemies. You're turning your cheek so much, bro. You're turning your cheek so much, like the momentum of your own body is like hitting someone behind you. And you thought just because you turned your cheek, you wouldn't have to hit anybody. You're hitting people by proxy with how much you're turning your cheek for the right wing.
The left and the right agree. But I clearly said, and everybody in that room knows, you go ask the right winger. They all know, no, Cenk's left wing. He's not MAGA, right? And so why?
Yeah, we can go ask a right winger and they'll always call you a liberal. Yeah, that's true. The left wing won't always call you a left wing person or a liberal. Maybe they'll always call you a liberal. But of course, your liberalism is to the right of, or your progressivism is to the right of other ideologies. No one else. You can ask the right and they're always going to say you're left wing. You can ask the left, they're not always going to say that.
They know that because I've been on dozens of shows.
No, but I want you to avoid the question. Did you challenge them with the intensity that you ostensibly would with in the Zionist example? Did you challenge them to their faces?
On many of the right wing shows, on many topics, I do.
No,
Yes.
at this event.
That's not what we were doing.
So no, you didn't.
No, we did challenge. You heard me challenge, but we didn't have a fight. So I'm sorry if you thought we should have had a fight, but we didn't.
No. What happened here is when I asked you if you challenged in your faces, you said, well, people only saw a snippet, which would imply to the viewer that had we seen more, we would have seen more.
No. I said you only saw a snippet of my right wing, my appearances on right wing shows, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, no, I've seen a bunch of your appearances on right wing shows. So there was no challenge here. This was more of a
no challenge. We clearly laid out places where we disagree. We just didn't fight over the things that we disagree on.
Okay. There's a difference between disagreeing and challenging people on their position. For example, I could say, Netanyahu, I disagree with your position on Greater Israel. That's different than saying you've killed hundreds of thousands of people, right? I suspect if you're on stage with Netanyahu, you say, hey, you've killed hundreds of thousands of people, you prosecuted a genocide, what you're doing is against international law, you would dig in his ass. Is that fair to say?
First of all, it depends on the context, but very likely.
Oh, no. Oh, if you thought Cenk was shucking and jiving for Charlie Kirk, you ain't seen nothing yet if he was in the same place as Netanyahu. Ooh, boy. No.
Yes.
But you're saying this context where you wouldn't do that. Fine, fair enough. That troubles me, but I'm saying comparably, did you do something comparable in this space?
So in this case, we didn't go to set out to do a debate. If we went to do a debate,
I'm not talking about a debate. No, hold on. That's not what I asked you. I'm saying, did you confront them on the? You might not be debating Netanyahu. But if I see Netanyahu and I'm on a stage with him, I'm digging in his ass whether we're here for a debate or not because it's the principal thing to do. Did you tear down the right for all of the problems, all of the harm, all of the damage they've done? Did you do anything that was extended?
No, Mark, that's a totally unreasonable standard. So you're saying in every single appearance that I need to.
Anytime someone says it's an unreasonable standard, they're admitting they're wrong. They're admitting what you're saying is right. I just shouldn't have been better. And I can relate to that. I haven't met people's expectations of me. I haven't met the calling of justice. Like, I've been less than right. But when people are like, oh, that's an unreasonable standard, it's like, you can't expect me to be that good. You can't expect me to be that right. Sure, but let's talk about where you were wrong. Because if it's an unreasonable standard, does that mean you shouldn't even analyze where you didn't meet that unreasonable standard? I thought this guy was an idealist. He's operating under the ideal that he can somehow capture the right wing through populism. And you want to talk about unreasonable standards? You're an idealist. You operate under an ideal that you know will never be achieved. You're an American. You love this country. You think the arc of history bends towards justice. And yet, we will never have justice. America will always be wrong. But you operate under the ideal that America can be better, that America can be basically the best, despite never fully achieving its ideals. You are an idealist, bro. And you want to talk about unreasonable standards. That's your whole thing, is creating a standard that is beyond your ability to reach, but the point is striving towards reaching it. And you want to talk about unreasonable standards. Like it's not your responsibility to self-critique as an idealist.
That was extended.
No, Mark, that's a totally unreasonable standard. So you're saying in every
I'm
single appearance that I need to tear.
But yeah, unreasonable standards just saying, you're right, I'm wrong, I couldn't have been better.
Them down. Well, that defeats the point of beginning to have a conversation on the things that we agree on. If in the midst of that conversation we get to a disagreement, then yes, sometimes we wind up yelling at each other. I was on Tim Pool's show and I got into a huge fight with one of his hosts. And I don't care. I defend our positions every time. There is no Ruben-esque, oh, sir, you are right, sir. Gay people are the problem, sir. There's none of that. None of that. But if you're asking me
None of that, but I also say credit to a revolution well done.
to pick a fight every single time,
No.
vociferously every single time, that is an unrealistic and ridiculous.
I agree that it's unrealistic to pick a fight. But again, I never made that claim. That's another straw man. What I'm more asking about, I guess what I'm saying is, if you go there and you say, hey, look, here's the stuff we agree on. Let's move this stuff forward. Yeah, you didn't say, hey, you're awful on gay people, but what you did say is, hey, we agree on trans people. So
No, we don't agree on trans people.
Oh, no, he didn't say that. He brought up the whole trans housing thing as something they disagreed on. He took a boo from the crowd, and it's hard to take a boo from a right-wing crowd, you know? I mean, any crowd. It doesn't matter if they're left or right wing. It's hard to take a boo from them. We're just human. But yeah, no, Marc is wrong about that. They did not agree. That's one of the points Cenk brought up. But yeah, I mean, it's easy for me to say when I can pause every 30 seconds to just ramble. But yeah, anyways. L for Marc there. Cenk specifically brought up a trans point where he disagreed with the audience and Kirk. It was something. I mean, let me just make sure these are fine. What are my search history like? It's something that Cenk, by the way, apparently thought they could all agree on. He's like, we can all agree that they should have the same rights to this. And actually, I mean, the audience booed him, but they do all agree. The audience, in reality, white people, and let's make no mistake, the TPUSA audience knows they're white people. They are Americans, or whatever real American they are. Americans, whatever TPUSA audience, they don't have any protections in housing. They don't have any protections in employment, and they don't have any protections in health care based on them being Americans or white. Or whatever identity group they are. Similarly, they think trans people, they shouldn't have any protections for housing. They shouldn't have any protections for healthcare, nor trans protections to employment. So they do all agree. I mean, I think Cenk thinks that there should be protections for trans people, but the whole thing, is like saying trans people should have the same rights. The same rights means the same lack of protection in this context, in my belief. Heteros have no protections for being heterosexual. Queers in this audience believes there should be no protections for being queer, gender or sexuality wise.
Because I said, don't we?
But Cenk understands that as a disagreement, and it makes sense because he was booed for his position. It's just the audience is too dumb to believe that he's like handing them another W. So,
like, do you guys agree with constitutional rights for trans people? Every time I've done that on Right Wing Show, all the hosts said yes. In this case, 2/3 of the audience said yes.
There is no constitutional rights for trans people. There's constitutional rights for people, and that's it. That's just it. There's no right to not be discriminated against.
Third didn't, but just my read of it. And then Charlie said that that no, he doesn't think housing is a constitutional right. So I said,
I mean, not constitutionally at least. There's Brown v. Board, which forbids separate but equal discrimination. Although like redlining came after that, but yeah, there's. Look at all the amendments. Look at everything. It's gonna say nothing about transness. It says a little bit about gender because it's been codified into law. And maybe there should be constitutional protections for trans people. Maybe there should be an amendment for trans people. I'm not opposed to that. But it's not there. It's irrelevant. Constitutional rights are beyond transness at the present moment. Transness is not codified into constitutional law in any capacity, even under non-discrimination capacities within the Constitution. It's not discrimination if no one has protections. No one has the right to housing, including trans people. There's no heterosexual right to this or that. There's no trans right to this or that.
I disagree with that.
You agree with trans people having housing? That wasn't really what I meant, but I don't want to get distracted by that. My bigger point is pointing to the right and saying, hey, here's where we agree. The right doesn't seem to have a problem getting the stuff they want accomplished. They don't seem to have a problem advancing policies. So to me, to go in that space and
I think right-wing voters are just as screwed as us. What did Trump deliver for them in the first term? Nothing. He just gave.
Yeah, I mean, Trump didn't build the wall. He didn't get rid of Obamacare. There's an impotence that Cenk is right about here.
Corporate tax cuts. So, like, they're not getting what they want either. And I'm super curious how they're going to react if Trump screws them again this time. Is it the old MAGA and I'm totally wrong and they all bow their heads? If he invades Panama, all of a sudden they love war, then I'm wrong. And then, I'll be happy to say I'm wrong. But if it turns out that he continues to screw them and they rebel a little bit.
And again, it's like, so if they start a new war in Panama, you'll believe they're not the anti-war like party. They're evangelical Zionists who believe Israel has to exist so the Armageddon happens. That's the Americans. That's them. You can say it's not them, it's them. The Americans at some TPUSA conference, they are evangelicals who believe Israel is a part of a prophecy to end the world. Literally. That's what they believe. And you think they're anti-war? They want the world to end. Literally. They want the apocalypse. They think it's prophesied. And they're anti-war? I'll give you that they're critical of Ukraine, and so the Democrats have failed to be the MAGA was more of an anti-war ticket than the Democrats were in this past election. That's true. And it's because of Ukraine. Trump and his cronies have an interest in ending the war in Russia. And Democrats have an interest in continuing that war. It's not the only war the United States is involved in. And the Israel war is a part of a literal conspiracy to end the world based on divine prophecy. So I don't know why Cenk has these illusions about the audience he was speaking to, but they're all evangelical Zionists, every single one of them, or the vast majority of them. And I'd love to see evidence to the contrary. But until I see that, they literally all believe. They literally all believe that, bro.
Going to react if Trump screws them again this time? Is it the old MAGA and I'm totally wrong and they all bow their heads? If he invades Panama, all of a sudden they love war, then I'm wrong. And then
it's bullshit. All of a sudden they invade Panama and they love war. They love war with the fucking genocide in Gaza, bro. They've already proven they love war. Trump says no one's No one's a greater ally to Israel than me. No one loves Israel more than I do. There is no greater friend to Israel than Trump. And they have to go to Panama for you to believe they love war?
I'd be happy to say I'm wrong. But if it turns out that he continues to screw them and they rebel a little bit, well, that'll be an interesting phenomenon, right? But I don't know what's going to happen yet. We made up the percentages in the beginning. We'll see what the reality is when the rubber hits the road, but it hasn't yet.
Have you received any money for this?
None.
No one's paid you to appear?
None. Zero. None.
You appeared at this conference completely for free?
Yes.
Okay.
What about
have you been
action
offered
committee?
any kind of positions, any kind of consultancies, any kind anything from right-wing organizations?
None. Zero.
Okay. I'm not asking. I think you have. I actually don't think you have. I just want to put that. I want that on the record so that there's no confusion.
Yep.
What do you say to the person who says? And I'm not doing the hypothetical journalist thing. People in the comments have said it. I just don't know, specifically their names, but you can scroll through and see. Yeah, you're not getting money from this directly, but you know what side of the bread is buttered. You know that taking the positions you're taking will have you on talk shows. Your views will go up on the channel. You'll get you'll get a wider audience.
I mean, he'll definitely get a bump from his appearance. I don't know if this will make him more palatable to like Fox News or OAN. I mean, Cenk can get on OAN if he wants to, right? Like, what connections is Charlie Kirk providing Cenk other than a bump in viewership immediately after his appearance at the conference? If Marc's only talking about like the bump in views from like Cenk's appearance at the conference, that's one thing. But like, I don't know if Cenk is getting any connections beyond that he doesn't already have.
If the right wingers who love to click on stuff and love to watch media, that this is still a strategic career move. What do you say to that?
I totally and utterly absurd.
And so I just want to say that the way Marc presented that, obviously that's not his opinion. He's just posing the question. So I'm not saying Marc thinks that. He's just posing the question.
So number one, if you want to be real, of the two things, the theories that I talked about earlier about us, we're right-wing grifters and getting money for it. Oh, your audience is dying off, etc. We can't be both, right? Well, the reality is this has cost us a good number of paid subscribers.
Yeah, Cenk can appeal to the right wing and lose a lot of left-wing progressive subscribers. It can be both, actually. Your move can have been to appeal to the right wing to grow your audience, and your audience that isn't right wing can also have left you for that move. Those are both possible, and those are pretty mutually inclusive ideas, actually. So whatever. It's so awesome being right about everything all the time. These guys are so wrong about literally everything they say. Dude, I love being a hyper leftist. This is so awesome.
We're not unaware of that. And it has cost us in terms of the live show, et cetera. The numbers there. We're not unaware of that. We're actually doing something really bold and courageous, which is that we're willing to risk our not only money, but the loyalty of our audience to do what we perceive to be the right thing. And Marc, it's the same exact thing I did when I challenged Obama from the left. Tons of paid subscribers left, audience left. No, Obama's a saint. You can't do that. And that was early on in his administration after we helped him so much to get elected against McCain. We do not do audience capture, and we challenge our own audience, open minds, open hearts. So the challenge, this idea of grifting, I know where it comes from. Again, I'm not saying, oh my God, nobody's ever going to do that or nobody's ever done that. No, people have done that. I get it. I get it. Yeah, but in order to make that charge, and if somebody in the audience is concerned, that's totally fine, right? But when other left-wing hosts say they already have done that, that's just a lie. And so that is deeply problematic.
Have done what? Audience capture? Avoiding the right-wing grift? Other hosts saying they've done anything better than TYT? What is he even talking about?
We have a bunch of hosts out there saying things that aren't even close to true. They never checked. They never asked. At least you asked, Marc. And I appreciate you asking. So people have to be concerned about where they're getting their news. And unfortunately, some folks on our side also have bad intent.
I think that's that's important for you to say.
But has Cenk ever I mean, he might just think it's a given that some people on the right wing have bad intentions. But all I heard him say is they had good intention. Like, doesn't Charlie Kirk have bad intentions as much as any left wing, like the Vanguard channel or anyone else? Any bad intentions they have, doesn't Charlie Kirk have those multiple fold? At this appearance? I don't know, man. I don't know if Cenk would disagree with that. Maybe I'm just missing something.
Charlie Kirk is somebody, obviously, you're okay sharing stage with. We contrasted him to Nick Fuentes. Would you share a stage with Nick Fuentes?
No. In fact, I was on the Spaces.
And so we're on this, like, we're at this point where, like, I love rambling, but the whole idea that Charlie Kirk is so much different than Nick Fuentes, he is different in a very substantial capacity, but it's not in that he is so much less right wing than, or less fascist than Fuentes. The only substantial difference, and you can, Fuentes' audience has confronted Kirk about this point. And this is another thing, like, you can ignore it and be like, well, you know, it's not even worth addressing. But, like, Fuentes' audience has confronted Charlie Kirk multiple times of the USS Liberty incident. I believe it is a matter of valid debate whether the USS Liberty incident was an accident or whether it was intentional. But to even imply in a 1% degree it was intentional, you're labeled a Nazi. If not by everybody, by some people. And then the more you claim the USS Liberty incident was intentional, the more people call you a Nazi. And Charlie Kirk completely said, oh, it was on accident. Ben Shapiro, oh, it was on accident. They never meant to do that, if they even acknowledged the topic. So it's, but I mean, it makes sense because Cenk's strategy is not to bring up inconvenient topics to, like, you know, dig at his enemies. And, you know, maybe that's the right strategy, but it's a matter of strategy how Fuentes has confronted the Kirk or, like, TPUSA or, like, the right wing. Because I mean, it's fair to say Nick Fuentes is more right wing than they are. They are more liberal than he is. That's true. But I don't really buy into this, oh, I'll be on stage with Charlie Kirk and not Nick Fuentes. And that's because Nick Fuentes is a Nazi and Charlie Kirk isn't. If one of them is, it's not to say that both of them are, but it is to say that Cenk has the ability to draw lines fine enough that Kirk isn't a Nazi, Fuentes is one. I won't share a stage with a Nazi. Kirk isn't one, so I'll share a stage. He's able to delineate and draw lines politically fine enough in that space, where, like, other spaces where he refuses to draw lines seem suspect to me. Or, like, where he draws lines doesn't seem to be based in a political principle. Seems to be based in opportuneness and the opposite.
On X, and he joined and I left. And so, yeah, there's a line, right? And
what's the line?
I often grapple with that line myself, right?
What is the line?
The line is a personal thing. It has no principle based in it. And Cenk, if I remember right, he's not going to give a principled line. It's going to be a line that he just draws. And that's what most people do. I don't know if Marc Lamont Hill himself even, he might have a line that he draws, but I don't know if it's any less based in social opportuneness and social inconvenience than Cenk does. It's just Marc is just more right in that he's more correct in being more left than Cenk is on a lot of stuff.
For you, right? And I know it's provisional. We all fuck. What is the line in general for you?
Yeah,
line is. And so he knows it's all provisional. So yeah, I mean, Cenk isn't really gonna give a real answer here. So not a real answer that actually like, Charlie Kirk. If I looked up what Charlie Kirk said about Islam, it's over, bro. It's over. But Cenk wasn't there to talk about Islam.
When your main thesis is white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc. Like that's what Nick's known for. That's what he does, right?
Right. He's a Nazi.
And that's what Charlie Kirk is also known for. I mean, Charlie Kirk isn't known for his anti-Semitism because he's a philo-Semite, but he is known as a white supremacist and a racist. And if you think he isn't known as that, you did some of the work in making him not be known as that thing.
He's like a literal. I mean, I think he says he's a neo-Nazi, and I'll take him at his word.
He doesn't say that. So yeah, I mean, Cenk says, I think he says this. He doesn't say that. Nick Fuentes has never been like, I am a this. There has been no confession. There is plausible deniability. As much as Nick has said, there is plausible deniability. He hasn't said that. It's just fake news. It's disinformation. It's not a big deal because Nick is that. He is that. He hasn't said he's that. He is that. So you don't have to take him at his word. Because you're not going to take him at his word for like anything that's less incriminating, for one. But you don't have to take him at his word because it's irrelevant. So I mean, it's just a lie, and it's really sad that I have to like take a second to be like, yeah, Cenk is just doing fake news. Nick's never said that. He's never said that. Prove it. Show me. Like, prove it. He hasn't said that. I promise you. And it's like, it's not I don't care if my credibility is in question. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not wrong, but maybe I am. He hasn't said that. And you shouldn't take him at his word. Will you take Nick Fuentes at his word if he says he's not a neo-Nazi? Oh, but you'll take him at his word because he apparently said he was? It's nonsense. It's nonsense, and it's a lack of being able to actually distinguish between a figure like Charlie Kirk and Nick Fuentes in any specific way because it brings up other conversations. One big distinction is one is a Zionist, one is not. That doesn't make Nick Fuentes better because he hates Israel. But it is a big difference because Nick's own audience has gone after Kirk for the USS Liberty incident. Like, that's one of the most viewed videos on YouTube about Nick. And if you're just going to ignore that thing, it's like, you're not really addressing what is the substantial difference between Kirk and Fuentes. It's just, one seems worse to me. One's way more mainstream palatable, which is probably the main reason. Charlie Kirk is very brand friendly. Nick Fuentes is very not brand friendly. But also, there's a Zionist issue. There's other issues. There's the issue that they're both Nazis. If you're going to call anyone Nazis, who's not a self-avowed one, and he's not one. And then they start lying and saying, like, oh, he literally said he was one. No, you didn't. Never, ever. No, he literally never said that, so whatever.
Right? So, or he defends Nazis, right? That's good enough. No, I have no interest, right?
Or he defends Nazis. I mean, that's a statement you can maybe get away with. Because, I mean, Fuentes has said some weird ish about Hitler and the Nazis. So is Ye. So is Sneeko. There's other people who literally are like, I don't know. Then you just, if you're calling Ye a Nazi, I don't know if you're wrong, but maybe you shouldn't be congratulating Charlie Kirk, another Nazi, on a revolution well done. Seems a little hypocritical to me.
I guess that's where I get confused. I saw this from 1023 where you called Trump a Nazi.
Yeah,
But
that's
you share a
actually
stage with Trump and share a stage at an event that supports the movement of a Nazi. And what's the difference?
yeah. I don't know if that's a title or if I actually said that, but it's in quotes. So maybe I did.
I mean, I have the video. I can play it.
Yeah. Okay. No. If you say it, I know that some people are sending around videos. I believe it. So what I try to do is I tried not to call him a Nazi or Hitler, but I did.
Did you think he was a Nazi, or were you being hyperbolic?
No. I must have been hyperbolic then because I never.
You never thought Trump was a Nazi.
No.
So
But fascist, yeah.
Cenk, I never thought Trump was a Nazi. Uyger. But it's so easy to call out Nick Fuentes. Oh, explain to me the difference, bro. And I can point out one big difference, and I'm not saying that's the reason, but it's just the reality, bro. It's like, who aligns with the J boys? Oh, Trump aligns with the J boys. He's not a Nazi. Oh, Kirk aligns with the J boys. Nick does. Oh, he's a Nazi. They're all white supremacists. They're all nationalists. Oh, but they're not a Nazi because they like the J boys colony in Palestine. It's not even about like the J boys. It's about Zionists and like Israelis. Jays are actually like super. I mean, anyways, it doesn't really matter what I think about the Jays. It's about the Z's. It's about people with a country that is settler colonizing in the contemporary era. It's about colonization. It's not about religious and ethnic identities. But Kirk aligns with Israel. Trump aligns with Israel. Nick doesn't align with Israel despite being mostly indistinct besides. I mean, Nick was he literally went to Trump's house, bro, with Ye. Oh, so Ye's a Nazi, Nick's a Nazi, but they went to Mar-a-Lago. Trump isn't a Nazi. What happened to the whole, like, if you sit at a table thing? Oh, but no. It's so fake.
I'm even more confused because this conversation you're talking about how we shouldn't flame throw and call people names and call everybody who's a racist or a racist. You don't even want us to call actual white supremacists. Why would you call them a Nazi?
No, I'm saying that I must have that must have been hyperbolic because I tried hard not to call him a Nazi, so that must have been a mistake. And here's my distinction, and I've explained this many times. I'm worried about Trump's fascism because he showed it to us. So on January 6th, but before January 6th as well, he did a fake elector plot. He then agitated people to go bomb rush the Capitol. The point wasn't to keep the Capitol. The point was to delay the proceedings so he could have his fake electors steal the election. So I've been super clear about that. That's why I hated Trump. That's why I fought tooth and nail against Trump. So those are fascist tendencies.
So he's a fascist. He's just not a Nazi.
And I have no problem calling it fascist. But it is not Nazi. Nazi is a completely different thing where they killed 13 million people and had death camps. Trump didn't have
13 million of who? And it's crazy he says the 13 million. What about the anti-communist part of that 13 million, bro? Who were the anti-fascists? Half of those people killed in that number were anti-fascists. They weren't Jays. They weren't the Nazis' enemies inherent in their identity. They were communists, bro. Oh my god. They killed 13 million people. Half of those people they killed were for political and not racial or ethnic or religious differences. It was political differences. And that's, oh man.
Have death camps. He didn't kill those people, but for the right.
Neither did Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
I never said neither did Nick Fuentes, but you're still comfortable calling him a Nazi.
No.
There we go. Oh, okay, bro. Let's go. Marc Lamont Hill. Neither did Nick Fuentes. Let's go. Fine. Okay, so let's address it. All right. That's awesome. And it's not because I want Nick Fuentes to be like, oh, he's not that. He is that. Let's discuss why he is and why Charlie Kirk apparently isn't. Let's go. Let's go, bro.
But Nick Fuentes, though, that he defends the Nazis, so that's a joke.
Yeah, and so does. Oh well, so he doesn't disavow. I mean, Trump doesn't disavow, like the Proud Boys or whoever. So now it's about this. So if Charlie Kirk disavows all the right people, despite like not doing anything in reality to prevent their movement, I don't know. Whatever. I'm just gonna keep letting it play.
Giant difference.
So that's the line for you. You have to explain. And I agree.
It's not a giant difference, bro. It's not. Disavowal is important. I mean, it's cool to disavow people, but it's not a giant difference. One, because Trump didn't disavow the Proud Boys. I don't think Trump's even disavowed like David Duke. I don't think Trump ever went to disavowing anyone. And also, Nick Fuentes didn't say he was a neo-Nazi. Nick Fuentes never said that. So maybe that's just why Cenk is saying that, because he's under the belief that Nick Fuentes literally identified himself with that group. But at best, Nick Fuentes refused to disavow, just like Trump refused to disavow. And Charlie Kirk, he'll disavow some groups, but you know, you have to do that on a case-by-case basis to see why.
By the way, that Nick Fuentes is an evil person, he's a Nazi, etc. You're saying the person, anything short of self-identifying as a Nazi and openly supporting Hitler, you're okay sharing.
Which Fuentes didn't do, by the way, any more than like someone like Ye or Sneeko or even Trump did. But whatever.
Stage what this sounds like.
Again, Mark, you're framing it in a way that sounds extreme. So it's
it is extreme. Charlie Kirk is extreme, dude. That's the point. You're making them seem moderate when they're extreme. That's the point.
Don't you consider that maybe what you're saying is extreme, though? I mean, I might be describing exactly what you're saying. It just doesn't sound as good coming back to you.
So no, not at all, Mark. So a couple of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. But I would share a stage with him because of all the things that we discussed before. The ability to have the other voice, the other side have a voice. You know, whether you challenge, don't challenge, you challenge screaming, you challenge.
It's not whether you challenge or don't challenge. Because Cenk was right until that point. You can go on stage with Netanyahu to show the other side, to give the other side a voice, or maybe because you're the voice that the other side is being given, like you're being given your voice by the other side on that stage, hypothetically. But it is about challenging. It is about that, dude. It's not whether you challenge or don't. It is about challenging. And you believe it's about challenging too. You believe it's about avoiding challenging people. You think it's about making challenges palatable and consumable and digestible. You want to sugarcoat your challenges in a way that they can digest. And people think you should not challenge them in such a way. But it's like, it's a ridiculous thing. It's not about challenging or not challenging someone who is doing a genocide when you're on stage with them. He's like lost in the sauce, dude. He's so lost. I'm lost too. I'm lost in a very real way. I'm probably more lost than Cenk is. But this guy's super lost in this way. So it's not about challenging or don't challenging. You got the wrong. You're treating things as principles that should not be principles. This is an exception. If you're on the stage with a literal genocider, you have to challenge them. And it's not about challenging them in a way that's digestible to both of them and the audience. It is about challenging them. It is. Maybe it's not about challenging Charlie Kirk because he's just like some cartoon like figure in the mainstream media. But Netanyahu is a head of state. You're a journalist or a political commentator. You whatever you are. And he is a head of state committing genocide. It is about challenging him. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's easy for me to pause and see where they like say things that they don't necessarily mean. But I mean, I think Cenk, maybe he even thinks it's not about challenging Netanyahu hypothetically if he was on the stage with him. Maybe he really thinks that, but he shouldn't. It's not regardless of whether you challenge them or not. It's not like, oh, it's just about getting on the stage and the principle of that. Let's just say there's a lot of things you could do way more extreme than challenging Netanyahu if you're on the same stage as him. That could be helpful. Let's just say that, bro. You want to say it's like, I want to be helpful by not challenging them and making it palatable, or whatever challenges I do give, I make them palatable. And that's how I can be most helpful. That's how it's not helpful to do something more antagonistic than that. You can get 1,000 times more antagonistic in this hypothetical, and it would be 1,000 times more helpful. I can tell you that, Cenk. If you're on a stage with Netanyahu, acting like you did with Charlie Kirk is not the most helpful thing you can do. That is for sure. Holy man. But he's just lost in the sauce of like polite politics. So he's like saying this crazy thing in the same sentence as a genocider's name.
Coming back to you.
So no, not at all, Mark. So a couple of things. Benjamin Netanyahu is a terrorist. He's a war criminal. He committed genocide. But I would share a stage with him because of all the things that we discussed before. The ability to have the other voice, the other side have a voice. You know, whether you challenge, don't challenge, you challenge screaming, you challenge whispering. At least I give the Palestinians a voice by being on that stage. When I go on the right-wing show.
Maybe you give the Muslims a voice, bro. Give the Palestinians a voice. There's already a voice. Palestine's voices are ringing in the Zionists' head, especially Netanyahu. Their voices are ringing in his head day and night. So you might give them a voice in the literal sense, but I don't even know if you'll do that. If you're like, so it's whether I challenge him or not. You don't think a Palestinian would challenge Netanyahu? Bro is like fucking the son of Hamas, like that grifter.
At least I give the left wing a voice by being there. And so if you frame it as,
yeah, he's taking it as granted, like he would be a left wing and a pro-Palestinian voice. You got to prove that. While you're so busy proving yourself to the right wing, you have to continue proving that. And if you don't continue to prove that, you're going to get issues like you have right now. You're not proving that you're a left-wing voice. You're not proving that you're pro-Palestinian in this hypothetical by like thinking it's regardless if you challenge him or not. You're not proving. You have to prove yourself to us too. It's not. You can't take us for granted. And I'm not even. I say us, and I literally did this meme like an hour ago, but it's like, whether I'm left-wing or not, you can't take your side for granted as if you're always going to be a part of their side while you're trying to prove yourself by turning your cheek. Just a constant turning of your cheek. You're trying to prove yourself to the right wing, bro. So maybe he understands that. I mean, the lost subscribers and all that, maybe he has to prove himself to us too, even if he's been a part of our side for so long.
Oh, look at Cenk Uyger happily going on stage with a terrorist Netanyahu, then I seem like a bad guy. If you say Cenk Uyger giving voice to the Palestinians by being on the same stage as Netanyahu, I seem like a good guy. It's all in the framing. It's in the framing. So when you get to the hard
agree. It's not
Palestine, again, the voices of Palestinians haunt Netanyahu and all of the genociders. The victims of their genocide, their voices are ringing in their heads constantly. I promise you. And you think you're doing the world some favor.
That suggests that your behavior is neutral and the framing is what makes it right or wrong. I'm saying you can actually make different choices on that stage.
So, Mark, then let me ask you back. So,
Sure.
do you think that as we were talking about populism on both sides and rebelling against the establishment, and that was the theme?
Making a mistake. Cenk would only be doing himself and TYT a favor if he got on the same stage as Netanyahu. That's it. Necessarily. He could potentially do Palestinians a favor, but it sounds like he won it.
Theme of it was supposed to last about 20 minutes. That I should have done a sidewinder and derailed the whole thing by attacking him on his previous quotes about black people.
Not necessarily, no. But
What? It's previous quotes. He's talking about Charlie Kirk.
So, Mark, then let me ask you back. So,
Sure.
do you think that as we were talking about populism on both sides and rebelling against the establishment, and that was the theme of it that was supposed to last about 20 minutes, that I should have done a sidewinder and derailed the whole thing by attacking him on his previous quotes about black people?
Maybe. Yeah, fuck him. You think Charlie Kirk deserves better? I wonder what Charlie Kirk has said about black people. Oh, it looks like he's saying a bunch of stuff about white people. Alright, I don't even care, dude. And like Candace Owens, I'm not a fan, but at least she isn't a Zionist shill. So there's that. It's not about blackness, bro.
Not necessarily, no. But again, that's not necessarily the only way to be courageous in that space. That's not the only way to be principled in that space. That's not the only way to do important resistance work in that space. You could pull up an old quote, or you could speak to the bigger system. You could speak to the bigger establishment. It's one thing that's, to give you a concrete example, you sat on that stage and said, we all, the left and the right, we all hate establishment media. Right? We can agree that establishment media needs to go. Everybody claps. That's a great feel-good moment. But again, those people who leave that room, who are the dominant consumers of mainstream media, who are the dominant viewers of mainstream media, and who are controlled by people who are right-wing, they're going to walk away saying, yeah, we got to tear down mainstream media. And they're talking about CNN, and they're talking about MSNBC. Courageous is going on that stage and saying, look, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but Fox News is mainstream media too.
But I have said that on right-wing shows. So you're taking a 20-minute event here.
I'm not saying you've never said it. I'm saying in that we're talking about how to behave in this space, right? Yeah, I'm sure you've said it a million times, but we're talking about right now how to behave in that space. And when I keep pointing out what you did do in that space, you try to do the sleight of hand thing, where then you talk about what you did somewhere else. I'm saying in this space, to answer your specific question you asked me, which is should you have torn them down and brought specific acts of racism or this other thing? I'm saying you don't necessarily have to do that or even make it so personal, right? Because I get how that could be a distraction. What you can do is say, hey, we all want to tear down mainstream media. Establishment media, I'm with y'all. But let's be clear, establishment media isn't just MSNBC and CNN. It's also Fox, which has been the voice of the right.
Exactly. And Fox also has anchors from the Trump administration, probably Republican administrations before that, who went from the State Department, or who went from being press secretaries to Fox News. Like Democrat press secretaries went from the White House to MSNBC and CNN. This is totally true. This is something that Cenk could have done, but he didn't. No one's perfect, so.
For decades now, it's OANN, it's all these things. All of this needs to be torn down. Yes, you could say that.
So, Mark, when I'm on a show like Patrick Bet David in the last 2 hours or 3 hours, we get to get into that stuff, and that's exactly what I say. Exactly what I say. Okay, so you're taking a 20-minute speech and go, not good enough. You didn't say it there. You didn't say it that one time. Okay, no, that's not.
And it's not good. You think you're good enough? Think you're good enough? I thought this guy was an idealist. You think you're good enough? Where do these idealists get off? By thinking they don't have to meet unreasonable standards. You don't have to meet the unreasonable standards, but the standards are actually reasonable. Or like, even if they're unreasonable, it's reasonable that you take the responsibility of imperfection when working under idealist frameworks. You can't just be like, oh, well, I can't meet the perfect goal I'm setting for myself. It's just excuses. And I mean, I get that. I get it. Like, I'm not better than Cenk. I'm like worse than Cenk, probably. On all this stuff I'm calling him out for. I'm probably worse about it than he is. But it's like it is it's just excuses. It's excuses. It's another one of those.
In a 20-minute speech and go, not good enough. You didn't say it there. You didn't say it that one time. Okay? No, that's
No,
not
that's not what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in
I mean, it doesn't even matter. I mean, I guess that's not what Marc's doing apparently, but you think you're good enough, Cenk? You think you did a good enough job of getting the right wing while you were handing out W's like candy? Credits to your successful revolution. And you think you were good enough? Where's your successful revolution? And you wouldn't be good enough then, but you'd be closer.
That's
no, that's not what I'm doing. You're misrepresenting my position. My position isn't that in a single instance you didn't do this one thing in a 20-minute space. My critique is that when you're deploying now a strategy of entering these kinds of rooms and doing these kinds of things, and particularly these
we have a very
special, which
special
is what conventions are: Democrat, Republican, left, right, whatever. They're all these public spectacles. And I'm saying that there's a significant danger in entering those spaces and not being significantly courageous. This isn't about nitpicking a particular thing you didn't do. This isn't about saying, well, you did 99, but there's the 100 one you missed. You're framing this as if we're nitpicking. And I'm saying no. The actual logic of the strategy that you're articulating right now about how to move in these rooms, I'm saying is deeply problematic for left wing.
I don't even understand what you're saying, Marc. Well, how is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic. Everybody keeps.
I might just. I don't know if I even want to finish here, but it's just funny because Cenk is like, oh, you're so inarticulate, Marc. For a really articulate guy, it's hard to understand what you're saying. It's making no sense.
He's going by himself to the meeting. This setup.
I wonder what Cenk says about this. Let's go. Cenk, a CEO of a media company. I wonder what he has to say.
Because they're the largest, so you need the percent denied to truly rate it.
Yeah, it's about 32%. It's monstrous. It's a third of the people.
Look at that. And I'm classic hyper leftist thing. I'm just gonna wait until Cenk says something I disagree with after he said like a bunch of things I agree with to bitch about.
Look at the claim denial rates by insurance company. Look at that. They're 32%. Pat.
And so this is actually Cenk brought up how like this issue also went beyond partisan lines. So maybe he was thinking about this because I mean.
Kaiser's at 7%. They're denying the crap out of everybody.
What is the industry average? What does that number say?
16. Twice the industry
So they're
average.
double.
They're double.
And
then think about it. I don't hate to be this guy. It is what it is. When you're screwing people over like that at the corporate level, and they don't realize, they think they're untouchable. Sad to say, you're not untouchable because
this guy's also like he's some like I think he said he's Syrian, but this guy's like a he let's say he came to the United States the right way, and he says all the right things about the United States as a Syrian about Israel, for example. And Cenk has no problem sitting at the table with this guy, so.
Because you are affecting people's lives.
This isn't exactly Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is a little different, but let's see how Cenk responds.
I don't know the full story, but to carve that into shell casings, that's a freaking personal vendetta, and that's personal. That has something personal to do it out in the open. I think they're gonna.
Bro, what about the elected officials who wrote messages on material the United States sold to countries? What about Nikki Haley writing a message on a bomb? What about what's his face? That Shapiro, whatever his first name is. What about them? Oh, it's personal now when some citizen does it. What about them? Oh, it's not personal. That's just politics.
They'll probably catch this guy in a week or two, but I mean, the numbers don't lie.
He's still on the run.
Can I just say, this is the exact segment we did on the Young Turks yesterday.
Yeah,
So this is what I'm talking about. If we just talk to each other, it's amazing how much we agree. We totally agree.
Yep.
We totally agree. I mean, they did do the thing of saying, yeah, they brought up the denial rate. Sure. Bro, what's this? That's like, every time I remember Cenk Uyger employs Brianna Wu, I just, like, see this in my mind.
Shooting this guy is terrible, immoral, totally unacceptable. Violence is always unacceptable. It's always surrender in the battlefield of ideas, etc.
Yes.
What? Violence is totally unacceptable while Nikki Haley and what's his face Shapiro are writing messages on artillery shells. Violence is never, bro. Oh man.
Now, at the same time, not but at the same time, you have this chart, and it's true.
Yes.
And so it goes to the point that we've been talking about. People, like the people in power, are bottling everything up, and they think that they can maintain that. This is unprecedented. It doesn't happen in other countries. In other countries, you're in all other developed nations, you're actually guaranteed healthcare, and then you could put private healthcare on top. We don't do that. So 76.
I mean, not every country has a private option on top, but yeah, basically that'd be a step forward for the U.S. Public option with a private option.
6,000 people, according to studies, die every year because they don't have health insurance. That number is zero in other countries. So as much as I mourn this guy, I don't want.
It's zero. Yeah. Okay.
Anybody to think otherwise, right? I also mourn those 76,000 Americans that die every year because they get denied coverage. Because think about health insurance. It makes no sense in my mind to privatize this. So like you want to do private on top? Great, no problem. You want to do private security on top of the cops? Great, no problem. But when you have it like this,
okay.
You know, Pat, you and I run businesses. What do you want to do? You want to maximize profit. You want to minimize costs, right?
Ooh. Whoa. Did Cenk just say the quiet part out loud? As a business owner, he wants to minimize costs and maximize profits. Whoa, I thought it was about the message, bro. Chill.
So what's the revenue?
Of course. Of course we think that. Of course, all business owners think that. Whoa.
You're getting in money from people. You charge for everything. Charge for everything, right? And what do you pay out? Healthcare. So you deny as much healthcare as possible so you can make a greater profit. So these guys made $20 billion in profit the other day. I don't mind people making profits from jeans, burgers, etc. God bless, right?
Media companies.
You're adding on top of the things that are guaranteed. I don't mind that at all. But when you're denying 32%, almost a third of the people through 18 different tricks, endless tricks, and then all these folks die because they don't have health insurance, they're going to get mad. And I'm not saying this to encourage vigilante violence. I'm saying this as a warning. Like, the vigilante violence is going to break out whether we agree or disagree, whether we condemn it or not. And I'll give you other examples that, like on crime. I'm like, guys, if you don't do something about crime in LA, people are going to start taking it into their own hands. And they did. And then you started seeing vigilante.
Wait, what's he talking about there?
Justice against criminals, and then unfortunately against homeless people, etc. Because when you bottle things up, people go, enough of this shit, and you get vigilante justice.
And by the way, and that's what Joker 1 was really all about, which is why I walked that 42 minutes into the movie. I said, this is not a good movie. This is a dividing movie. But there's a part of it that is true, and it happens. In regards to, you said a lot of different things. In regards to private healthcare versus, public, the government offers it, all that stuff. And I just don't think anything public does better than private. I just don't think they do. That's my only argument to that. And I
don't think he's talking about Citizen Flynn, but...
People go, enough of this shit, and you get vigilante justice.
And by the way, and that's...
But it's like, is he saying the same reason some homeless guy was choked to death on a subway station? Is he saying the same reason that happened is the United Healthcare thing?
What Joker 1 was really all about, which is why I walked that 42 minutes into the movie. I said, this is not a good movie. This is a dividing movie. But there's a part of it that is true, and it happens. In regards to, you said a lot of different things. In regards to private healthcare versus, public, the government offers it, all that stuff. And I just don't think anything public does better than private. I just don't think they do. That's my only argument to that. And I do say regularly, what's the business model of hospital?
I mean, he's just sitting at a table with a bunch of, capitalist freaks. Private's always better than public. Really? Why is... Oh, man. Why are we China's bitch? Oh, it's because China has some public companies, so that's why they're completely fucking dominating us for the past 3 decades. And more than that. It's because China allowed... And I mean, China did, do a lot of liberalizing of reforms, which... I mean, the private existence of companies in China has been an effective strategy in their economic rise. But I mean, that more has to do with finding a way into Western markets than like them being superior. Private's always going to be better than public. Okay. Private insurance is always going to be better than public. Really? Is a private military always going to be better than a public military? What? He's just sitting. These guys are. I'm just gonna let this play out, but I mean, Cenk didn't really say it. I mean, he kind of said some stuff.
I'm like, guys, if you don't do something about crime in LA, people are going to start taking it into their own hands, and they did. And then you started seeing vigilante justice against criminals, and then unfortunately against homeless people, etc. Because when you bottle things up, people go, enough of this shit, and you get vigilante justice.
By the way, and that's what Joker 1 was really all about, which is why I walked that 42 minutes into the movie. I said, this is not a good movie. This is a dividing movie. But there's a part of it that is true, and it happens. In regards to, you said a lot of different things. In regards to private healthcare versus, public, the government offers it, all that stuff. And I just don't think anything public does better than private. I just don't think they do. That's my only argument to that. And
What an idiot. The national security of the United States would be way better if it was private and not public.
I do say regularly, what's the business model of hospitals? The more beds filled, the more money they make. They need more sick people, right? Okay, what's the business model of military, companies that sell weapons? They need more wars. What's the business model? We're on the same page.
What if hospitals didn't have a profit motive? They wouldn't need more sick people. How would they get rid of the profit motive? By being a public company? Would that work better? You boomer? Would that work better?
Hotel.
He's literally describing about why the private healthcare system in the U.S. is worse than public healthcare systems. The profit motive existing.
They need beds filled.
That's the shooter's picture right there. That's the shooter, who the person is. By the way, there's a story going out. This may or may not be true. In February of this year, United Health had a cyber breach in February, if I'm not mistaken. I think a day before or a day of. You guys can go do your own due diligence. This article's spreading all over the place as well. I don't know if it's factual or not. The Pelosi's, they're famous for making investments into certain things.
Psychics.
On the same day.
God. I'm just letting this guy talk. I don't know if it's true or not.
And he's on an e-bike, so he's going green. But think about it. He can't be in a car.
How do you get the e-bike? You gotta have a credit card.
Exactly, but there's no getaway. You can't take an Uber in Manhattan. You got to get on the bike. I mean, he planned it, and then on the bike.
I'm going to go on a limb and say you can get an Uber in Manhattan.
But then, like you said, Adam, his face is out there. Now, it's in 2 days, 3 days, you're going to find out who this guy is and what happened with him in the insurance side of it. But then going back to you, Cenk, if you think about it, this guy, if he was insider trading and he's lying to the people and he's denying 37% of the claims and people are dying because of it, would you think that he belongs in jail if he's guilty for insider trading and ruining people's lives and 75,000 people?
So two different things. If he's doing insider trading.
If he's guilty, just look to the shining city on the hill and what they do to billionaires that are guilty of crimes.
That's a illegal.
I mean, I don't know if the CEO was a billionaire. He probably wasn't. Does he deserve jail time? Nah, dude. Financial crimes. That's playground shit, dude. Just cut him off. Just cut him off. Let the company keep going and let him just go do his thing. Let him become a worker. A CEO becoming a worker is punishment enough for their financial crimes.
Crime should go to prison, right? On the denying, no, as much as I loathe it, we have to change the system. Putting him in jail doesn't make any sense, right? So, and by the way, killing him doesn't make any sense. It doesn't change the system, right? So you've got to change the fundamental structure here because...
Ooh, it doesn't change the system, but it would be a... it doesn't change the system to kill him. It doesn't, this doesn't change this. Vigilante justice doesn't change the system, but the system itself killed him for his crimes, like other countries do. That wouldn't be a change of the system in itself, but our system would be way fucking different if we did something like that instead of rewarding them with millions and millions of dollars every year. The system would be very changed. It wouldn't change the system just to kill some guy. It wouldn't change the system, but if the state started doing that to to financial criminals, or even just putting them in jail, that'd be a way different system than what we have. That's for sure.
Otherwise, they're going to make a profit off of our deaths for the rest of the time. Like literally no other
Yeah, they're probably just gonna keep doing that. But
developed nation allows this. So this is madness. And so let's change the way things are done rather than just hitting one guy or putting somebody in jail. But there's a million things that look here. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you guys will like it, but Rick Scott, now senator from
rather than hitting some guy, putting him in jail. No. How do you think the system is gonna fix itself? You gotta start putting some of these guys in jail, like at the least. Oh man.
Florida, okay?
Former governor
committed the largest Medicare fraud in American history. His company did. He was the CEO of it. The company says, yes, we're guilty, okay? And they pay a fine.
Okay. So Cenk is going to describe this, and let's see. Okay. Is he going to say that guy should have gone to jail? Oh, they should just pay a fine? They should just pay a fine? What?
My guess is it was a percentage of the profits that they made from that scam, right? Now, guys, you should be super pissed about that. They robbed us. The Medicare is us, our taxpayer money, right? And
they didn't just, when it's healthcare, they aren't just robbing you. They're doing more than that. They aren't just robbing you of money. They're robbing you of your health. They're robbing you of your well-being. They're robbing you of your freedom to, like, your, like, oh, man. Ooh, boy.
they said, okay, the company is guilty, but the guy who made all the decisions, the CEO, not guilty. But wait, what the fuck is this? I mean, you can't send a company to jail, right?
Yeah, what the fuck is that? You can send them to jail. You can. Maybe not in this country at this point, but we could.
Pissed about that. They robbed us. The Medicare is us, our taxpayer money, right? And they said, okay, the company is guilty, but the guy who made all the decisions, the CEO, not guilty. But wait, what the fuck is this? I mean, you can't send a company to jail, right? Yeah. But in that case, it was actually illegal to.
Oh, he said you can't send the company to jail. You can send the CEO to jail. You can send the board members to jail, right?
Stole over $1 billion and nobody goes to jail. No, the next time a company is guilty, some human being is guilty. Don't tell me in Democrats and Republicans.
Let's go. Okay, so yeah, sure. Let's see what your hosts say about that. Are they just going to respectfully disagree and you get nowhere?
Do this. Corporations are guilty. They'll pay 20%.
Oh shit! They just said he agrees. I don't know. Maybe Cenk is getting further with this than I give him credit for.
Of their profits that they did from that scam, but nobody goes to jail. No, F that. You break the law and the company's guilty. Whoever did it, you're going to jail.
And that's going to, I agree 100%.
All right, let's go. Yeah.
And that's the point I was trying to make. Going right back to Fauci, that type of attitude, that type of policies and shit, and people are dying and you're lying. And it's not just a blanket. I want people to go to prison. No, Cenk. Certain people have to pay the price. And
we could go hours on healthcare and debate all this, but it's very interesting to me that there's actually a war going on in healthcare, that they're against each other. The insurance companies are on one side and the pharma's on the other. Did you know that there is actually restrictive statutes that prevent the federal government from negotiating the prices of Medicare drugs? And actually under Biden, it was by...
Yeah, that's called the free market. You can't infringe on competition with regulations, bro.
Bipartisan, that they finally, you're nodding, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
they finally got it through. And I think the first list of drugs was a hysterical total of 10. I think it was 10.
They started with 1, but they said, don't worry, through the next 2-3 years, we'll get all the way up to 10.
Wow.
They can actually negotiate prices on 10. Well, guess who's forced to pay the prices on those? The insurance companies. Yeah. The insurance companies are no sweethearts, right? You go look at this, but there's an example that even inside this terribly broken healthcare system where our life expectancy has gone down, we spend more than any country in the world on healthcare, and we don't have the statistical outcome that you think, oh, you guys must be the healthiest and living longest? No, we're not. And it's just ironic that there's this war going on between pharma and insurance company inside that entire broken healthcare system.
Just to reiterate, this common ground is there whether Cenk is there or not. You know, whether there's some left-wing face on this common ground, this isn't to Cenk's credit that these guys have these positions. The common ground is inherent. Whether people meet on common ground, that does take your own volition. So Cenk does get credit for meeting people at common ground, but the common ground is beyond you. You can't get credit for the common ground that these people are expressing. So to Cenk's credit, I think he is pushing them further than the common ground itself. So I don't really have any issue with this thing right here, except where he was like, Well, I don't know. Whatever.
Which has more lobbyists
Whatever I said, I said.
than the Department of Defense.
So I love what Tom's saying. Let me just build off that. A couple of quick points. So first of all, on Medicare negotiating drug prices, we're not allowed to negotiate drug prices. That's not a thing that any other country does. That's insanity. That is corporatism run amok. That's corruption run amok. Because what part of the free market says, no, you're not allowed to negotiate prices? You must accept a price that a company tells you. That's
the part of the free market with price controls.
Calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why.
Why? Like they don't need us. We have this in our head that if we're in the room.
I guess he was saying you can't regulate it, which would be the opposite of price controls, whatever.
Okay, then everybody loves Nazis or some weirdo thing like that.
I'm not saying it. Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
so let me answer you directly. Let me answer you directly.
I mean, you kiss their ass, then I see what you're saying.
Yeah, this is where the debate gets into a weird space, but they do continue for like 30 minutes, so I think it like or 20 minutes, so I think it softens out, but what they don't need, we have this in our head that if we're in the room, wait, what?
Say, Mark. Well, how is it problematic? You keep calling it problematic. Everybody keeps calling it problematic.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Why? Like they don't need us. We have this in our head that if we're in the room, okay, then everybody loves Nazis or some weirdo.
If we're in the room, then everybody loves Nazis. What happened to the idiom of if there's one Nazi at a table, but 10 other people are sitting there, there's 11 Nazis. Like, if you sit at the table with them, you become implicated with them. I don't necessarily agree with that, but Nick Fuentes was at Mar-a-Lago. It wasn't just Trump at that table, but there was Trump at that table. Someone Cenk won't call a Nazi. So, I mean, he's disagreeing with this idea in the first place. But, I mean, it's like, it's a relatively, like, anti-fascist position to do this whole, like, collective, or to say that, like, it's guiltiness in itself to, it's like, you become an accomplice if you sit at the table or get on the stage with a Nazi. Like, if there's one Nazi at a table and 3 other people are sitting there, there's 4 Nazis, even if the other 3 people are like, you know, Hillary Clinton or whatever. Again, I mean, Cenk is disagreeing with that, so he's not being inconsistent. It's just that, like, this has been a thing for a long time from the left of if you platform somebody, if you go into the mud, you're going to get dirty, you know. You're going to get some mud on you, and don't act like, you know, mud don't stick or whatever.
Thing like that.
I'm not saying it. Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
so let me answer you directly. Let me answer you directly.
I mean, you kiss their ass, then I see what you're saying. But if you clearly say these are
congrats or credit for your successful revolution, not kissing their ass, by the way.
left-wing positions, and you fight for them in the different shows, etc., and you try to get to common grounds where they agree with us, how could that possibly be a bad thing?
Because they're agreeing with you on terms that don't disrupt their actual worldview and won't change their politics. You're asking
I know that, Mark.
Because you're asking.
You're assuming it, and now
I'm not
assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40%.
I'm not assuming when when it wasn't in some. No one's assuming when they call out. I mean, Marc didn't bring this up specifically, but you say credit for a successful revolution.
I do have to give you guys credit for revolution well done.
That's crazy, bro. So you want to talk about like people are assuming?
You're assuming it, and now I'm not assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40% of things. So we can actually get 40% of things done. Really, really important things. But we.
Oh, they agree with us on. You think because there's popular support for an idea in the United States that means it'll get done? You think the majority of Americans supporting an idea or a concept or a policy, you think that means Americans get it because the majority of Americans support it? Ooh, that's a good one, Cenk. Ooh, That's a good one. Maybe in 50 years after the United States has, by objective being, become 50 years better. The United States is always getting better. You know, we're always getting we're always inching a little better. Maybe in 50 years we'll have a system where the majority of Americans supporting a policy means it happens. But right now, that's a little bit down on the arc of justice, bro. What? 40% of them agree with us. We can get it done. What a funny idea.
We're too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Oh yeah, and we're too busy calling them white supremacists. If we if marginalized people just stopped calling out marginalization, the majority of Americans could get something done. We're calling people white supremacists. That's why the policies that Americans support in the majority never happen. It's because of the minorities calling them out.
Assuming it. And now I'm not assuming it. It turns out a lot of their voters agree with us on like 40% of things. So we can actually get 40.
Yeah, they agree with you. And it's still not going to happen, bro.
40% of things done. Really, really important things. But we were too busy calling them white supremacists to ever get there.
Again, I don't know why we're still talking about calling them white supremacists. That's a straw man you created a long time. I'm not.
It's not a straw man.
Cenk, you got there with the whole healthcare thing. They totally agreed with you. Those people on that podcast totally agreed with you. Maybe the majority of Americans totally agree with you and them on what was said there. It's still not going to happen. And it's not because... Oh, man. You're not blaming the right people for why that's not happening. That's for sure.
Mark, you said it many times at the beginning. Anyway, go ahead.
To be clear, I said to you that I believe they're white supremacists. At no point in this conversation did I say you need to go in the room and call them such. In fact, I said I stipulate that I'm not asking you to do that. That I don't think you should do this. I keep saying that over and over again. This is not about calling them white supremacists. You also said I'm making an assumption. You're making a huge assumption by saying that you know that you're that.
So Mark just said, I'm not asking you to do that. Brackets. Call them white supremacists. I don't think he should do this. I think he's just agreeing with Cenk just like for the sake of the conversation. But if Mark's agreeing with the sentiment that you should walk into a room of Islamophobes and not call them Islamophobic because that's unhelpful, or like you should walk into a room of white supremacists. Again, it's like a black person does not have the luxury of revealing they're black at a strategic moment to a group of white supremacists. In the same way, a white passing Muslim can go into a room of anti-Muslims and wait until a strategic moment to reveal he himself is Muslim. But I think Mark's just working with the conversation at Cenk's level, so I don't think there's not really that much to say. But I mean, Mark is wrong. If he thinks Cenk shouldn't go into a room of white supremacists and bring up how they are white supremacists, I disagree with that. If you're gonna go into, I mean, one, he as a black man doesn't have the luxury of passing as white or passing as non-Muslim in the thing Cenk brought up. He doesn't have that luxury. So it's unsatisfying to not have a different path forward. Maybe he's going to give it in a second. It's like, well, you should do this instead of that. But Cenk's original thing, it's like he could hide he is Muslim until he's won over his audience, hypothetically. You can't hide you're black until you've won over the white supremacist. So you need to do something else. And if that something else isn't calling them white supremacists, because that's wrong for some reason, Cenk didn't give a different path forward. So it's very unsatisfying. that Marc doesn't seem to be giving a path forward right here, at least at this exact moment. Maybe it'll come up later.
They're leaving them more open to left-wing positions. There's absolutely no evidence of that. So we're both speculating at that level. I agree. I don't know for sure. You don't know for sure. Unless there's some metric, there's no way to know that when that your appearance there had this impact that you're suggesting it does. Just like I can't prove that it didn't. So I'm saying I'll call that even. My point here, since you don't understand what I'm saying, is to use what you just said. To be clear, if someone walks into that room and they're sitting in the stands listening to you talk, and they already believe that just use the mainstream media example, they believe that establishment media needs to go, but they also don't think Fox News is establishment media, right? They walk in thinking, get rid of CNN and MSNBC, keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the.
Who cares? Get rid of NBC and CNN. Leave Fox News. Let's go.
In this example, right? Because they don't think that's.
I mean, that's like a step forward, getting Fox News away, right? But then it's like, what's left? OAN and TYT.
Establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep us MSNBC. Fine, right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit
wait, saying his side is saying, wait, what?
Keep Fox News, right? That's what they're thinking in the stands in this example, right? Because they don't think that's establishment media. Just like to your point, the person on the left is saying, get rid of Fox, keep us MSNBC. Fine.
I mean, the person on the left saying get rid of Fox, keep MSNBC is probably just some elitist liberal that's not the populist, bro. There's I don't know, whatever.
Right? So that person doesn't realize Fox is that. When you sit on that stage and say, yeah, we can all agree to get rid of mainstream media. And Joe Sixpack in the stands claps and says, that's right. Even the lefty guy agrees with me.
So let me
just tie a bow on it. He now has even more reinforcement for his position that establishment media needs to go, but he's still never been told that the thing he thinks isn't establishment media, Fox News, isn't. So that's what I'm saying. But now he has more legitimacy to his wrong point because you didn't actually tell him that's wrong.
No, totally disagree. So
totally disagree. Marc was kind of spitting there.
Marc, I can go in the room and have the same exact conversation with Joy Reid, right? And then everybody in the filled with left-wingers in that case, right? And people walk out thinking, oh yeah, we got to get rid of Fox News and maybe CNN, but definitely not MSNBC. And
yeah, I mean, okay, whatever. I don't know if I've already argued with that a second.
But that's not my responsibility to go to convince them that, no, you also have to hate MSNBC. Now, I will tell them that if they ask me. I will tell them that in the span of a larger and longer conversation. I will tell the left the same exact thing that I'm telling the right, and I would tell the right the same thing I'm telling the left. So just because we didn't clarify Fox News or OAN in that conversation doesn't mean we shouldn't have that conversation, or that it somehow helped Charlie Kirk's nefarious plans. So if his plans are to get rid of establishment media, that's my plans. I hate establishment media. So if you say to me, oh my God, but then if you say, Cenk, then what?
Wait, so we just all watch PBS and alternative media on YouTube? I mean, that sounds kind of cool. I mean, it was just PBS on TV and then alternative news. I mean, that'd be cool for me. But
what if they use it to get rid of everything but Fox News? But they didn't do that. That's a wild hypothetical. And if they did, I'd fight them tooth and nail, right? So, like, if they do things that we don't agree with, we fight. And so that's not that complicated.
Maybe we're talking
credit to a revolution well done, but when they do things I disagree with, we fight. I give them credit and then I fight them, apparently.
We're clear about that, right? But you're assuming what's in their head and what they assumed about what I said, how that gave strength to Charlie Kirk, but none of those.
There's no assumptions about credit to a revolution well done, bro. I mean, I guess there is, you can attach some assumptions to that, but that's a powerful statement, bro. To Charlie Kirk, of all people.
Those things actually happened. So, like,
we don't know what happened.
None of those things happened that I gave strength to Charlie Kirk. You said credit to a revolution well done. Bruh. What do you think that is? Not giving strength? Not giving credibility?
We don't know what happened anymore in the sense of what I'm saying and what you're saying. One would hear that and think that somehow I'm painting a hypothetical that's unprovable and yours has been demonstrably proven. What I'm saying is you made an argument in that room that didn't challenge Joe in the stands argument. I just painted a picture of Joe in the stands and his belief on mainstream media, and you didn't really respond to that. I'm saying Joe has no reason to believe that Fox News is establishment media based on what you said on that stage. Do you have a duty to tell him that? I think you do. If your goal is to challenge establishment media, to not only challenge establishment media, but to challenge what he thinks is establishment media.
Cenk already said it wasn't about challenging or not challenging. Even Netanyahu, rewind the VOD, find where he talked about Netanyahu, and he said it's not even about challenging or not challenging him.
If that's not your goal, then don't. That's fine. But then that doesn't advance our interest.
So yeah, it's pretty definitively not his goal with Charlie Kirk or even someone as evil as Netanyahu. So just give up on that point. Or, I mean, it's like he said it himself. He said it's not about challenging or not challenge. I mean, it truly is about not challenging them. Cenk has an interest in not challenging them, at least in an antagonistic enough way to get kicked off stage. He has an interest in staying on stage, and that means tempering his challenges to palatability. You know, so there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think Marc has gotten on some stages before. I mean, I don't have anything in mind, so I'll just shut up. Just keep playing.
Do you get that since I've done that on other shows, but it wasn't part of that 25-minute conversation, that's not a fair standard to hold me to, that I didn't debunk?
Again with the excuses. It's not a fair standard. Do you think the right-wing audience you're trying to appeal to has any idea about your previous statements? Like, that's the audience that has the least exposure to your previous views. I mean, maybe like you're saying you went on other right-wing programs and said the same stuff, and so maybe they're the same right-wing audience at this other event that you didn't say this stuff. But it's not you're an idealist. You're operating under an ideal that you as a leftist progressive, which you take for granted, can turn them to your side. You're operating under an ideal. And I've already gone over this like 5 times, but it's like, dude, you think you're above self-critique when you're striving towards an ideal. You created the unachievable bar, like the unreasonable standard, or the not fair standard. You created that by being an idealist, by acting as an idealist. It comes with the territory, as people say.
And
at the end of the day, whether it comes with the territory or not, it's just an excuse to say, well, you're right, but it's unfair that you think I should have been better. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect, Cenk. You're not perfect. And that doesn't have to be an excuse, but it's definitely coming off like an excuse right here.
Thought that every right-winger in the stands had within that 25 minutes, that's a wildly unfair standard?
So, that, I mean...
Yeah. If it's unfair, I mean, if it's wild, it's wild you're on the stage in the first place, bro. Chill.
I get what you just said.
Like, TYT is the left-wing OAN. End of story. It's just you don't have a TV station because you haven't found a rich enough billionaire to, like, syndicate your operation.
But what you just attributed to me is not what I said. I keep making point A, and then you keep...
Like, you operate within the wild sphere. And so when you temper yourself to be less than wild, man, I'm in the weeds here, bro.
Sort of caricaturing my point.
But the Fox News thing is like, how would I, like, why would, I didn't even assume that they would think that it's not Fox News.
But you should.
That's Fox News, like, because that wasn't what the conversation was about, Marc. So, like, you went really deep into that rabbit hole to come up with, like,
no, I do your example. I really read the transcript and went by the points you made. And again, I didn't say, let's go in there and debunk every potential misconception people in the audience has. Again, I make a point, and then you didn't attribute to me this absurd caricature and then say, I didn't do that, Marc. I didn't give everybody $5,000. I didn't ask you to. What I'm saying is, if you make a point.
So let me understand, right? Do you think I should have specifically made that one point that you're making about Fox News. And
No, again, you're minimizing what I'm saying. I'm not saying, my issue is that you didn't address the single point that Marc Lamont Hill was saying at this moment. That of all the points in the world you made, I'm mad that you didn't make mine. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you said 3 things, right? For example, hypothetically. And I'm saying if you're going to talk about those 3 things and make the audience believe that we're aligned on these 3 things, left and
Man, I wish like Marc just had the quote of credit to a revolution well done. Because every time Cenk tries to say, like, well, I was there to, like, be the voice for the Palestinians and the voice for the progressive left. You just be like, why'd you say credit to a revolution well done? It's like, oh, it's because I wish my revolution was successful. It's like, oh, and you think this helps your revolution become more successful by giving credit to the other side? Oh, yeah, it's because the left and right is like a false dichotomy. And it's like, so you're not progressive? Oh, but I'm progressive. It's like,
right. But it turns out, if we actually critically analyze it, we're not, then you have to point that out. Otherwise, the powerful will walk away thinking that they're even more powerful. I'll give you an example. Let's just hear what
I do that at almost every opportunity.
And that's what we're going to. What I'm saying though is every opportunity isn't the same. For example, if this were 300 years ago, just hypothetical, 200 years ago, and then I'll leave it alone. And we were in a place where black people weren't considered human beings, right? And black people legally were not citizens, right? And you were an abolitionist, and you walked in the room to a room of slaveholders and said, every citizen should get a house. Every citizen should have the right to vote.
Was Nat Turner more or less helpful than this hypothetical, like, diplomat? Ooh, boy, oh, what was different back then?
Every person should be safe in this country. We should all agree on that. And y'all clap and walk out and hug it out and leave, right? You could say, look at this. I just brought together the abolitionist and the slaveholder. The problem is they're agreeing that all people should be safe and all citizens should vote, but they don't believe that black people are citizens or humans. So they think they're agreeing with you because they don't accept that stipulation, right?
Well, Marc,
just let me finish.
Well, they weren't. I mean, they didn't think they were humans, but they factually weren't citizens. Just like Native Americans weren't citizens, except for the ones that did it the right way, so they could become citizens. They did it the right way. Some of the Native Americans were the first immigrants to figure out how to do it the right way, which just so happened to include disavowing their tribes and self-exiling to become the right kind of person, the right kind of American. But yeah, I mean, I mean, I get there in like a debate, and it's, again, I can pause every 5 seconds to just ramble, but they factually weren't citizens. They were humans. God, as much as I don't believe him, as much as I don't believe in God, God has made us all humans. Or if not God, whoever made us, we're all humans. That's a fact. That's a thing the United States people have a hard time accepting. But factually, black people weren't citizens. They were not citizens. How'd they get citizenship? They took it, bro. How'd they get their basic humanity respected? They took it. They took the respect. They weren't given the respect. They took it. They didn't turn the cheek until people realized they were human.
Problem is, they're agreeing that all people should be safe and all citizens should vote, but they don't believe that black people are citizens or humans. So they think they're agreeing with you because they don't accept that stipulation, right?
Well, Marc,
just let me finish.
Illegal immigrants, for example, aren't citizens as a fact. Americans don't. They would deny it, but I believe a lot of Americans don't think illegal immigrants are really human in the same way white Americans are human. But they aren't citizens as a fact, and it's like, oh man, it's a huge, it's a huge litmus test for me if any of these people who have zero ancestry or like very negligible ancestry to the Americas trying to talk about an illegal immigrant who is like more indigenous to the Americas than the average federally recognized Native American. Because you can't defend that position without carrying within yourself some critique of the not only the immigrant state, but the concept of like indigeneity. Like, we have a right to be here because, I mean, white people are like so close to saying if illegal immigrants want to be here, they should just conquer us like we conquered the natives. Like, that's the actual like reasoning and logic that's required for people to have a place to be here. Anything else, you have to do it the right way, which means their way. But they're like, oh, if they really want to be here, they have to conquer us like we conquered the natives. But yeah, 10+ million people, no citizenship, every right as anyone else to be in our country. They aren't slaves. They aren't like black people. But they don't have citizenship, just like, other people didn't have citizenship.
And so what I'm saying is, when you have that exchange with them, you have a duty to confront them on that misconception. And you can't say, well, I've said it in Bible study, I've said it on the streets, I've said it in the underground world. No, when we're having that conversation, we have to say that thing. And then if I confront you on that, you can't say, well, Mark, I can't confront all their philosophical and epistemological. No, I'm asking you to do that. I'm saying on this issue that you brought up, you have a duty to show them how they're wrong, because that's what's high stakes. That's what decides who lives or dies. That's what makes the political conversion. Otherwise, and this is the last piece of it, 5 seconds. Otherwise, the slaveholder walks away saying, look, me and the abolitionists agree. Let's go back to business as usual. They actually feel strengthened in their position. Now, please don't say, Mark, why are you comparing this to slavery? Please don't get
No.
actually hear the heart and the substance of my argument, be intellectually honest, and address, don't talk around it, address the specific example I gave you, and please answer it.
Yeah, no, I get that analogy completely. I totally get it. So look, there's two parts of this. Number one, you just built a straw man. You said, oh, I did it in Bible study, I did it at the grocery store. No, I did it in right-wing spaces. I did it on some of the largest right-wing.
Yeah, that would be, that's not a straw man. To be clear, in 1800s, Bible study was a right-wing space. Only the right was allowed in the grocery store because black people were property. It's a perfect analogy. It's not a straw man. It's a perfect analogy.
You acknowledge I've done it in right-wing.
The political left and right wing. I mean, I'll accept that, I guess. But there's like liberation theology. I don't know if religion is as regressive a force in the 1800s as it is today among evangelicals. That seems a little historic. That seems like a stretch. Like, but I mean, there's in the midst of the conversation, and Cenk should have just like taken the hypothetical, and I've been like, well, Bible study is the hypothetical 200 years ago slavery hypothetical isn't consistent. He shouldn't have done that, but also yeah. I don't know if the Bible study is necessarily a right-wing space in the 1800s like it is today. And it's not even like there are liberal and left-wing churches. It's just like most of them aren't.
Spaces, just not in that.
But I don't know if most Bible studies weren't progressive in the 1800s like they are today, relatively speaking. Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
one that has us on the news right now. This is the big one.
I don't know if it's going to make the news. Like, half the time I think it's going to make news, and it doesn't. Half the time I don't think it's going to make any news.
Oh yeah, this is ridiculous. TPUSA makes news every fucking year. TPUSA makes news every single year. Every single year. Why do they know about Nick Fuentes? Because Nick Fuentes was doing like gonzo, like advertiser, like guerrilla advertising by hopping on TPUSA's ish with the AF conference. It makes news every fucking year, bro. It's just another excuse. It makes news every year.
Not the one that has us on the news right now. This is the big one.
I don't know if it's going to make the news. Like, half the time I think it's going to make news, and it doesn't. Half the time I don't think it's going to make any news.
I like it. I don't want to touch on it. Please continue.
Okay, so then the second part of it is, Mark, the problem with your analogy is that in the slaveholder, part of it, the fact that they hold slaves is so central to that conversation. So you can't possibly think like, oh, I just said all citizens should have an house, and I assume
The fact that native-born Americans, or not even native-born, but whatever Americans have citizenship, the fact they think they have a right to be here more than illegal immigrants is central to their belief and like what you're pandering to, the common ground you share with these nationalist freaks is central in the same way slaveholding was central. The idea that Americans with citizenship right now, except for like some like non-birthright or like birthright citizens that apparently don't belong for, oh, don't start with that racism stuff. Some other reasons, I'm sure. The fact that all of these zero ancestry in this continent, zero ancestry in the American continents, the fact that those people think they have more of a right to be here than illegal immigrants who have a lot of ancestry in the American continents, provable through like DNA testing, provable by statistics, the fact that those people think they have more of a right to be here than anyone else, specifically people with ancestry in the American continents. It's I mean, I'm like, I don't really care if the analogy is perfect or not, but there's just as colossal of an issue between Caucasoid Americans thinking they have more of a right to be here because they conquered this continent. And that's why they think that. We conquered it. It's ours. We won it fair and square. That's what they really think. They'll tell you well, you know, we're super nice about it. It's an immigrant country, blah, blah. You just have to come here the right way. It's nonsense. And make no mistake, there were slaveholders making the same bullshit excuses. They're like, oh, we're super nice to them. We give them housing. We give them food. We take care of them. They live better than some white kid working in a factory. You think people weren't saying that shit around the Industrial Revolution? It's like, well, we own slaves, but at least they're not working in a factory losing a hand like white kids are. It's so short-sighted, historically illiterate. If you think the U.S. doesn't have any as massive of issues between a master and slave dichotomy and a citizen non-citizen dichotomy, it's not the same thing, but it's comparable in my view. So yeah, the metaphor, I mean, it's just cringe that Cenk is like arguing with the metaphor in the first place instead of just addressing it. So
that they think that means slaves, or I assume that they think that doesn't mean slaves. Slavery is the central part of that conversation. Are they citizens or are they not citizens?
Citizenship is a central part of that conversation. And slavery is also broader than citizenship, but the idea of citizenship is shared between slaves not being citizens and Americans not being citizens. And they are Americans more than you, I assume. I mean, maybe Cenk is like part Native American or something, but they are Americans more than you, more than the white person, more than the citizen. The illegal immigrants are ancestrally more Americans than you. And so the central part of the conversation is who is a citizen, who is not a citizen. In the 1800s, slaves weren't citizens. They were just as much as Americans as you and I. Today, many immigrants aren't citizens. They're just, or arguably more citizens than you and I. And I'm a fucking federally recognized Native American. And the average fucking South American has more indigenous DNA to the they're more America's ancestry than I am. And I'm recognized as an indigenous U.S. citizen. So it's just like he's trying to act like the central issue. Like he's literally talking about the central issue of citizenship.
Whereas now, when we are talking about establishment, mainstream media. There's a lot of different things, variables there, and a lot of different things that people can mean. So whether we're talking about Fox or OAN within that conversation is not necessarily central in the same way that slavery is central in your analogy, right?
What's central in this conversation?
So
citizenship. In this conversation, in this metaphor between, I mean, I don't know if they really made it to illegal immigrants, but like, he's talking about populism. The issue of citizenship is the central conversation in this metaphor and in contemporary immigration.
what's central in this conversation is, do they actually believe some of these populist opinions, right? Do they actually dislike establishment politicians because they take donor money and hence are corrupt? And that's super central. And yes, my assessment is the MAGA voters, and yes, they're not seeing clear on Trump, they're not seeing clear on Elon Musk, but they do hate the corruption. And they do hate the donor class.
Okay. To that point, they clapped you when you said establishment media. They clapped when you said we hate Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell. When you said we got to get rid of the donor class, no one clapped.
I noticed that. You know why, Mark? Because I challenged them by talking about their donors. And I've done that on many shows. And I've talked about, hey, remember, Elon's a donor. Remember, Elon's a donor. I've talked about Miriam Adelson being a donor. When I get to Miriam Adelson, we go back to agreement, okay? And you might not expect that from the right wing who supported Israel throughout my entire life. But now when we talk about...
Why are you using the past tense? They support. They support. They'll continue to support. They are not the anti-war ticket when it comes to Israel. Trump is maybe an anti-war ticket when it comes to Ukraine. Maybe. But there's zero. They support Israel. And you won't change that. No amount of respectability will change that. They can think you could be elected president, Cenk, and the people that elected you would still support Israel. These people would.
Israel with the right wing, half of them go, yeah, no, you're right. I don't know why we're... And they're not doing it out of the charity of their heart. They're not doing it because they love Muslim lives so much. They're doing it because they don't want, in their way of thinking, they don't want to waste money on there. Why are we giving it to Israel when we should be having it here at home? But I'll take it. But I never would have gotten there if I never talked to them. I never would have realized how much they've got concerned about funding Israel if I hadn't talked to them. So these are the things that we discover when we go to have these conversations. So on the other hand, when you get Elon, they pause and they're like, wait, I like Elon, right? So that means you got more work to do. And in the next conversation, you talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is the way to break through, and for the country to finally like have conversations with that constantly.
Is he talking about this TPUSA thing? Because, like, I mean, the transcript isn't perfect, but, like, does he even bring up the Middle East? No, we gotta run more to the middle of a net. Yep. I looked up Gaza. I looked up Palestine. I looked up Israel. It's not in the transcript, bro. Oh, you said they agreed with you on Israel? You didn't even say the name. This shit's so... Oh, man.
I don't know why and they're not doing it out of the charity of their heart. They're not doing it because they love Muslim lives so much. They're doing it because they don't want, in their way of thinking, they don't want to waste money on there. Why are we giving it to Israel when we should be having it here at home? But I'll take it. But I never would have gotten there if I never talked to them. I never would have realized how much they've got concerned about funding Israel if I hadn't talked to them. So these are the things that we discover when we go to have these conversations. On the other hand, when you get to Elon, they pause and they're like, wait, I like Elon, right? So that means you got more work to do. And in the next conversation, you talk a little bit more about Elon and a little bit more, etc. So this is the way to break through, and for the country to finally like have conversations without constantly just walling each other off and saying they think we're so extreme. Like, for example, I go to talk to Charlie Kirk. The left is saying, oh, I can't believe you talked to Charlie Kirk when he said X, Y, Z. But do you know that the right wing is saying the same thing to Charlie? I can't believe you talked to Cenk when Cenk has said Nazi fascist about Trump, and which I didn't even remember the Nazi part, but you showed me there, and there's a video going around, so I must have said it. But that's okay. And Cenk defends trans girls going into high school sports in women's. So a lot of people hate that Charlie talked to me because they view me as completely extreme and illegitimate. And
wait, did Cenk defend that? That's cool.
Out of bounds.
I wonder if he still defends it.
And what we're doing is we're breaking down some walls. So, but
do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin? Do you believe that you and Charlie Kirk are opposite sides of the same coin?
Well, TYT doesn't have a massive conference every year that always breaks mainstream news, so...
Well, look, that's a good question because I don't hate white people, and I don't say anything against white people in general. I would never say like, hey, if I go to a plane and there's a white pilot, I'm worried. All right, so it's not exactly right that we're the same side.
Exactly. That's why it's not fair to say, well, they say the same thing about me. Well, y'all like the same. I also think it's interesting that you said...
think it's the same.
They'd be worried about a Muslim pilot.
Mark, but they do think it's.
But it's okay to say they're wrong. But also, I just to be a little petty, I appreciate you saying you're not like Charlie Kirk because you don't hate white people. You accept that Charlie Kirk hates black people, which I appreciate. I just think it's wild and bizarre that you can accept that he hates black people and don't think he's a white supremacist. That's just weird to me. But just I know you guys.
It's such an unhelpful term. I can't stand it.
As a black
Bro, white supremacist is an unhelpful term. Does you think settler colonialism is an unhelpful term? Does you think colonialism is an unhelpful term? Does you think black is an unhelpful term? What about black excellence? White supremacy is an unhelpful term. Spoken like somebody who can go into conversations white passing. That's me too. I can go into a conversation hypothetically and the person thinks I'm white. He can say white supremacy is an unhelpful term, but I think what he's really saying is white itself or whiteness is unhelpful. Because he doesn't have to, he can ignore it. Even black people can ignore whiteness. They can. It's a lot harder because they still deal with being black. But they can ignore it as much as white people ignore it all the time. So cringe. White supremacy is an unhelpful term. What about genocide? Is that an unhelpful term? Why is genocide a helpful term? And white supremacy isn't helpful.
person, as a black person, I can tell you, I find it unhelpful that someone can acknowledge someone hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them a white supremacist. I mean,
Marc, no, that's not helpful, brother. Because I can show you.
Dude, Marc is spitting here. I can walk into a room of Islamophobes and not bring up Islamophobia once. And if I do bring it up, it's after I won the audience over and proven I'm one of the good ones.
As a black person, I can tell you, I find it unhelpful that someone can acknowledge someone hates black people, but thinks the most unhelpful thing is calling them a white supremacist. I mean,
Marc, no, that's not helpful, brother. Because I can show you 100 Islamophobes that are hardcore Islamophobes, but me calling them Islamophobes is not helpful.
It's not helpful to just call them that, but I don't think that means you need to retreat away from the antagonism. If anything, the antagonism is impotent. You know, the antagonism should be turned up to be helpful. Turning it back, I don't think that's more helpful. I mean, it's kind of as useless, but turning it back, it's more convenient, that's for sure. But if you turned it up, ooh. You can help a conversation start, that's for sure. If you turn that antagonism up to 11, why is everyone talking about United Healthcare? I hadn't even heard of them. It helped a conversation start, that's for sure.
Never going to break through to them. You've got to go to a different strategy. So what I go to a different strategy is
a different strategy is credit to a revolution well done.
Instead of go, hey, I wonder how that'll turn out, which I think you're basically doing, which I appreciate, and that's why this is an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
I've got other folks saying, no, tear them down. Don't ever talk to anyone on the other side. They're white supremacists. They're this, they're that. That if you go in the room with them, they instantly gain credibility and legitimacy. And they're.
I mean, you should talk to them. I mean, they don't instantly gain credibility and legitimacy, but when in the first 2 minutes you say credit to a revolution well done, that gives them whatever credibility and legitimacy you have to offer. I don't know what other thing you could say to give more credibility and legitimacy than credit to a revolution well done.
And now you've helped them. Help them how, man? I don't know, man. I just
helped them how? By saying credit to a revolution well done. That's how you helped them. Does that not help them? That doesn't help them. Credit to a revolution well done.
The idea of not hating them being helpful to them is a
not hating them being helpful to them.
very wrong way of thinking about it.
Well, I think one way, and I know we got to go. I think again, it's not to me about going in the room. It's what we do in the room. But I think one way, the one thing white supremacists hate being called is a white supremacist. The one thing that racists hate being called is a racist. And I think, and usually the people calling them racist.
Oh, don't start with that racism shit. Oh, don't start with that sexism shit. We hate that. Oh, I think it'd be really helpful if you just turned the other cheek and didn't bring that stuff up.
The white supremacists are the people who are catching hell from them. And so I think it's sort of bizarre to police the language or to tell someone, for example, hey, that person that hates Muslims, it's not helpful for you. That person that called you a towelhead, that person that called you a devil worshiper, that person that called you a pagan and a rapist, it's not helpful to call them Islamophobic. Oh, that person that called you a nigger, oh, no. It's not helpful for you to call them white supremacists. That feels paternalistic and almost is disrespectful to people who are victimized by. You may think it's unhelpful, but I actually don't think it's your place or anyone else's place. It's like, it'd be like saying, I don't think it's helpful to call. It would be like me saying to women, I don't think it's helpful for you guys to call Donald Trump sexist or misogynistic. I don't think that's helpful.
It's also not helpful for no, I'm just kidding. Never mind.
I mean, come on. Can you see why somebody would find a problematic claim for you to make?
No, hold on. You're conflating.
Dude, Cenk is so cooked. Let's see. What is he gonna say? Oh, you're giving me a standard I can't possibly reach.
Two things that is super unfair, because you can call them anything you like. I'm not stopping you from calling them. I'm not
it's unfair.
Stopping women from calling them whatever they want. I'm just telling you what I'm doing, right? And in fact,
no. You're not doing that.
Hold on.
This is a really interesting part in the debate because Cenk almost comes to the right position, being like, look, I'm in my lane of playing respectability and getting in this pocket of, getting on stage with the right wingers and, gradually pulling them via common ground to the left. So, the common ground's there. And so my spot is to get there and coax them over. But then in a minute or two, he's going to say, well, generally it's unhelpful for people to go to common ground to throw mud. And I don't think that's unhelpful. I don't think it's unhelpful. I don't know if it's helpful, but I don't think it's... I mean, is it more helpful to coax someone over on common ground somewhere closer to your position? Maybe. Is that possible? Maybe. If you go to the same common ground to throw mud or something more impactful against your enemies rather than trying to coax them over? Yeah. I mean, it's sort of a hot and cold situation. Cenk is cold. They're sort of medium, and then very few people are hot. And so Cenk is like kind of critiquing, like, it's really Judeo-Christian shit. Cenk is saying you need to turn the other cheek, worse to be a mid of the road than to be a devil or whatever. It's like Judeo-Christian like rhetoric. 1, you turn the other cheek. 2, you're either hot or cold. You don't go in the middle. And the mudslinging is in the middle. The mudslinging is you're not dedicated. You're coming to common ground to, 1, not be friendly. So, like, why are you coming to the common ground in the first place? But 2, not to be the opposite of friendly. You're being, like, mean, but in a way that's ineffective and ineffectual. I don't know. I mean, it's... Yeah, but it's not like there's anything actually wrong with being not too hot and not too cold. Maybe there is, but I don't know if Cenk's really like rationalized it out. I think Cenk has just said, well, I need to turn the other cheek and play ball. And these guys are getting on the field and breaking the referee's rules. And they're not even, like, changing the game while they're doing it. Whatever.
That's not what you said. No, I'm probably going to contradiction.
No, hold on, Mark.
That's not what you said.
No, Mark.
You can backtrack, but that's not what you said. What you said was, I don't think it's helpful. I hear people doing this and it's not working. Let us try something different. Let us, not let me.
Mark. No. Okay, hold on. So, number 1, are you allowed to say whatever the fuck you want? Of course, right? I don't police anyone.
But you think it's unhelpful.
Yeah, but is it unhelpful? Yes. Okay. Now that's up to you. You want to be unhelpful because.
So that was a great move by Marc there. he got Cenk to admit it's not just Cenk staying in his lane and not judging people. He's in his lane and he's also judging people, saying it's unhelpful. He's being helpful, but they're being unhelpful. I don't think it's a matter of help or unhelp. It's a matter of effect and ineffect. And Cenk is probably right that being somewhere in the middle between hot and cold is ineffectual. But him being cold, the effect he's going for is, I have my doubts of whether the effect of his actions will be helpful in the way he thinks it is. But credit to a revolution well done. So
you're pissed. I get it. Especially if it affected you. So like if I go tell a fellow Muslim, hey, it's unhelpful to say the Jews are this or the Jews are that, and he goes, I don't want to hear that.
Like, is Cenk actually a Muslim? I mean, I'm not even. Who cares? I don't even care. He identifies as it. I'll respect it.
Shit. Okay, my family got killed. I hear him, and he can say whatever he wants, right? But is it unhelpful? It is unhelpful. Okay. So for example, let me finish my thought. So,
again, it's not about help. It's about effect.
So Hillary Clinton and everybody, and Kamala Harris, what did a lot of people do? They call Trump sexist, right? And I think that they have a lot of evidence on their side. But was it helpful? No, it wasn't helpful. It didn't work. Okay. So hold on, let me finish. So all I'm asking is, let me do my thing without assuming bad intent, without assuming that I'm helping.
Let's go. Stay in your lane. Help how you think you can help. But then, Cenk, you literally just said it, but you go a step further and you say they're unhelpful because they're not in your lane. You're doing your thing, but you're judging. And people can't judge you while they're doing their thing. Do your thing and don't judge if you're actually in your lane. But you're not doing that. You're saying you're not being as helpful as I am. You're being unhelpful to what I'm doing over here. I thought you were in your lane, bro. I thought you were moisturized, chilling, and happy, and in your lane. But you're not. You're salty. You're looking over the side of the track, being like, "Hey." It's like, would you do a Grand Prix with Israel? Cenk's in his Turkish F500 or whatever car. He's you're not help. But there's an Israeli car behind him. And there's protesters there. He's you're not helping with the Palestine flag. I'm trying to raise my fucking F500 here.
Because what I'm hearing from some portions of the left is, you're not allowed to do it. Not, hey, I don't want to do it. Hey, I want to call them white supremacists. They say, no, you have to call him a white supremacist. And if you didn't
He's literally projection, bro. He literally just said,
call him that, then that's it. You're a bad guy. You're a traitor. You're a racist or whatever. No, I don't accept that. You're not going to get me to say anything that I don't want to say. I believe in your freedom to say whatever you want, Mark, and I'm going to say whatever I want. And I think my strategy is infinitely better. I'm going to.
Yeah, but it's about what people should say, what is helpful and what is unhelpful. It's not simply about what people have the right to say or not say.
Execute that. I'm going to get us some policy wins, I hope, over the long run, and then I'm going to say you're welcome.
I hope you do. Just to be clear, just on that last point again.
And then I'm going to say you're welcome. Bro. If Cenk fired Brianna Wu, he could say you're welcome to me. That's about what it would take.
I wasn't trying to tell you what to say or not to say. I was pointing out the contradiction. What you had said was you were only saying it's unhelpful for you. You weren't saying it was unhelpful. You weren't telling other people it was unhelpful. You weren't policing or critiquing the actions of others based on me saying that I find when
he what?
I hear you say it's unhelpful, I find that problematic as a person who's on the business end of the white supremacy. And what you just said was you weren't telling us that. You were only speaking for yourself. But then even in your rejoinder, in your response, you pointed out that you actually are saying to the people that it was unhelpful. And this isn't about their right to say free speech, but you're telling them that's unhelpful.
Perfect. Mark summarized perfectly. One, you're saying, oh, I'm staying in my lane, but then, oh, I am judging though.
Saying, telling black people or telling women or telling Muslims or telling trans folk, hey, you have a right to say this. It's your experience, but I'm just telling you that's unhelpful. I'm just telling you, even in terms of strategically uniting folk, as a black person and as a Muslim and as whatever title you want to put on me, when I'm told that thing, for every right wing person you potentially get, I'm telling you, you're gonna lose a whole lot of us.
Okay. So, Mark, here's the thing. Again, the framing is critical because you said two words that are not the same. You said policing and critiquing. Okay. So I am critiquing the strategy, but I'm not policing it. I'm not the boss of anyone. Okay. So people, and in fact, on our own network, everybody's allowed to say whatever they want. And tons of our hosts disagree with me from the left on the trans issues and on all the things that you've challenged me on. And I don't police that. I don't police it. But do I critique it? Yeah, because we're having a discussion about what's the best strategy to win people over to our side.
Fair enough. That's fair. I'm saying as a black person being told, hey, you shouldn't call the white supremacists white. I can see if you said, Mark, I don't think he's a white supremacist. I think that's fair ground. But saying, yeah, he does hate black people, but it's not helpful to call him a white supremacist. I'm just telling you.
But even when you say he hates black people.
At the beginning of this convo, Cenk said, I'll go into a room of anti-Muslims and not say a thing about anti-Muslimery or whatever it is, Islamophobia. I'll go into a room of Islamophobes and not bring up Islamophobia once because that's the helpful thing for me to do. I mean, that's his right to believe that. So
it's more complicated than that. It's
like what you said.
No,
you said. I said, are you opposite sides of the same coin? You said no, because I'm not like Charlie Kirk. I don't hate white people. We're not opposite sides of the same coin. One would infer that you were saying that he hates white people. That's not a
no, I know. And that's why I'm clarifying now, Mark.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and so Charlie has said those things that are deeply problematic and that are those comments.
And so Charlie, for example, he'll say, oh, I don't hate Muslims. I don't hate immigrants. He'll just critique it. Cenk could say, I don't hate white people and then critique whiteness. But he didn't do that. I don't think Cenk it's probably very rare a day he critiques whiteness itself because it's too easy to conflate that with white people and white privilege. He probably thinks that's an unhelpful phrase, or white supremacy. He said that was an unhelpful phrase. You notice Charlie Kirk isn't worried about whether it's helpful or not when he says, oh, well, I don't hate Muslims, but here's this and this and this and this. Oh, I don't hate immigrants, but I have a right to be here. 10 million of them don't. 15 million, whatever, more. Do you think the right has advanced its interests more or less by being like, if they you want to credit them for so much of their strategy and their successful revolution, but you want to be so apprehensive of critiquing white supremacy because it's an unhelpful term. You could do the thing they do, say, I don't hate white people, here's a critique of whiteness. Where they're like, I don't hate Muslims, here's a critique of Islam. I don't hate immigrants, here's a critique of illegality. Here's how they're illegal. I don't know if Cenk should take their side, but it's like, or take their tactics and apply it to whiteness, for example. But I don't think it's unhelpful. I think it would be more helpful if Cenk did take their tactics. If Cenk's going to go through the ritual of crediting them for their successful revolution, shouldn't he not be afraid of, give them credit where it's due? Their credit is by saying, I don't hate this, I hate this intersection of it. I don't hate white people, I hate whiteness. I don't hate immigrants, I hate illegal immigration. It's like, bro, you're going to give them so much credit, but then you want to act like the things they do that actually help them wouldn't help your side? I don't know. It's just...
We're racist, right? Well, I mean, why are we worried about a black pilot? That's crazy. And in fact, I challenged him on that in one of our interviews, and he walked it back a little bit, not all the way, but he walked it back a little bit. And in fact, the fact that he walked it back a little bit surprised me, right? So, okay, now we have that conversation, and all of a sudden he's walking it back a little bit. Okay, so that's a little bit of a win there. But in terms of again, helpful or not helpful. So you remember the protest in Washington on Israel, and somebody writes, burns it.
Bro, remember your speech here, and you didn't bring up Gaza, Israel, or Palestine once, but wanted to get credit for representing Palestinian voices anyways? But yeah, let's see. Oh, Oh yeah, of course the protest on Israel. He's like, oh, they burned an American flag. I love my country. I'm a populist. Loving America. It's not about left and right. I love my country. Cool. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do love our country, and you just want everyone to do things the right way. And that's beyond left and right. Yeah. They burn an American flag. That's the right to do it, but it's not helpful. People have the right to burn an American flag. That's the only difference between me and the fascists I'm collaborating with. They think people who burn an American flag should get jail time. It's their right to burn the American flag, but it's not helpful.
American flag is somebody who writes Hamas on a statue. So I'm not the boss of them. I can't stop them from doing that. Okay. Nor would I want to live in a world where I stop them from doing that. Having said that, not helpful. Okay. And it's my job as a host to say what I think is helpful and not helpful. And that was deeply unhelpful. It drives people away from us. We want people to relate to Palestinians, to relate to Muslims, and feel like, oh, they're but for the grace of.
We want people to relate to Americans. Because that's what you're putting on it. You're saying you can't burn an American flag, so we want people to relate to Palestinians and Muslims. A qualifier of people relating to Palestinians and Muslims isn't burning the American flag, which means you have to relate to Americans first before you relate to Palestinians and Muslims. And I'm sorry. I wish I had as much faith in our country as you apparently do. But I'm not going to put a qualifier on whether people relate to Palestinians and Muslims of them relating to America enough not to burn the flag. Palestinians are burning the American flag. Muslims are burning the American flag. As reported in Fox News and other mainstream outlets across the world, they burned the American flag. And then Americans themselves burn our flag because that's our right to do it. And it helps spread a message that some people want to spread. It's not helpful. So yeah, it's just cringe. It's like, oh, so Cenk wants to bring up a protest in Washington against the genocide against Palestinians by the Israeli state. And he wants to put a qualifier. I was like, well, before you relate to Palestinians and Muslims, first you must relate to Americans by refusing to burn their flag or burn your own flag. That's just unfair. Cenk likes to say, it's an unfair qualifier because you can relate to Palestinians and Muslims by burning the American flag. Like, maybe you can relate to I wonder which Palestinians and Muslims you can relate to more by refusing to do such an action or by condemning or saying it's an unhelpful action. I wonder which Palestinians and Muslims you can relate to by holding that principle and holding the flag as sacred. And I wonder which you can relate to by burning it. And I wonder which Cenk really wants to be allied with. Because right now his choice is the ones where it's, well, we hold the flag as sacred. And then Muslims and Palestinians that can respect our flag, then we relate to them. That's the side he's picking. Fuck the flag. You know what that flag represents 13 colonies and 50 states. How do we get the 13 colonies? By killing a bunch of British and French and Indians. How do we get the 50 states? By killing a bunch of Indians and Spanish, and also French, and also English. How do we get the other states? It's not like England just disappeared from the Americas, or Spain or France just disappeared from the Americas. What does each one of those stars represent? A state. A state that was settled by Americans at the expense of indigenous people. Many states which are virtually extirpated of any significant or visible indigenous population. I live in a state where I'm more likely to be seen as Mexican than a Native American because natives were extirpated from this country. And yes, illegal immigrants coming here is the repopulation of natives to the Americas in this part of my country. This region of the country extirpated of natives, those so-called illegal immigrants, are repopulating our country with Native Americans. Federally recognized Native Americans could never do it. Illegal immigrants can, and they're right to do it. And fuck the flag while we're on the way. Let's burn it. And bye-bye. It's like, what does Cenk think? What icon does Cenk think he is defending? What icon does Cenk think he is defending from iconoclasm? Like, what's next? Like, the fascies in Congress being up? Like, literal symbols of fascism being all across Washington in our government buildings? Is that the next thing we have to defend beyond the flag? Or slave owner statues? George Washington. Oh. But that's what Cenk does, man. Before you relate to Palestinians and Muslims, you got to relate to Americans, and that's the buy-in. And if you take the American middleman out and you try to relate to Palestinian Muslims another way, another way by burning the flag like people do all over the world, and have done in Palestine, if you want to relate to them that way, I guess that's a step too far I thought Cenk was a unifying voice. Burning the American flag, that's a step too far. You got to cut off Palestinians and Muslims for that. And far be it from them, disaffected Americans who hate our country. That's too far for you. And you wonder why, people are, unsubscribing from TYT. Because they're so concerned with proving themselves to fucking turning points. And take it for granted that they're left or progressive.
God go I. And when you write Hamas or you burn an American flag, what you're doing is you're saying, I'm not like you. I'm the other. And you should be worried about me. You should be concerned about me. And I think it's a bad strategy. And as a
do you think that's analogous?
Literally my job to say what I think is good and bad strategy.
Do you think what you just described is analogous to telling a black person not to call a person who hates black people a white supremacist?
No, I would never tell a black person to say this or that. But if that person was the campaign chair for Kamala Harris, then yes, I would have that conversation. Because then they're not just speaking for themselves. They're trying to win an election, and that's a different dynamic in a different context. But hey, you're angry. Somebody was racist to you. You want to call them a racist? Of course, I totally get it. Obviously. I mean, and I told you earlier, right? So when people...
What about someone who's employed in a campaign? Can they call someone racist if they're racist to them? Oh, well, you're working for the campaign, so, it affects more than just you.
Come at me in an unfair way in those Israel debates, I call them a racist or a bigot right back at them. It depends on the context. What are we trying to accomplish? In that case, why did I call them that? Because I'm trying to get them to understand just blanket calling someone anti-Semitic doesn't win the argument. I could just do the same exact thing and call you a bigot.
Those other things that... Well, yeah, that one doesn't win the argument today. It doesn't win the argument in the court of public opinion, but, it almost always wins the argument on some level.
And I didn't win the argument either, but at least we've neutralized it. But if they're not bringing it up and they're not saying this or that, in a place where you're trying to stop private equity.
Credit to a revolution well done. Also, don't bring up this stuff. I disagree with you.
From buying our residential homes, I think it's poor strategy to say, well, look at me working with these white supremacists or whatever it might be. I don't want to do straw man. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Fair enough. So yeah. What's the end game here? How do you see this ending?
Yeah, there's two possible ways. So one is that we try this, etc. Then Trump starts doing things, and they're not any of the things that the right-wing populists talked about. And then when Trump does them, they instantly change their position and go, no, I love when private equity buys my homes. I want moms to go back to the coal mines the day after having a baby. I love war.
So all the goodwill you accrued is for naught.
Now let's invade Panama and Greenland. Okay, then my mission failed, and my strategy.
Okay. That's what's gonna happen. Okay, let's see. But let's see where Cenk has hope that his mission won't fail, even though it will.
Was not right, and you know what I'll do then? I'll adjust, because that's what thoughtful people do. They try to find a way to get to the answers that we want. Okay, now that's the bad case scenario. The good case scenario is not nirvana. Trump does not turn into Bernie Sanders. The good case scenario is, as they're doing other things, including an enormous robbery that's about to happen. Okay, maybe we get a couple of wins. Maybe, in fact, this is the craziest thing I'll say. I'm a tiny bit hopeful about turning around on Israel, because
Yeah, and so that is the craziest thing he would say, because for a second, I was tiny bit hopeful that Trump would be an actual anti-war president, like it wouldn't just be a Ukraine thing. But there is zero. Well, I don't know. Maybe I share a tiny bit of hope with Cenk about Israel. Like, it could get crazy enough, Trump. But like, I have to assume Trump has even an ounce of morality. And an ounce of morality enough to like end a war. And so yeah, we'll just leave it. That is the craziest thing Cenk ever said in that debate. So not gonna happen. Sorry.
I've heard those right-wing guys. They don't want to keep funding Israel. I'm telling you that right now. Okay.
Yeah, they do. The right wing, the evangelicals believe Israel has to exist for prophecy's sake. It is a mandate of God that Israel exists, according to evangelicals who are considered right wing. And that is the base that will never give up and will never go away. And I don't think Trump is prepared to abandon them. A president could just do it, even though the evangelicals want their like satanic ritual to happen. A president could oppose it. A president like Trump probably has the most chance of opposing something like that, but he won't. It's just a crazy thing to say, like he said. So
if we got to turn around on Israel, oh my God, that would be such a giant win in the midst of what it
yeah, ain't gonna happen. Sorry.
appeared to be hopeless times. Now that's a hope against hope, okay? But can we win on
Yeah, hope against hope. So why?
any one of those things? Like, for example, like this is the easiest one, right? I say one of the things I say is pardon Edward Snowden, because I know that they want to pardon Edward Snowden, right? And we agree with pardoning Edward Snowden. And what that does is that doesn't change the world, but it takes a first step towards unity. And then let's see, well, do they really mean it on cutting the Pentagon? Because the voters mean it. The voters mean it.
Dude, if I was Edward Snowden and I got pardoned, I would stay outside the U.S. I would not go back. That's bad. No way. That's a lie, bro. They'll pardon him and put him in jail the next day.
Or at least a big portion of them.
As soon as he comes back to the country. Oh, it's for national security. We lied. We don't need principles. National security is important.
I know that the politicians don't mean it. So now that's an interesting collision. And what happens? Does the populist right wing rebel, or do they just simmer back down and go, yes, sir, absolutely, sir? I don't know. And I think that's super interesting. A lot of folks on the left say, no, they already know.
Credit to a revolution well done. Absolutely, sir.
They already know. Nobody on the right ever means anything. They're all robots or they're all evil or whatever that they think. That's just not true. They're human beings.
Yeah. And so Cenk is like totally right. Like, there was a time I thought everyone that was right wing was like, bots, like Cenk is saying. Like, there's a streamer Vosh who he basically calls everything conservative. And then he just completely hates on anything that he can reasonably call conservative. And then it's only a matter of time before he calls whatever the conservative thing, like fascist or Nazi-esque. So there are, and there's a time when I was voting where I was like, Trump supporters really are like whatever Cenk said, like bots. Like they really are like. But then I was like, oh shit, left wingers are bots. It's like, oh, and then I was like, well, maybe before even that, I was like, but I returned to the position. Oh, every single person who has national pride is a bot. Every single person who tolerates national populist ideas is a bot. They think the citizens of their country are entitled to things other human beings are not. And so now I'm just like, well, I definitely I have a lot more sympathy for Trump voters than I did in 2017 or 2016 during Trump's first incumbency. I have way more sympathy and understanding with the bots on the right, as the bots on the left, because a part of me felt bad for thinking, oh, they're all evil. Oh, they're really voting for this guy, and that makes them evil too. And it's like, yeah, that's obviously nonsense, but they're still Americans, bro. So,
And there's a giant range of that 77 million voters.
You know, when you came on the show, I thought the biggest thing we were going to end up disagreeing on was you being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
It's fine. It's just that shit. I mean, it's fine. It's a part of it. You got to be charming. You got to know how to disarm people, and like keep connections alive. But it's just like,
which has been
it's such a non-statement. It's like, let's waste 30 seconds by being nice to each other.
Deflating a movement in the last 3 weeks as anything happening politically. But it turned out we were going to have we had this spirited conversation. And just like you said, the Steelers are going to do better in the playoffs despite this losing streak. You know, you're also saying this plan is going to work despite the evidence to the contrary. You could be a prophet, not in the Islamic sense, but in the Western Christian sense of you could be absolutely right on both of these things. You could see the crystal ball better than the rest of us. I hope you're right. I hope it all works. I don't agree. And I do hope that if it doesn't, you come out and tell us that, you acknowledge that. I also hope that if you begin to take money from right-wing movements or organizations, because that you'll tell us that, because you've been straightforward with us. I've never known you to be dishonest. I believe you. I don't think you're grifting. I just think you're wrong. I think you're shamefully optimistic. And I think you have a faith in our open enemies that I think is unwarranted, unhealthy, and unhelpful. But I hope you're right and I'm wrong. I hope your optimism wins.
You know, that's the best I could hope for. And you just said something that I say on the show all the time. Look, I hope I'm wrong, right? I'll make these predictions. Like, I think Trump's going to win. I'm super worried about it. And I hope I'm wrong, right? I think Kamala Harris's strategy is the wrong one. I hope I'm wrong, right? So time will tell. But Mark, for those who don't know, I've been through a lot of these tests already. So MSNBC, I turned down over $1 million to say the things that are right. They wanted me to be basically pro-establishment, and I wouldn't do it. They wanted me to, be soft on the inside. I mean, there's a moment where you are tested, and you're tested with a lot of money, prestige, status, all those things. And I said, I'd rather tell the truth to my audience. So I'm not going to turn around after all this time and all the pain that we've gone through. I'm going to keep my eyes on the prize. And to me, if we don't pass progressive bills, then we didn't get anything done, right? Because then the rest of it is just ego games. Whoever has the status, etc. I don't give a damn about that. All I care about is passing.
Yeah, and that's true. So Cenk's lane, that's how you get things done, by passing bills, by being the cold guy. But there's also hot guys, like in multiple senses. There's hot guys. They get things done that maybe in the macro are ineffectual, but that one thing they got done by being hot. And so Cenk might get some stuff done by being cold, get some things passed, and I hope he does. I mean, like, I saw, like, in Michigan, they passed a bill to allow indigenous regalia at graduation ceremonies in schools. So that's like on your graduation cap, you have like an eagle feather, maybe, or other stuff like that. And so they were playing the cold game, and they got that done. And all respect to that. Respect to that, but the cold game gets cold results. Oh, now I don't have to, like, shave my head if I join the military because I'm a native person. Oh, now I can wear my regalia at graduation and not like be abused, but like black people. Oh wow, whoa, black people not getting something other people get. What a surprise! Oh, like there's like all these stories of black students having their locks cut and shit. Did they get any bills passed? Nah. But black people are hot. They're hot. You can't get a lot done being cold. I'm just fucking bullshitting, but I guess black people could get stuff done being cold, but yeah, make no mistake, hot gets results too. And so Cenk's going after cold results. Maybe cold results are better for reform and in the long term, but hot gets results too. And maybe hot results are ineffectual and spark backlash that actually takes the movement backwards. You know, it takes the cold movement and ups the temperature as a result of the backlash. But I think it's a mistake to throw all the blame on the hot rods because you're cold. Because, like, I saw this tweet, and it was like, I forget the exact wording, but it was someone, like, put it in quotes. They're like, this is making your side look so bad. Someone who hates your side. It's like, what you're doing is not helping your side at all. Someone who, like, literally wants your side to not exist. I feel like Cenk has fallen to that a bit.
Bills, because that's the only thing that affects the actual voters' lives. So that's what I'm going to try to do.
Well, inshallah, it'll work out for you, my brother. Thank you so much. Cenk, it's always good to see you. Let's talk again soon. And enjoy your night, brother.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it, brother. Have a good night.
Everybody, y'all know the man. His name is Cenk Uyger.
But yeah, this was a sick debate. I'd love to see an episode 2, 3, 4, 5 of Marc and Cenk talking. I really like their dynamic. And I think a lot of the stuff that like was just able to be like, oh, making excuses, oh, like, you know, this and that, miscommunication. I mean, Cenk literally like danced between saying, oh, I'm in my lane and you're hating, to being like, oh, I'm in my lane, and also I can say like, bro, you're unhelpful. It's like he's the hater. He's also the hater, you know? And so like stuff like that where like it can be attributed to miscommunication or can be excused out of. Marc was able to emphasize or focus on points like that and get Cenk to really expose that, yeah, Cenk's in his lane, but he's judging. He thinks you're unhelpful. And Cenk tried to like sort of weasel out of that by being like, well, you know, I'm just in my lane and people are saying I can't be in it. People are hating on me. It's like, I mean, it might be about you being in that lane, but it's also about you saying other people should take your lane. And so, yeah, it's like he wants concessions, you know. So it's I don't know. I mean, I think it is Cenk's lane, and I'm fine with that. I mean, it's cool. I'm not really hating on Cenk being in his lane, but the whole thing about, oh, it's unhelpful to treat your enemies like enemies. Oh, it's unhelpful to not turn the other cheek. Yeah, that's you. But you're not perfect, bro. And all the excuses about like you're holding me to unfair or unrealistic standards. You're operating in an idealistic space where you can bring people right on the common ground that exists regardless between you. And like I assume Cenk has been like relatively progressive on immigration, but that's like a huge, so big. It's like the topic of immigration is such a broad common ground with Democrats and Republican candidates that I'm surprised that Cenk hasn't like straight up been like, I mean, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but just straight up been like, yeah, people have to come here the right way. Yeah, people have to come here the right way. And that's just common sense. And I don't want common sense to be more common.
Every day, the Young Turks delivers.
Wait, are they still alive? Wait, what the?
Misunderstanding about the.
Oh no, it's fucking replays. Like, oh, it's a shit. Yeah, I mean Theo Von is like, yeah, it's a cool clip. I mean, I assume Cenk is pro-Palestinian, but he was like, oh, burning the American flag. Oh. Like, let's see.
I'll tell you what's going to be horrible. When we take a one.
Like, let's see what Anna and Cenk have to say about this. I mean, I'm just fishing for them to say something cringe about immigration, which doesn't take a lot considering how pro-immigration I am. I know who the Americans are. From time immemorial, I know who was here first. And it's the people who walked to this place, not the people who rode a fucking boat over. And you don't have to like that. White Americans don't have to like that they and their people to the beginning of human history have less of a right to be here than illegal immigrants. But the more people are aware of that, the better. Because, like, almost no one, like, the United States saying that Hispanic is white on census data is, like, the biggest con in the history of demographic statistics. They're, like, marking down Hispanics as white, like, people who are more indigenous to the Americas than federally recognized indigenous people. It's crazy. And they look brown too. They look like Native Americans. That's the crazy, like, if you don't have the fucking Hispanic parentheses white programming in your mind like most people do, it's just instantly you see how fucking absurd it is. So let's see what these guys say.
Wonderful young woman who's with a criminal. And they show the woman, and she could stay by the law, but they show the woman being taken out. Or they want her out, and your cameras are focused on her as she's crying, as she's being taken out of our country, and then the public turns against us. But we have to do our job.
President-elect
We have to do our job. Our ancestors did a lot of genocide, and we're just gonna let it all go away because there's 1 billion Indians now, and we're an immigrant country. We're gonna let our white country go away because there's 1 billion Native Americans walking across our southern border. Our ancestors didn't own all those slaves and genocide all those people, so we would just let it turn to dust.
Donald Trump elaborated on his immigration policies and what he intends to carry out during a lengthy sit-down interview with Kristen Welker over at Meet the Press. And while he seemed to have, zero...
But yeah, we'll see. But if TYT was really progressive...
Every day, the Young Turks delivers 2 hours of solid...
As much as they
I'll tell you what's going to be hard.
Say they go after the left, they should be going after Democrats for completely kowtowing. I mean, like, what a dumb phrase, but like that's the phrase that comes to mind. Kowtowing the Democrats for completely going right wing on their immigration policy. But they'd probably be uncomfortable with saying it's right wing. They're like, oh, it's not right wing. I'm a progressive and I think that. You're taking for granted that you're a progressive if you think that.
When we take
But before
if you think there's a right way to come to this country, you're taking it for granted that you're progressive. You think your people came here the right way? If they did, I'd love to know how. The modern immigrants, I mean, less so than like a generation before, but especially the last generation of immigrants and going to the beginning of the 20th century, who came here the right way? A bunch of political dissidents and like upper class freaks who couldn't go on as they were in their countries of origin, exploiting people as significantly as they did. And so they found this great country, America, where as long as you have enough money, you can go there the right way and keep doing what you did in your country of origin. J.D. Vance, look at his wife. What does she do? Oh, a business owner. Oh, so she owns a business? She must have a lot of time to spend with the kids. They have nannies. Oh, how could someone do this? She's from Cuba and probably, like, grew up with the help around the house before they like, it's literally just a bunch of, like, anti-communist dissidents and, like, degenerates coming to our country the right way. People who had enough privilege to get, like, an advanced degree. Those are a lot of the people coming now, but, like, the refugees from war and shit, like, I've met more Ukrainians since the war in 2020 than, I mean, actually, it started before that. Actually, I had a Ukrainian classmate around when Crimea was seized by Russia. So maybe starting around there, but it's like, how'd you end up here? Who'd you leave behind? Why couldn't they come too? How'd you do it the right way? And then you find out all these guys are, like, literally fascists who saw America as the shining hope of their regressive beliefs. Our country's just got a little too much for the everyman, so we had to move to America. That's literally it, bro.
Welker over at Meet the Press.
And same goes for Cenk's ancestors. Same goes for Anna's ancestors. And so yeah, they're less American than the average illegal immigrant. That's for sure. But let's see what they say. Anyways, I've been rambling too much.
While he seemed to have zero empathy for most undocumented immigrants in
But yeah. Anyways, last thing I'll say. They should be going after the Democrats for going so right on immigration. Let's see if they do that. They're probably going to be like, oh, well, Trump is actually a little bit more right than the Democrats about immigration.
the country. He did say that he wants to work out a deal with Democrats when it comes to some of the undocumented immigrants in the country. We're going to get to those details in just a minute. But before we do, let's hear his take on what should happen when it comes to families with the mixed immigration status. Let's take a look.
You're saying
country.
Zartan also said, and said it.
I want to be breaking up families, so the only way you don't break up the family is you keep them together and you have to send them all back.
Yeah, what about the ones you broke up in your first administration? Oh, well, yeah, that was kind of... He's like admitting it was bad he did the first time. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do it this time. We'll keep them together. We'll deport them together. And, yeah, my grandpa was from Germany. Like, literally. Like, the people that made my whole village and tribe, I mean, depends on what you call it, but my village in reality, like hundreds of people, the reason my village was burned down was a second generation, like Swede or Irishman or something. It was a guy whose dad literally was born in like Ireland. Second generation, he burns my fucking village down in 1900. And so now I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a refugee in the literal sense, but like I'm sort of, my grandma, she was like a first generation refugee. So her parents were displaced from this village, from this fucking cracker whose dad was who was born in Ireland. Within one generation, he's fucking burning our village down. Refugees, my family. My grandma moves around Michigan, and then we're assimilated enough into white culture. My grandma gets a white husband. My mom gets a white husband. basically at that point, you're not a refugee anymore, even though the land they seized during our village burning, they still hold it. There's no break in ownership from them. They still hold it, but now I have enough white blood in me. I'm not a refugee anymore. So, but yeah, Trump, dude, it was like Trump's like grandpa or like great grandpa that moved to the U.S. And that's not a beautiful thing. Like, it's not a beautiful thing. We get some like Cuban dissident in America, and then they have a kid, and then that guy gets to become president. What? But that's the American dream. Is a first generation like fascist. Or in Trump's case, like a fourth generation fascist.
So that is exactly what Tom Homan also said, and said it without any apology, any concern about how it might come across. And what's interesting, Cenk, is people seem to be cheering that on, right? And so
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
Yeah, so here's my thoughts on it. And I thought that interview was really telling.
Might come across. And what's interesting, Cenk, is
Have to send them all back.
So that is exactly what Tom Homan also said, and said it without any apology, any concern about how it might come across. And what's interesting, Cenk, is people seem to be cheering that on, right? And so
I don't believe it.
You don't believe it?
Yeah, so here's my thoughts on it. And I thought that.
So Tom Homan he worked for Obama. He worked for the deporter in chief. What? Dude, wait, that's a surprise to her. Well, surprisingly enough, a Democrat who worked for the guy who deported the most Americans ever agrees with Trump's deportation plan. And people are cheering it on. Democrats are cheering it on. Let's see the pushback that these progressives can give.
Interview was really telling. So let's start with the bad news and go to the good news. So the bad news is he claims they are really going to try to deport everyone, right? Now, will they be able to do that? No, I don't think they can.
I mean, it's not everyone; it's the illegal immigrants, but yeah.
Right? And nor do I think he's going to actually execute it. In fact, the very first clip we showed you is the most important one. I'm going to come back to it in a second. So are they going to deport people who have criminal convictions but were, had served their sentence and are now out in America, but they are undocumented, et cetera? Oh yeah, they're going to definitely deport those.
I wonder if they think that's right.
Guys, right? So, and there's no force on earth that's going to stop them from doing that. So I know that there's people.
Yeah, I don't know if they're actually going to do that. There's a force within every single person that they're threatening to deport to stop them, at least temporarily.
On the left, who are getting ready to.
And that's what these cold ass Turks don't understand. They don't know how to be hot, bro. They don't know. They've been cold for so long. They don't believe people can get hot. But every single person they're threatening to deport right now, they can get hot if they want to. That's within them, and that'll stop them from
deport those guys.
You're saying no force on earth is going to stop them from doing that? There's about 13 million forces right now in our country that can stop them.
Right. So, and there's no force on earth that's going.
But yeah, these colds don't know how to be hot, bro. They don't think people can even get hot.
To stop them from doing that. So I know that there's people on the left who are getting ready to oppose that. Oh, don't send out the criminals. It's never going to work. Okay, so that's going to happen. And so we'll see where we draw the line.
It's like, it's insane, dude. They're literally showing like pictures of like kids and families, and it's like no force on earth is going to stop them from getting.
And
I mean,
so
I get he's talking about criminals and shit, but like, oh, whatever, man.
We'll see where we draw the line on what they mean by criminals, right? And that's a very important distinction. Okay, now then they're going to move on to.
They think they're all criminals because they are illegals. They violate the rule of law, so they're all criminals. That's what they think. That's what the reality is in the rule of law. They're all criminals. They're also all they're not all Native Americans, but the vast majority of them are Native Americans, but they're also all criminals.
the next category, and that's where the rubber's going to hit the road. So the Homans of the world, he surrounded himself with a lot of very anti-immigrant people, and he himself is very anti-immigrant in that regard. Trump is. So when they go to deport the actual, what, 12, 13 million, I don't know, however many million is undocumented immigrants, then you're going to see the pictures that he was alluding to in that first clip of people crying and
the backlash,
etc. Now, do you remember what happened the last time there was backlash? It took a
well, they shouldn't have come here if they didn't want to cry.
long time. There was a ton of,
but it's also like America's like, we just got to make our country shitty enough. No one wants to come here. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna happen. You're still gonna have money and a lot of big guns, but they're trying their best to making living in America be like totally trash for like anyone who without a salary. So
pressure by the kids in cages. But Trump then backed away from that policy because he doesn't like to be unpopular. And so what he was signaling there is, I'm going to try to deport as many people as possible and then see how much the American people howl. And when I think what he's saying is, when he gets
isn't this like the exact same video as this other one? Dude, I feel like I'm hearing the exact same shit. Yeah, this is like the same.
I'll tell you what's going to be horrible.
Which, by the way, means that I don't think that starting maximalists is a good idea. But when they get to a point where we are all uncomfortable, okay, which will be probably relatively quick, we've got to fight back, okay? Because he's looking to see how much people.
You should be fighting back right now. But Cenk's family came the right way to this country, so he'll fight back when he's uncomfortable.
People are going to fight back.
He responds, you're right, he responds to how people react to the way he implements policies or carries out policies. And you're right, Cenk, he loves validation, he wants to be admired, and look, you can see that as good or bad. There is a positive element to it. You know, compare that to, let's say, Joe Biden, who sees the majority of the Democratic base incredibly unhappy with the unlimited support toward Israel and what it's doing in Gaza. They didn't care. They didn't care. You see Biden's approval numbers drop consistently. Didn't care.
Biden read that one book, though, right?
Great idea, and we would be happy to make sure that we protect the Dreamers. By the way, if I see any left-wing show telling us that we shouldn't protect the Dreamers because it would help Trump, I'm going to lose it, okay?
Yeah, no left-wing show is going to say that. But if Cenk somehow twists, oh, it's not helpful to the Dreamers to say all immigrants should be here. They'll say that, but that's to the left of you, bro.
Depends on how your perspective. So the boundaries are, he's saying, if you're a convicted criminal, you're gone, not negotiable, right? The second thing he's saying is he's giving us hope about the Dreamers, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a second, that he might actually do a deal about them, which would steal the Democrats' thunder, and it's actually a really great idea. And
yeah, well, the Democrats have been on that since Obama, so a decade late, steal their thunder. This in the storm. Let's get some sunshine in the storm, steal their thunder. They're a decade late. Close Guantanamo Bay. Maybe Trump can do that too. Maybe Trump can do everything that Obama said would happen that was even marginally not evil. Maybe Trump can do a couple of the things, the very few ideas that politicians have come up that were not evil, like ending Guantanamo Bay and protecting Dreamers. Those are two relatively not evil ideas. Maybe Trump can do those, but
would be happy to make sure that we protect the Dreamers. By the way, if I see any left-wing show telling us that we should,
no one's gonna say that, dude. Any left-wing show that's like, oh, Trump is protecting the Dreamers, like, is this guy like crazy?
Shouldn't protect the Dreamers because it would help Trump, I'm gonna lose it, okay?
You've lost it to even like question that, dude. You're out of your mind.
You've got to let go of your mania, okay? We want the Dreamers protected. Everyone has on our
What about the illegals?
Side has always wanted the Dreamers protected.
Yep.
I'm not saying Trump's going to do it. I'm saying if he does,
the Dreamers is like the bare minimum. It's like, okay, whatever.
Take yes for an answer. Stop being like, no, it's a secret evil racist plan to protect the Dreamers. Okay, now let's get to the hard parts, right? The hard parts are in the middle. So when he starts talking about deporting everyone, I think it's crazy. I think they won't be able to do it. Number two, the thing that he mentioned first where, hey, the kids are citizens, but the family, their parents are undocumented. We're sending them all back. No, you're not sending any citizens back, okay? So there's going to be a giant pushback there.
Well, they're trying to end birthright citizenship, and then they do send them all back. Then they're not citizens. I mean, that is a legitimate... I mean, I like that Cenk is like, well, you're not going to send any citizens back, but... And I assume Cenk doesn't like the end of birthright citizenship. But they have a plan to send them all back. They do. More than the dreamers and even documented citizens. They have a plan. Oh, where'd that plan come from? A first-generation immigrant from India, Vivek Ramaswamy? I mean, the idea didn't come from him. Oh, wait, a first-generation immigrant is a fascistic nationalist who came to America? Wait, nah, dude. Wait, a first-generation immigrant being a fascistic nationalist, even though they're brown, dude? Wait, hold the presses. Are you telling me immigrants coming here the right way encourages them to feed into the most fascistic policies of the American idea? Wait, no way, dude. No way.
And that pushback has to be significant enough to make him change his mind. And then lastly, this ending birthright citizenship is insanity, total insanity. And he's got to actually get an amendment. You can't do that without an amendment. He seems to acknowledge that. But again, there's a little sliver of hope, because when he acknowledges that it has to be done through an amendment, that's basically saying we're not going to do it. Amendments are near impossible, right? And certainly he couldn't get 3/4 of the states to agree to that, because there's tons of blue states. And even if he doesn't know that, his advisors know that.
Right.
So they're going to push to see how far they can push. And when the time comes, which is going to be really near the beginning, we got to push back to protect the people that we need to protect.
I'm going to venture to say that the vast majority of Americans, including Republican voters, would not want to end birthright citizenship. That's
cap. That's a cap. Way too much credit to the average American. The average American thinks, oh, they're putting down anchor babies. They think if the baby was born here for the reason of like anchoring some illegal immigrant, they want him gone. They want birthright citizenship ended. They're cap. It's cap. They think whiteys are better than they are. It's cap. Let me put on my cap. Cap. The vast majority of Americans are in favor of some forms of birthright citizenship being ended. Like, not the entire thing. But they're like, oh, the anchor babies, they don't have a right to be citizens. And most Americans think that. Like, the vast majority of, like, conservative Republicans think that, and a lot of Democrats think that, because a lot of Democrats think they have more of a right to be here than Native Americans we call illegal immigrants.
Majority of Americans, including Republican voters, would not want to end birthright citizenship. That's crazy. Like, that's crazy.
Totally crazy. And
because that puts your own citizenship in jeopardy. Like,
but even if you
No, it doesn't put your own citizenship in jeopardy, because you're white and you're generational. By the time you get 2-3 generations deep, plus you're white, you're safe. You're not white, you're first generation, you're gone. It's just such cap, bro. Oh, it puts your own citizenship in question. It's like almost like we live in a fake fucking country. But they can turn the dial back and forward, and they're totally safe, bro. It's just cap. It's cap.
Said it, to those dirty undocumented immigrants, etc. Still, people are going to push back on birthright citizenship. That's not the majority of the country is not there, and they're going to find that out the hard way. Okay, but look, the one
and also like the majority of the country supporting or not supporting an idea has never stopped the country from implementing it or refusing to implement it, as we've already discussed. You can get the majority of Americans to believe an idea. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. You can force an idea on Americans that the majority disagree with. Welcome to representation.
We keep talking about this as an advantage, right? Because it is, we're doing honest analysis. Trump is ironically more of a traditional politician before the donor class took over. Now, because of the donor class, establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats will never, ever disagree with their donors. And if you got some knucklehead on the right or the left telling you that, oh no, the donors aren't in charge, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but golly gee, if it was the moral thing to do, they would defy their donors. That person is a fool and is showing you that, well, other than their ass, they're showing you that they don't understand politics at all, not 1%.
I think it's important to hear what he's saying here, and you're right, Democrats should take the win if he actually does pursue this. Take a look.
We have to do.
Democrats should take the win. Okay, so about dreamers. Okay. Yeah. Dreamers should be protected. We've been saying that since 2008.
something about the Dreamers, because these are people that have been brought here at a very young age, and many of these are middle-aged people now. They don't even speak the language of their country. And yes, we're going to do something about the Dreamers.
What does that mean? What are you going to do?
I will work with the Democrats on a plan, and if we can come up with a plan, but the Democrats have made it very, very difficult to do anything. Republicans are very open to the Dreamers. The Dreamers, we're talking many years ago, they were brought into this country. Many years ago. Some of them are no longer young people. And in many cases, they become successful. They have great jobs. In some cases, they have small businesses. Some cases, they might have large businesses. And we're going to have to do something with them. And
you want them to be able to stay. That's what you're saying.
I do. I want to be able to work something out.
Yeah, and so Trump is spitting here. I mean, I can't fault TYT for that, but let's see what they have to say about it.
And it should have been able to be worked out over the last 3 or 4 years, and it never.
Well, he's wrong about that. It should have been worked out in 2008, not the last 3 or 4 years. The Dreamers should have been settled in Obama's first term, like he ran on, like Guantanamo. I don't know if Afghanistan was like a part of that too, but probably.
It got worked out.
So obvious dig at the Biden administration and the Democratic Party in the end. I think that that was a legitimate and credible dig because they should have done something about the Dreamers over the last 4 years.
Dude, are any of these nincompoops going to bring about how Obama, like, are they aware Obama ran on this idea in 2008? TYT was doing commentary back then. Is anyone going to fucking bring it up?
And they did not. Now, if Trump is being real and he wants to pursue...
We've been talking about Dreamers since 2008. One sentence. Holy.
Legislation to provide protections for Dreamers, and it seems like he's being honest about wanting to do that. Democrats should absolutely...
Trump is being honest? He's speaking like... Yeah, it's pretty... Yeah, I guess it's honest. As honest as anything can ever be said by a politician.
Work with him to make that happen and not play games, partisan games to prevent it from happening. We also need to be honest about why the protection for the Dreamers ended in the first place, which was an executive order by Obama. That executive order protected the Dreamers. DACA kept them here in the U.S. without worry or fear that they'd be deported. And then in Trump's first term.
So she brings up Obama, and I guess Obama did it by executive order for a limited period of time. So there you go.
He undid that.
Maybe one of their producers brought it up. It's like, bro, we've been talking about this ish since 2008.
Executive order. So if he cared about the Dreamers, why did he do that? So let's be honest about that.
So look, at the same time, why haven't we been able to protect the Dreamers? So
because it's Obama. If he cared about the Dreamers, why would he do that?
So far, because they're Republicans, let's be honest. So like, I don't think there's a lot of donor money in not protecting the Dreamers. So normally that's the one thing that inhibits the Democratic establishment from getting something done. But those establishment Republicans were dead set against it. So if Trump can make them heal, that would get rid of our giant impediment, which is the Republican Party, okay? So let's be...
maybe with the Dreamers specifically.
Be clear about that. So to finish my earlier point, look, when you have someone strictly serving the donor class like Mitch McConnell or Joe Biden, they're never ever going to move on anything. And I think a lot of the progressives in Congress too were very naive about this. They were like, oh no, they are our colleagues and we can get them to do the right thing. And unfortunately we were right. You couldn't because they don't care about the policies. They only care to serve donors. That is why, does Trump care about the donors? Of course, he put the donors in charge of the government, right? Mary Madelson gets foreign policy, Elon Musk gets the...
I need to get them this. Biden admin announces immigration rule change after Title 42 expires. Well, let's go. Let's see. $9 years ago? Let's take a look at these two.
Thanks to a lawsuit filed by...
No, well, this guy doesn't count. Didn't he get fired for being, like, not an idiot? No, I'm just kidding. I'm an idiot.
And then they put people like gypsies and, homosexuals and then Jews. You're right.
Let's go. Wait, this is 1 year. Oh, no, that's 8 years ago. I was like, wait, that was 1 year gone.
Tonight.
Let's fucking go, dude.
After midnight tonight, they will be presumed ineligible for asylum and subject to steeper consequences for unlawful entry, including a minimum 5-year ban on re-entry and potential criminal prosecution.
DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is outlining what the Biden administration intends to do now that Title 42, the pandemic-era policy that just automatically rejected asylum seekers, is expiring. Now, Title 8 is interesting, especially since they're now touting that. Title 8 is what the Biden administration had implemented in order to just reject asylum seekers, or a better way of phrasing it is severely limit and restrict asylum as people come to the border. So according to the Hill's reporting on this, what the Biden administration plans to do is take aim at those who travel through Latin America and other parts of the globe on a journey to the United States. The rule requires them to first seek protection.
They walked here. You came on a boat or a plane, whatever. Just that alone. The fact that they on their own 2 feet from time immemorial, from their ancestors, were born on this continent and walked across this continent, is infinitely more valid than taking a fucking boat or plane over here. Especially from the mountains of Caucasus.
In another country along the way that offers asylum. Mayorkas also talked about it during a recent press conference. There's a few more details that I want you to hear from him, and then we'll go to Cenk. Let's watch.
Our current situation is the outcome of Congress leaving a broken, outdated immigration system in place for over 2 decades, despite unanimous agreement that we desperately need legislative reform. It is also the result of Congress's decision not to provide us with the resources we need and that we requested. Our efforts within the constraints of our broken immigration system are focused on ensuring that the process is safe, orderly, and humane, all while protecting our dedicated workforce and our communities. I want to be very clear. Our borders are not open. People who cross our border unlawfully and without a legal basis to remain will be promptly processed and removed.
Just like my ancestors should have been. Because, like, people bring up the Native Americans, like, look at what happens if you don't control immigration. And it's like, look at what you are. Do you really believe that? You don't want to go the way of the Native American? So I hope to God, like, whatever little faith I have in a higher power, I hope we get fucking colonization 2.0. I hope the Native Americans from south of the border takes what's theirs and conquers this country. I hope they do that. It won't happen, but I hope they do that. I hope they let go of this right way idea where they perpetuate America's evil and they come and conquer and recreate our country in something that is less hypocritical, less openly supremacist, in that the people who have the power to carve their place in this country through birthright citizenship and generational settlement, I hope they get the power within themselves to not be deported, because they have much more of a right to be here than any of these colonizers. Their right to be here is so grand. They have a right to colonize this country and end the evil that is the United States in a video game.
Basis to remain will be promptly.
But yeah, where this guy's parent? Dude, go back to Europe, bro. Bye. See ya. Go back to Europe. Bye. How do you think your people came here? Unlawfully and without a legal warrant or basis to remain? What's your legal basis to remain? A fucking nuke? Your legal basis to remain here is built on blood. And until America realizes and accepts and celebrates in a very real way it being an immigrant country where everyone has as much right to be here as anyone else, until that happens, blood will remain the currency by which people create their legal basis to remain here. Their ability to remain in this country will remain blood as long as they hold on to this evil system of belonging.
Promptly processed and removed.
So I gotta say, Cenk, it seems like they're just extending Trump-era immigration policies, right? Because previously...
Okay, so based Anna, she thinks that's wrong, right?
If someone had entered the country through illegal means, let's say they did not go through a port of entry and instead crossed the border illegally, if they were caught by border agents, they could just say that they are seeking asylum, and then they would get their opportunity before a judge, an immigration judge, who would make a decision as to whether or not their asylum claim is legitimate. Trump changed that. So Trump implemented a policy where, no, you come in through illegal means, then we are not going to process your asylum claim. You have to go in through ports of entry. And then he, of course, had Border Patrol agents block ports of entry. So that was the one thing he did differently from what Biden is about to do. But, I mean, I thought Biden was supposed to be the more humane individual here.
In fact, in one of the debates when prodded by Julio Castro, who was running against him, Biden claimed that Donald Trump was the first president to do this exact policy, and he found it to be horrible, atrocious. Can't believe it. Well, congratulations. Joe Biden's now the second president to do it.
I actually want to show you guys the receipts. So this was on the debate stage with Donald Trump right beside him. Let's watch.
This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before.
They will continue to sit in squalor on the other side of the river. That is exactly what will happen.
Okay, now let's talk about how politically irrational this is. I'll be kind. So you're going to copy Donald Trump's policy that you're on tape, both in the primaries and in the general election, saying it was a terrible policy. Okay, so now, how many MAGA votes do you think you're going to pick up with that? No, serious question. But you have to understand something. For all of you at home, you all think,
Yeah, so they're completely right, but
well, we all get it, Cenk. What's the
how many votes did Cenk pick up by saying credit to your successful revolution to Charlie Kirk?
hard part? He's not going to pick up any MAGA votes, any Republican votes. How could he pick up any votes by copying Trump's policy, right? But you have to understand the reason why I'm saying this, because everyone in Washington thinks it's a brilliant policy. They're like, oh, bravo. You go right wing, because they think they're already in the general election, they're not worried about a primary. You go right wing and you pick up their votes. Why would you pick up?
Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, they probably have said the right things more often than not about immigration. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I fuck with like Cenk and Anna. I mean, I know Anna's been like on some kind of, I have a right to feel comfortable and safe in my country. And I feel like that's just a matter of time before she goes on some like, well, if someone came here illegally, what else are they capable of? Like type shit, but maybe that won't happen. I don't know. Should probably just end here. It's gone on way too long anyways.
Co-founder of the Young Turks and self-described progressive, Cenk Uyger, and Tucker Carlson, and the big kahuna, Donald J. I could see why. Let me show you a little piece of the actual moment where he's on stage, because this is weird to me.
And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do it here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden,
that history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers, one of the driving forces was get Dick Cheney out of office, right? And now for Kamala Harris to come full circle and say, oh, I've got 90 corporate CEOs backing me, and I've got...
Was Dick Cheney even in office? I mean, what wasn't his most evil, like, an appointed position as Secretary of State or whatever he was? So he was elected to 89. Wait, so he was only in, okay. So 89 and then Man, this guy's old as fuck. Was he like retired by like? Oh, so he was elected in 04. So yeah, I guess yeah, he was in office around when Cenk is talking about here. Okay.
Got all these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side. It was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment.
Yeah, but like, what makes Charlie Kirk so much better of an ally than Mitch McConnell or Liz Cheney rather? Like, is Liz Cheney was Liz Cheney really a less safe bet than this thing you're doing? Congrats on or credit to y'all for a successful revolution. Is that more helpful than Kamala promising Liz Cheney a spot in her cabinet if they win?
They are controlled by the donor class and mainstream media.
But bro's doing the same thing.
Is their marketing arm. They do not do news. They do propaganda. And
news is propaganda. Right? Propaganda isn't a bad word. Man, it's such like common sense, like fucking NPC bot, like pandering. It's such common sense, like pandering. Common sense, which is like reductive and ignores reality.
All these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side. It was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment. They are controlled by the donor class, and mainstream media is their marketing arm. They do not do news. They do propaganda.
News is propaganda. You know, propaganda doesn't have to be news. It exists. And I mean, is all news propaganda? Probably on some level, yeah. I would say so. Yeah, it's just propaganda, scary word. Communist, scary word. I agree, of course. Propaganda. News should be news. Propaganda shouldn't be. Of course.
And one more thing. What I want you guys...
It's interesting. And Cenk, I hope you're paying attention to what they're clapping at and where they be dead silent. Because it is... This is mind-boggling, what Cenk Uyger is doing right here. And, you know, I like him. He's been on the show. I've been on his show. But I go to talk to MAGA. They boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. On what planet is that a bad thing? Are you kidding me? Cenk, this is where you're too smart to be this. Like, are you being obtuse here? They didn't boo Mitch McConnell because they disagree with Mitch McConnell's policies. They didn't boo Mitch McConnell because they disagree with his politics. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because he prosecuted an imperial war. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because he destroyed and liquidated Iraq. They didn't boo Dick Cheney because...
If overthrowing the establishment means endless reform, endless baby steps forward, yeah. I guess that's progressivism.
Of the Patriot Act. They booed Dick Cheney because they didn't endorse Donald Trump. I guarantee you that if Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney were hardcore Trumpers, or just if Donald Trump today were to tweet or whatever his Truth Social platform is, if he were to say, I love Mitch McConnell, please support him. Dick Cheney's my guy. Let's move forward. Everybody in that room.
Yeah, and this is a really good point by Marc, is that, like, I don't think Trump, I brought it up earlier, but Trump doesn't like the double flippers. So if people are against him and then flip to being for him, he likes that a lot. J.D. Vance is an example. But people who were for him, then against him, and then for him again, which is what Dick Cheney and Mitch McConnell would do in this situation. I don't know if Trump would be like, oh yeah, welcome back to the club. But the MAGA voter base, if Trump did do that, of course would, lap it up like the dogs they are.
Would be cheering for Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. So this isn't about the MAGA crowd and the political progressive crowd having a shared critique and distaste for Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney. No, they're booing Dick Cheney because he didn't endorse Donald Trump. You, Cenk, Uyger, believe that Donald Trump is awful. So if you believe Donald Trump is awful and that nobody should vote for Donald Trump, and they're booing Dick Cheney because he didn't vote for Donald Trump. In other words, the people doing the booing wanted the thing that you think is awful. Y'all don't have the same politics. I need to know why they're booing Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney.
Yeah, and so the reason, I mean, Marc is like on point here. It's like the common ground exists. Cenk and Kirk are there. The common ground exists without you. Your reasons for being there, your reasons for being on that ground that is common are different from the reasons of the people who are sharing that ground with you. They're there for different reasons than you are. And so it becomes the responsibility of the person, not just the person on the left, but the person on the right, maybe even the people in the center. When they're on common ground, their prerogative is to convince people who are there for different reasons to be there for the same reasons or similar reasons. But you have to understand that they're there for different reasons than you, even though it's common ground. So yeah.
I need to know why. If tomorrow Mitch McConnell saved a kid out of a burning building, and tomorrow Dick Cheney, I don't know, donated all of his money to a prison abolition fund, that crowd would boo them. And I wouldn't be like, oh, well, they booed Mitch McConnell, Dick Cheney, so we good money. No, I need to know why they're booing. In this case, they'd be booing because they're.
That's also a good point. Dick Cheney, I don't think Liz Cheney did a single good thing by like allying with Kamala. But even if she did do a good thing, like say Liz Cheney was like, yeah, I'm a cracker-ass cracker from the mountains of Caucasus, and illegal immigrants have more right to be here than any of my pale ancestors. And that was booed. Yeah, that would still be booed. I mean, that would especially be booed. But say Liz Cheney actually said something cool or, like, good, instead of just being like, the Republican promised a position in the Kamala Harris cabinet, hypothetically. That will never happen. Yeah, it's like, even if... No, Marc is on point for sure. It's like, even if McConnell and Cheney did something good, they would still boo. And it's like, oh, well, it's like, they did something bad and they were booed. I mean, I guess it's a good thing they betrayed MAGA, I guess. And so the crowd is booing. They're booing something that's good, actually, like already. They're booing something that, like, one of the few redeeming things Cheney and McConnell have ever done in their evil lives by betraying MAGA. That's what the crowd is booing. And so Marc brings up a good point of, like, say they were doing something better than that, better than betraying MAGA, they would still be booing. But if McConnell and Cheney did something evil, like, I don't know, flipping again and going to Trump, like Marc says, of course, the crowd will be cheering because suddenly they're on their team again. So
money to,
it's just, I wish this, I mean, Marc did a good job pushing back on Cenk in the debate and stuff, but, like, I wish he had a couple of specific, like, how could Cenk justify saying, credit to you for a revolution well done? I would love an hour-long conversation just on that one quote of, like, well, what strategies did they use that were effective? How are you using those strategies? How does you giving them credit mean that you're, like, helping their cause? And because it is. You can't give credit to someone, let alone for a revolution, without giving them support. That's impossible. And Cenk was able to, like, bounce around that, being like, oh, I was just sharing the stage with them to, like, give them pushback. You were sharing a stage with them to give them credit for a successful revolution headed by Donald Trump. That's what you were there for. But whatever.
To a prison abolition fund, that crowd would boo them. And I wouldn't be like, oh, well, they booed Mitch McConnell, Dick Cheney, so we good money. No, I need to know why they're booing. In this case, they'd be booing because they're endorsing things that they hate and that I like. This is the problem. Now, Cenk is right. He's absolutely right. Kamala Harris hitched her wagon to Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney, and it was an awful move. The people wanted progressive values. They wanted.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know if it was an awful move, is what I was going to say. But yeah, I mean, people wanted progressive values, but I mean, that was like beyond Kamala Harris. Like, Liz Cheney was an awful move, but in a way, Tim Walz, even though he's progressive or whatever, he was also an awful move. Like, if Harris had chosen Liz Cheney as her VP pick instead of Tim Walz, I think that would have been a better move. So I don't think it really has to do with like progressivism or whatever, but like I don't know, like if Kamala Harris had tripled down on progressivism instead of like playing both sides, that might have helped her chances more than playing both sides. But like if she had doubled down on being like Mitt Romney but black and female, which is what she is, if she had doubled down on that with Liz Cheney as like maybe a VP pick or someone else like her, and then just like, but then at that point it's like the Democrats are like, well, why do we even exist? You're just a Republican. And it's like, yeah, why do you exist? You're just Republicans.
Progressive agenda, and you kept moving further and further to the right. I'm not defending Kamala Harris. It's important though that we understand why she made that move. It's because the very people in that crowd, the one you are pandering to, said that Kamala Harris was too leftist. They said she was too radical. On what planet is Kamala Harris too progressive or radical?
On planet America. That's the planet.
She probably wasn't going to move in Israel Palestine anyway because they never do. But I'm talking about U.S. presidents. But that's the crowd that called her an anti-Semite.
Yeah, and that's crazy. Crazy that Cenk is like, well, Trump might be good about Israel. When even Kamala is getting booed for being an anti-Semitic leftist.
And an anti-Zionist. What? Kamala Harris? The VP of Genocide joke? No, not at all. So again, please don't act like because y'all both booed or upset at something that we're creating some kind of common bond, or that the common agreement that you witnessed is somehow a signpost of an advanced politics or an advancing politics. That's not what's happening. Did you hear what when you said the donor class is the problem? They didn't say a word because they don't give a damn about the donor class.
Yeah, and so Marc is 1,000% true. You're in common, like Cenk found common ground. That's why he was on the stage. But Cenk is there for different reasons than those guys are there. And the reasons those guys are there are bad. And were probably propagated more. Cenk probably, well, I don't, again, I would have to see what Cenk really says about stuff like this, But yeah, that's the point. They're there for different reasons than him. And so it's like, you can't just like fucking fetishize common ground. Like it's so important just to go there. The common ground is there whether you're there or not.
When you talk about progressive values, they didn't clap. They don't give a damn about progressive values. When you said the TV news is propaganda, oh, they believe that. But why? Because they think that mainstream media is the propaganda machine. They don't think Fox News is propaganda. They don't think OAAN is propaganda, or OANN, whatever, One American, OANN. They don't think that's propaganda. They don't think News Nation is propaganda. They don't think Tucker Carlson is propaganda. So again, even when they're clapping, they're not clapping for the exact same reason you are. So Cenk, just to tie this thing up, you gotta stop.
So yeah, let's get to episode 2.
Peace, family. It's your brother Marc.
I'd love to see these guys talk more. Wait, is that the video I was just watching? I think it is. Let's see what he. So like I saw this story, and apparently this guy is an illegal immigrant. So I wonder
A 33-year-old man has.
what he has to say about this. Is he gonna stoop to the level? It's like, oh, this guy, he came here the wrong way, and he did a wrong thing because of it.
Been charged with the brutal murder of a young woman on a New York City subway train. The woman was sleeping on the train when the man set her on fire. He then callously and casually sat on a bench to watch her burn alive. The video is disturbing. The video is painful to watch, traumatizing even for many. But it's important that people really understand what happened here. You can go find the video elsewhere. You know, I've attempted to show it once. I'm not going to show it again. But the thing that's striking to me is not just this human being who's dead. It's not just this person being tortured. It's not this person being treated like garbage. It's also the fact that an NYPD officer just walks by this woman who's on fire, doesn't try to smother the flames.
Damn, that's crazy. Protect and serve. But I got a meeting to go to.
Doesn't grab a fire extinguisher. Just calls for backup. And look, I'm not against calling for backup, but can you call for backup and give some help? Can you call for backup and put out the fire? Can you call for backup and do something more than what you did? Now, of course,
that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
It's important to note, because the media is noting it, that the man charged with the murder is from Guatemala, and he's been in the U.S. illegally. So this will very quickly become a story about immigration. The right will jump on this story and talk about getting rid of the undocumented, the illegals. They'll talk about all of that stuff. And this will only become a story about immigration. It won't become a story about the NYPD not committing the proper resources. It won't be a story about homelessness. It won't be a story about public unsafety and public vulnerability. It won't be about the people who need the most getting the least, but it should be. Now, I'm not saying it should only be a story about the NYPD, because the NYPD didn't set this woman on fire. So we should have that conversation about what it means to set somebody on fire. We should have that conversation about managing these law enforcement issues. It should be about all of these things. It should be about all of these things.
And he doesn't say it should be about illegal immigration and its consequences. But he gets pretty close, but you know, I can't take issue with that statement, with how he put it.
All of these things. The video is awful. It was almost unwatchable. No, it was unwatchable. But I can't help but say, let's get to the bigger issues here. When I see this, I say, well, what leads someone to set someone on fire? It's mental health stuff.
Yeah, let's get to the bigger issues, but everyone's going to say it's immigration instead of everything else that you're correctly pointing out. Maybe. I don't know.
How do we deal with that?
I mean, there is a chance, like, the cop that apparently walked by, you could make a pretty decent attempt at amplifying that as much as immigration will be amplified and has been amplified in this story. But you would have to really hone in on that, and even then, you know, your alternative media, so the big issue, like the broad issue that's going to be taken from this is immigration, but that's Marc
someone sleeping on the train
disagrees with that. So
how do we deal with that?
Give him a house. Fuck.
You know, there are people who are going to say,
give him a fucking room in an apartment.
You know, migrants were brought to New York and Chicago and other cities, and New York is overrun by them. This is the problem. I don't have a problem having a conversation about immigration, an honest conversation about immigration. But let's be very clear. There's
bro, chill. I mean, yeah, we can have a conversation and an honest conversation about immigration, but what positions does that mean you take to buy into that conversation? I wonder. I don't think it's anything that bad with how Marc's been talking about it, but he's like validating this whole thing of them like spreading it out into some narrative about immigration. And I mean, whatever.
You know, there are people who are going to say, you know, migrants were brought to New York and Chicago and other cities, and New York is overrun by them. This is the problem. I don't have a problem having a conversation about immigration, an honest conversation about immigration. But let's be very clear. There's no reason to believe that the migrants who come here in general, again, there are bad people everywhere, but they're disproportionately violent, disproportionately criminal, disproportionately prone to such acts. No, this was an awful, despicable, indefensible act. But let's not make this about Mexicans or Guatemalans or anybody else.
Yeah, don't start with that immigration stuff. Let's go.
You know, this is awful. But it's also a story about where we put our resources and our time. Remember when everybody was trying to lock up Luigi? We had the whole NYPD there. We had Mayor Eric Adams.
Wait, what?
Remember when everybody was trying to lock up Luigi? We had the whole NYPD there. We had Mayor Eric Adams' grandstanding ass standing there. The whole world wanted to be there for Luigi because it was a media spectacle. You got something for that. But nothing here. And I find this story so disturbing for so many reasons, because at the end of the day, the police watched as someone burnt on fire and did nothing. That's evil. The original evil, though, I don't want to sidestep, is a man set someone on fire who is a woman sleeping. That's the evil. That's the base evil. But what I'm saying is, let's get past the interpersonal. Let's get to the structural. I'm saying, yeah, we can.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Lamont here, but when they get to structural, it's immediately going to go to some anti-immigrant thing. So, but I don't know if that means we shouldn't go to the structural just because it'll be used in that way. So
there's no defending what that man did. It's awful. It's disgusting. I want him to be accountable in all the ways that he should be accountable. How do we stop this from happening again? This isn't a partisan argument for me.
And it's like, again, it's like these questions, how do we stop this from happening again? Well, you know, immigrants might commit less per capita crimes, but every crime an immigrant commits, if they weren't here, wouldn't have happened, you know? That's where people will take it.
This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. New York is all Democrat. They're all trash. It's not about defending Democrats. And it's not about blaming Republicans. It's not about defending Republicans. Again, I don't want this to become part of the right-wing immigration argument, because it's dishonest. It's misleading to make it seem as if this is the template for how we should think about immigrants, or documented or otherwise, operating in our country. That ain't true.
Yeah. It's not just about a template. It's even when it does happen, you know?
So we got to think about all of these pieces at the same time. And again, and thank you, Lucy, for reiterating this point, right? Which is, rest in peace to that poor woman, because this is heartbreaking. A human being died. It's as horrifying as it is for me to see that woman on fire, was equally horrifying to see people watching. And I don't know if that police officer was scared. I don't know if he was.
That police officer was. He was a human. And not a very good one.
Peace, family. It's your brother Marc.
Just a meat bag. A meat bag with a meeting to go to. So yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, Marc is a mature person, I'll say that. And so he has tact when handling these issues. He does a better job than Cenk, probably, of not isolating people. And he also does a better job of not, like, ooh, I'm so glad I'm in the house tonight. Ooh, TP USA. He doesn't. He's not jiving out here. I jive with it, but he ain't jiving. Not like Cenk was. And it's not even to make it that way. But hey, I didn't choose to be born in this country, but I also didn't choose for all y'all to be here. So sorry for any offense or racism that might be expressed. But what else can I call what Cenk did? You know, it's like credit to a successful revolution.
Newly released video.
Let's see. But yeah, I mean, a part of my like conceptual development of tolerance, like, goes into Kanye. It's like, or Ye, because like Ye is called as many nasty things as Nick Fuentes is called. Nick Fuentes, it's fair to call him that. Ye, I don't think so. And Ye has said similar stuff, but when he says things, well, anyways, it's not about defending Ye. It's just like, I learned an important lesson about how acceptance and social convenience and social inconvenience and how people will talk about you, whether you're convenient. You can Ye was doing the same shit 10 years ago as he's doing today. You know, me personally, I could have been doing the same shit I was doing today as I was doing 5 years ago, or saying the same shit. And depending on my own value in the social marketplace, people talk about those things very differently. So when I have like a lot of value and I'm very socially convenient, people don't have a problem with some shit. But then you get socially inconvenient, you lose value, you know, the page turns, whatever. And the same things people had zero problem with, suddenly it's like, suddenly you make a joke about Netanyahu with a Yahoo drink in the net. People are calling you a fucking Nazi. Like, what?
Newly released video shows a defiant Kanye West during his deposition, stemming from a tech lawsuit in 2020. The video is from the new A&E show Interrogation Raw, Celebrity Under Oath. I want you to see. I was going to set it up more and explain to you what's going on, but I feel like you kind of...
But yeah, like, that's part of why, like, or like Sneako's another guy. Sneako's been called as many nasty things as Nick Fuentes is called. It's like, maybe Nick Fuentes is all of those things. I don't think he is. I mean, for example, earlier Cenk said, Nick Fuentes literally called himself a neo-Nazi. No, he didn't. He didn't say that. He never said that. You're actually doing fake news against someone who said enough bad things. You can just bring up what they've said. You don't have to lie about them. But they do it because that guy is such a social pariah. Who cares? But yeah, it's like, but like Sneeko and Ye, they got hit with all that same ish. And like Sneeko did some like troll video with like a Hitler like video playing in the background. Ye did something about like, well, you know, what do you say? He said like the Nazis did good things too, or people need to stop hating on the Nazis. But yeah, so I don't know. You can stretch that quote. It's not hard to do it, and it's hard to undo it. But yeah, me personally, I'm like, I see Ye in his entirety or Sneeko. I don't even watch Sneeko or listen to Ye that much. I really don't. But I just see what they're doing, and I see like how they move. And I don't see a fucking Nazi, but they'll be labeled with that, just like someone like Nick Fuentes who does move that way, like almost, or at least whenever I see clips of him, he's always moving that way. And sometimes the things he says, I agree with, but the vast majority of the time I don't. And the things I do agree with him on, the common ground that he's on and I'm on, I understand he's there for different reasons than I am. And I have to be careful of like, if he's like bringing me over to his reasoning. So whatever.
Kind of just need to see this for yourself.
Taking place via Zoom.
Let's see how this goes. I mean, this is just like an all-around W. Like, lawyers can literally, like, bro, a lawyer's job is literally to be your worst nightmare. And our whole thing of like, well, you have to have a lawyer arguing in your favor and a lawyer arguing against your favor, and the presumption of innocence, even though there's like a ton of people, there's no There's no reason for a trial. All of the evidence is there. A big example is people who commit atrocities in public and are arrested on scene. Those people have those people have a right to a trial. They have a right to the presumption of innocence. I don't think they should. I think they should be guilty. Full stop. They were arrested at the scene of the crime they committed with overwhelming evidence that they were the one who did it. Bye. No one should defend you. No one should defend you. In a similar way, no one should be... In a similar way, if you're like the opposite of that, if you're like a completely innocent person, even if you're not, if you're just like an average person who may or may not be guilty, well, in that case, probably someone should defend you and someone should make the case against you. But if you're someone who's completely... But it's regardless. It's whether you're obviously guilty or obviously not guilty. Someone's getting paid to say you're totally guilty or totally not guilty. Either way, you got Alan Dershowitz or you got, your public defender. But even Jeffrey Epstein, someone like that, it's like, well, he has a right to someone defend him. And this assumption that someone should make the absolute case against you or the absolute case for you, it's just nonsense. And so I can 100% like uncritical support of Ye trolling this dirtbag lawyer whose occupation exists because of some like whatever. It's just... Ye might have done whatever this lawyer's going after him, but this lawyer's just being a fucking cunt. He's like, so Ye's looking at his phone. I'm gonna ask, well, your lawyers are there to tell you whether it's looking. It's like those kind of people can like literally get effed, bro. Like, I don't even know. Their job is to be your enemy. Because someone has to be your ultimate friend and someone has to be your ultimate enemy. And that's their job. And they also try to act nice while they're doing it. It's like... But let's see what Marc says about this.
Video conferencing?
Mr. Rowe?
What is Atkinson Baker? That's the court reporter.
The court reporter service is on twice. Correct. Madam Court Reporter, can you swear in our witness?
Mr. West, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly...
Position consistent with California. For the entire duration of your exam. My goal was to stay on that Bronco as...
Yeah, and so you got this fucking... My goal was to make him look as bad as possible because that's my job as a lawyer and he's the defendant and I'm the prosecutor. I'm a prosecutor and he's a defendant, so like I had to tell him to get off his phone.
Kanye obviously had planned a stunt. He had that mask.
It's not a... And that's what these people do. This guy's whole trial is a stunt. His whole being that the lawyers plant more stunts than anyone else, and then Ye wants to put on a mask because this fucking whatever you want to call him, bro. And that's just what they do. It's complete shamelessness. It's I can do it, you can't. It's your responsibility to bring up anything against me. It's my responsibility to bring up anything I can fabricate against you or anything that exists against you. I have no responsibility to take into consideration anything that exonerates you. I'm the prosecutor. You're the defendant. Get a better lawyer if they don't know how you're innocent. I have zero... My job is to actually ignore anything that exonerates you in the slightest. My job is to make the case against you, regardless of any evidence in your defense. And that's what these people's jobs are, bro. And they want to act like they serve with honor. Someone like Dershowitz, who defended Epstein. Someone Didn't even keep his client alive, but when it acts like he's served with honor. And so it's just disgusting. I mean, and it's not their fault. It's like, don't hate the player, hate the game. I hate the game, but I hate you too, bro. I hate you. And you are hateable. The game is hateable, and you too are hateable. Because guilty or innocent, you have a duty to your client. And most of them like hop between like whether they're going to defend someone no matter how guilty they seem, or whether they're going to attack someone no matter how innocent they seem. It's just business to them. They can do both. In our twisted system of legality, commands that for the most innocent and the most guilty of us and everything in between. It's just. But yeah, let's see what Marc says about this.
In his pocket. He was just looking for the appropriate moment during the deposition. I'm in for a ride. My goal was to stay on that Bronco as long.
Bro, he's in for a ride because you are a lawyer trying to prosecute him. It's so shameless. I can do it, you can't. Anything you do can be held against you. Anything I do is fair game.
As long as I could.
Interrogation Raw, Celebrity Under Oath, Thursday, December 26th at 10, only on A&E.
So I want y'all to really sort of understand what's at stake here. You know, why I might show you something like this. One, shout out to Annie for showing us that footage. I hope people do watch that program. Annie has a bunch of great programming like that I do think is interesting and really cuts to something interesting. A lot of times we think that Kanye West is doing these stunts because there's a camera, or he's doing these stunts because it's a national TV show, or he's doing these stunts because, you know, he wants to communicate a message on social media. But I think this shows you that even when it's behind the scenes, even when something is not intended to be mass consumed, Kanye is still Kanye. It also shows you during a time period Kanye was doing some.
All right, that's true.
Things that were alarming in terms of his mental health. It also is a reminder that Kanye West is a jerk. Right. I mean, when you like him, that's not me disliking Kanye. I'm just saying, like, he can be an asshole, right? He can be funny, silly, dismissive, condescending, all those things.
Yeah, and so a lawyer's job is to be an asshole too. But I mean, he's not wrong. But it's you're not gonna find a lot of artists that are like nice to people. They're always gonna be off-putting.
That's not me.
Almost. I mean, not. They're not always. I mean, depending on how you define artists, but an author like Kanye West, an author with authorship in their work, and not just like an actor in some bigger production. An actor is probably gonna like play the social game a lot better, but someone with a real sense of authorship, like Ye has, or like Lamont Hill has on his reporting, he has a real sense of authorship on what he says. He's going to come off like an asshole to some people, and that's totally cool to me, personally. Even it's totally cool with Ye, even though he says like crazy shit sometimes. Like Alex Jones is like, Ye, turn down the bass meter a little bit. He like Ye put Alex Jones under the table. That's crazy, and that's obviously like way out and beyond what Marc has ever done with his journalism, and that's not anything against Marc. Or for Kanye or Ye. But a lawyer's job is to be your worst fucking nightmare. You're the biggest asshole you have ever seen. The most skilled, tactful, shrewd asshole in your life when you're in that courtroom. And so it's just like Ye had every fucking right to like do anything. You know, like that lawyer had no right to demand any respect from Ye. That's for sure. That's just how I feel. The courtroom's like, oh well, the prosecutor has a right to literally be a fucking demon trying to send you to hell. It's like, yeah, that's how your law system works, but like I don't have to sit here and like let him see my face. That's how I feel. I agree with Kanye on that.
Behind the scenes, even when something is not intended to be mass consumed, Kanye is still Kanye. It also shows you during a time period Kanye was doing some things that were alarming in terms of his mental health.
It's like a lawyer acts like this day in, day out, and there's nothing alarming about it as far as mental health. An artist acts like that, like every other author for centuries, and so suddenly it's a mental health issue.
It also is a reminder that Kanye West is a jerk, right? I mean, when you like him, that's not me disliking Kanye. I'm just saying, like, he can be an asshole, right? He can be funny, silly, dismissive, condescending, all those things. And even when he's mentally sharp, or even when he's at his rock bottom, there's this way that there's a sarcasm and a cleverness that comes through, but also some other stuff, due to my mental geniusness. What are you saying? Come on. Putting that man.
Bro, what is the lawyer saying? Come on, due to my mental geniusness? The lawyer's telling him to get off his phone like he's a fucking kid in school. But this is the thing, it's like, there's zero social cachet in, like, sticking up for Ye. At least for Marc. That'd probably not go well. And the lawyer is completely, like, exonerated because he's just doing his job by being a condescending asshole telling Kanye to get off his phone like he's a child. But yeah, because of Kanye, because of Ye's mental geniusness, it's like, what are you saying? Come on. But it's like, yeah, what's the lawyer saying? Come on. But that's just how shit works. And that's why the system is, like, even in these, like, specific ways, inconsequential ways, is, it tries to break down your soul. It tries to make you assimilate and cooperate. And so I fuck with Kanye 1,000% for putting on that mask. Because of my mental geniusness, this crooked ass lawyer who doesn't care if I'm guilty or not, and has a interest in ignoring anything that exonerates me in this case, that guy can kick rocks. That guy shouldn't even see my face in a music video published by my label. That guy can, that guy can go blind. Because his job is to be an enemy. That is his job.
Asking, what are we doing here?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if Marc's, like, never had someone, like, go against him like that. I'm sure he has, but it's like, I don't see how you hold any good faith for somebody like that.
For something that also inspires a great deal of sympathy for Kanye. If Kanye can't help who he is, Kanye has to land in that space that you saw in that video every time. Then it's like, can we really blame him at some point? Like, really, like, what are we going to do here? Especially for something related to tech. I mean, this wasn't a child custody hearing. This wasn't a murder trial. This was something else that didn't seem like it would demand that kind of response. But what do I know? Anyway, just know that Kanye's history is complicated and it's dark and it's joyful and it's sad and it's depressing. It's all the things. It's all the things that's definitely worth checking out. And to be clear, I was not paid to promote that show. I was not paid to put up an ad. I'm simply telling you something that caught my eye. And I know for many people, Kanye is such a fascinating person, fascinating story. I want to sort of watch how he narrates his own life versus how other people narrate his life.
So yeah, I mean, Marc is way more right about Ye here than a lot of people are. So that's cool. But it's still, like...
Joining us now is Charlemagne the God, host of The Breakfast Club, and also the author.
In any case, in any court case, there's a big conversation to be had of why our country gives a presumption of innocence to someone who's both obviously guilty and obviously innocent, and how lawyers, there's at least one lawyer, no matter how obviously guilty or innocent, is going to have to be arguing the opposite case. And I don't think that's a good thing. It's a bad thing. That's what I think. So, I mean, Marc doesn't have to, like, take on those positions or whatever, but that's what I think. I think there are exceptions to cases where there's either obvious guilt or obvious innocence. Most often, obvious guilt is a more significant issue with the atrocities committed in the U.S. by individual actors. And obvious innocence is probably a lot of those, like, the case is dismissed, or, like, probably a lot of those people who are really innocent can actually finesse their way into justice. But there's still going to be a lawyer who's there to, one way or another, unless the state just refuses to take on the case. But if the state takes on the case, there's going to be a guy paid to make the absolute case against the defendant, no matter how obviously innocent they are. In the same way, no matter how obviously guilty someone is, they have to have a lawyer defending them. So, whatever. I mean, but principles are difficult in that way. Like, the presumption of innocence is better. The presumption of innocence exists, even though it means that obviously guilty people are defended by lawyers, but it doesn't mean that their job is any less bullshit. It's like
my favorite news network on the planet. The Young
I
Turks.
love to hear that. I love to hear that. All right. So, Charlemagne, look.
Single thing was rooted in the economy. And I say it all the time, man. You know, what people want in this country is people want to have some money in their pocket and they want to feel safe. That's it. Whoever can provide that will always have the ears of the people.
Okay, I actually want you to elaborate on that further, because I think some of the best moments on The Breakfast Club in this election process was when young black men would call in to explain why it was that they had turned on the Democratic Party. And I find their perspective incredibly important and very interesting. And I feel that they were just kind of left behind by the Democratic Party. And, you know, one of the things that would come up over and over again was the immigration issue. And I'm not.
Here we go. Let's go. I knew. Let's go. Let's hear how progressives think immigrants should come here the right way. Let's fucking go. Oh, well, black men. Oh, did black people come to this country the right way? I mean, they have every right to be here. But did they come the right way? So you think you can tell other people to come here the right way? It's about being here the right way that gives you the right to be here? Nope. But the white woman with plastic surgery is saying, oh, well, black men are anti-immigration too. And it's not I mean, I'm not just trying. I mean, there are black people and black men who are critical of immigration, but I mean, I would say that to them. But I mean, this is being filtered through, you know, fucking $10,000 of Eurocentric surgeries, but but yeah, you think.
By the Democratic Party. And, you know, one of the things that would come up over and over again was the immigration issue. And I'm not under the impression at all that these are anti-immigrant individuals, but people living in places like Chicago, for instance, who have.
Yeah, so you can be critical. And that's the thing, is like, I'm not anti-immigration. I'm not racist. I just think all these things about illegals. I just think all these things about some slur. This is bullshit. They're like, oh, yeah. No, these guys, they're just really concerned about the issues. It's not informed by bigotry at all.
Have seen their resources, which are usually used to nickel and dime the local black community there, essentially at all that these are anti-immigrant individuals, but people living in places like Chicago, for instance, who have seen their resources, which are usually used to nickel and dime the local black community there, essentially be used for the influx of migrants who came in, federal government run by Joe Biden and Kamala.
So they shouldn't do that? Immigrants shouldn't all people be taken care of? Shouldn't black people be taken care of? Oh, we only have enough money to take care of either black people or illegals. And shouldn't black people, they're a little bit higher on the totem pole than illegals, right? Oh man, I knew they would go with this cringe-ish. I knew they would. What about Native Americans? Their lives suck on the reservation, right? So why do we have anything when their lives suck? Why do we deserve anything when their lives suck?
Harris just kind of neglected the issue and allowed these municipalities to struggle with the issue on their own. And the thing that frustrates me, Charlemagne, is that if you are someone who identifies as on the left, regardless of where you fall on that left-wing spectrum, if you have the audacity to bring up this very real issue, well, I mean, you know how Sunny Hostin will treat you if you bring it up on The View.
What does that mean? It's actually like super fucking safe to be critical of immigration on the left. It's like only the most left of us have the audacity to go on. So Sonny Hostin, Sonny Hostin and Charlemagne said something about immigration. I mean, Charlemagne he's a maestro. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was up there going on something.
Now that Trump
this guy's the master of what Cenk was doing earlier.
has won, you say that you don't think cable news will ever.
Bro literally has a fucking like fucking okay. Well, I mean, this is the exact type of white woman I would expect to like give the most like marketable position against immigration. Someone wearing an outfit like this, dyed blonde hair, a pin on her shirt that's for a foreign nation, wedding ring probably to a. I guess that's the right. Is it the right or left hand? I forget. I can guarantee you she cares more about herself and her family than anyone else. It's herself, her family, her nation, the other 10 billion people in the world. That's their point of view.
Ever truly cover him honestly again? Why?
Well, not even just cable news, no network. Nobody, because they didn't do it before, so why would they do it now? They're scared to death. He's the president of the United States of America.
Have you watched The View? Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. Sonny, I saw you have to apologize a couple times last week, so somebody's coming with some notes from
I'm
downstairs.
not apologizing.
Okay.
I'm making a legal note as an attorney of law.
Because you know we.
Curdy. What the fuck is on? They ain't talking about immigration.
Struggle with the issue on their own. And the thing that frustrates me, Charlemagne, is that if you are someone who identifies as on the left, regardless of where you fall on that left-wing spectrum, if you have the audacity to bring up this very real issue, well...
What about the very real issue of white America? If it's an issue that there's 10 million illegal immigrants that are Native Americans, by the way, they're from the Americas, their DNA is scientifically rooted from prehistory in the Americas. What about the very real issue of white America? Oh, but it's a very real issue when a bunch of Americans walk across the southern border of what used to be it's such nonsense. And I honestly I look forward to when Anna gets more explicit in her like critiques of immigration. And I would love to hear how she has a right to be here more than somebody who just walked on their own 2 feet across the America. She has more of a right to be here because of her proximity to the U.S. empire. The U.S. likes her being here. That's why she has a right to be here. Nothing else. The U.S. carved out a little spot for her to be here through blood, nothing else. And it's what about the very real issue of white America acting like they have a right to be here more than anyone else? But they don't care about that issue. Oh, that's like crazy left. And it's literal nonsense. It's like, if the Democrats are left wing, the majority of Democrats are not afraid to be critical of immigration. They aren't. They say the same thing as the Republicans say. You got to come the right way. Then you get into like, oh, well, what's the right way? And then there's like little, debates about what's the right way to come here. But they're all in agreement, left and right, that you have to come here the right way. If you don't come here the right way, you don't have a rightful place here like I do as a white American.
To do a little bit of self-reflection to understand, okay, what can we do better the next time around? Instead, I see them kind of lashing out and blaming everyone else for the loss. What do you think?
I agree. I was a victim of it. I mean, they lost that battle.
What can we do better the next time around? Except that there's 10 million to 20 million undocumented immigrants here, the best thing you can do is give them papers and localize them and accept they're going to be here and they're not leaving. And the evil you're willing to do to try to get some of them to leave is left wing in this crazy country of ours. So I mean, I'm not saying they're not on the left. They're just on the come here the right way left.
A couple of years ago, I remember a couple of years ago when Governor Greg Abbott and Governor Ron DeSantis were putting, the migrants on buses and planes and sending them to so-called sanctuary cities. And then, as soon as they got there, those so-called sanctuary cities, they weren't so sanctimonious, were they? They were literally saying,
Yeah. Should they be? It sounds like what Anna is bringing up here. It doesn't sound like they think New York City should have spent more money on immigrants. It sounds like they're saying New York City and Chicago should have spent more money on black communities instead of illegal immigrants. That's what it sounds like they're saying. Oh, they're not so sanctimonious now. Oh, I wonder why. Is it because I wonder why. Do you think they shouldn't be? There's fucking high horsing. They're high horsing when they think that they shouldn't have been sanctuary cities in the first place.
saying, hey, no, send them back. You can't come. And I said back then, I thought that was evil genius. Yes, it was inhumane and cruel to do that.
Oh, no. It wasn't evil genius. There is nothing evil about sending immigrants. I don't care. Greg Abbott and what's his fuck from Florida? There ain't nothing evil from sending immigrants from Texas or Florida to New York City and Minnesota or wherever else. There ain't nothing evil about sending immigrants up north. There ain't nothing evil about that. Hell no. It's inhumane and cruel, but it was inhumane and cruel in Texas and Florida too. Send them to sanctuary cities. And those sanctuary cities should have doubled down and done right by those people. That's what they should have done. But you want to say it's some evil to make sanctuary cities prove themselves. And then when the sanctuary cities backed off of their positions, apparently, maybe, I'm sure they tried their best, but New York City, especially with I won't call him that. With what's his face, Mayor Adams. Mayor Adams can kick it. Mayor Adams can kick it, bro. He thinks he has a right to be here. What? How did he end up in this country that was right? That gave him a right to be here. And what doesn't give some immigrant who's in Texas or Florida a right to go to New York City, especially being a sanctuary city? It's crazy. They want to call it evil. That wasn't evil. The right wing, the Republicans, they do a lot of evil things, but that's your evil. That's New York City's evil. If they can't, or if they want to blame it on someone else that they can't live up to what they said they were.
They weren't so sanctimonious, were they? They were literally saying, hey, no, send them back. You can't come. And I said back then, I thought that was evil genius. Yes, it was inhumane and cruel to do that, but on the flip side, you did say you were sanctuary cities, and you did say you wanted these people until you got them. And so then when they realized it was an issue and they were saying don't come, it made the Republicans look like they had it right the whole time. I remember earlier.
The Republicans did have a right to send them there. I don't think the Republicans had it right the whole time. These sanctuary cities are like Mayor Adams, who went back on it, and now they're anti-immigration. Now they're all about, oh, you have to come here the right way. And I know they didn't say this specifically, but that's what it comes down to. They're like, I support immigration, but you have to come here the right way. And what I put to them, how did your people come here, and what was right about it? And then after they answer that, it's you know,
Here this year.
after they answer that, it's like, you know, well, they don't. I mean, they would never. They haven't answered that. You know, I never talked to anybody, but they'll be unable to say. Actually, no. There's a lot of Americans actually that would be like, "Oh yeah, it was right." Like, there's a lot of shit that's super fucking wrong that they'll say is right just to justify their place in being in this country, but the Republicans are right to send immigrants north. I mean, why not? It's not like they sent literally every immigrant. The Republican, like Greg Abbott and what's his face in Florida, they also had a lot of illegal immigrants stay there. I what's wrong about sending immigrants to a sanctuary city other than how those sanctuary cities responded? The sanctuary cities went back on their word. That's wrong. Sending the immigrants there? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, even sending them to Martha's Vineyard, that's really good. That's awesome. I would love Martha's Vineyard to become sovereign Mexico territory. That'd be fucking sick. Like, that'd be so fucking awesome, dude. Or Canadian territory, whatever. Even places that aren't sanctuary cities, but these are resort towns with all these hyper liberal millionaires. Dude. Abandon them to the sea. And nothing but Spanish speakers on the island. Let's fucking go, dude. But these guys are cringe. They think they have a right to be here more than anyone else because they came here the right way. Or when they came here, the right and wrong way wasn't defined yet. So what right did they have to say, well, you came here the wrong way? It's like, I'd love to hear Charlemagne or Marc Lamont Hill or Cenk Uyger. I'd love to hear any of them try to say how the reason they're in this country was they have a right to be here because they came here the right way. And I don't think Marc Lamont Hill has any, like, I think his position on immigration is probably the right one. But someone like Charlemagne, or just any random, like, person who's like, well, they don't be spending enough money on black people in Chicago, but they be spending it all on the immigrants, you know? They be spending all the money on the immigrants in New York City, but they don't be spending enough money on black people, yeah? It's like, and I get that's like racist and shit for doing that, but like, whatever, bro. It's like, those immigrants are, it's literally divide and conquer tactics. It's fucking cringe. And so I'd love to hear these guys say how anything is right about them being in this country. I'd love to hear them tell me how it's right how Black America was formed. Because that's basically them saying it's right how white America was formed. Black and white, they both have a right to be here because they came here the right way. And I'd love to hear these guys try to talk about how that's right. Because it's so historically illiterate and just a total post hoc nationalistic cope.
January, I was doing exactly what you just did, and I was talking to my activist friends in Chicago, like my homie Zoe, and she was going to city council meetings every week, complaining about what was happening. And it wasn't even just about the fact that, you know, the migrants were coming over, that she was just complaining that they're getting more resources than we are. I had a guy,
they be getting more resources. They're getting more resources. Bro, this guy hasn't gotten like this guy's getting more resources than like 70% of America. But suddenly when I start making it about race and it's not just implicit, We're like, well, it's black people getting less than illegal immigrant. But then I make it about race and like start commenting on race and shit. And suddenly I'm the racist when you're making it all about, well, how much money do black people? How much money do white people get, bro? Come on. Oh, well, they're legal immigrants. They don't deserve the resources. And it's not even about who gets money. It's, oh, they don't belong. Again, bro, swear to God, every single illegal immigrant this guy has ever seen in his life, any illegal immigrant you've ever seen in your life, they are more American than you. In their DNA, they are more American. They are from the Americas. More than you. You're not. You're not from here. How'd you get here? It wasn't the right way. It was really wrong. It was really fucking wrong how Black America was made. It was wrong to them, and it was wrong to the people around them. All of it was wrong. For white people, it was wrong to all the people around them, but for them it was right, because that's the system they set up for themselves. It was right for them, and it did good by them at the expense of other people. But obviously to a real human being who isn't a supremacist, it was totally wrong. And you want to put it on other people to come here the right way. And you don't even take a second to, well, what is the right way? Let's look at the immigrants that come here the right way. You get fucking Yeonmi Park and a bunch of gusanos in Miami. You get a bunch of anti-communist freaks who want to own businesses. Oh, and then people come here the wrong way. What do the people coming here the wrong way do? Work humbly for a reasonable wage and mind their business. There's no illegal immigrant out there trying to make some government in exile for a fake country, which the United States wish existed to expand its influence around the world. There's no illegal immigrant who comes to our country to be a fucking landlord. At least that's not their purpose in coming here. But the Cuban dissidents, the post-Soviet exiles, the post-communist exiles from Cuba, China, other places around the world, why did they come to our country? To get back on their colonizer shit, bro. And that's what the right way is. It's by signing off on everything America's done. All the slaveholder presidents. The 200 years of slavery. The hundreds of years, or probably more than 200 years. The hundreds of years of slavery. The 100 years of Jim Crow. The near half a millennia of genocide. And this is the type of guy, he'd probably be like, oh, well, the natives died out of disease anyways. I bet he's that type of guy, bro. But it's just bullshit. Oh, they ain't be spending enough money on our community. While I'm a fucking millionaire doing a radio show. Oh, you're for the culture, you're for the black people? That's why you gotta be anti-immigrant? I think you're for something else before that. You're for something else before that. I don't think you're really for... You're for black people, like, oh, well, once we get all the immigrants, that's when, like, black issues really become important.
My homie Zoe, and she was going to city council meetings every week complaining about what was happening. And it wasn't even just about the fact...
Yeah. And fuck that bitch. She was going to a council meeting every week to be like, they be spending all our money on the illegal immigrants and shit. They be spending all our money on the illegal immigrants, so I go to council meeting every week. Bye. Get out of here. How do you think you think you have a right to be here? You do, by the way. But you don't have a right to be here more than anyone else. The methods by which you came to this country are so fucking wrong. They're so fucking wrong. In so many fucking ways. And you want to say other people don't have a right to be here because they come here the wrong way. I'd love to see how you say the way you came here was right. I'd love to hear it, dude. But you want to go to a council meeting every week to be like, they spend too much money on illegal immigrants, as if they don't have a right to be here as much as anyone else.
Then I thought that was evil genius. Yes, it was inhumane and cruel to do that, but on the flip side, you did say you were sanctuary cities, and you did say you wanted these people until you got them. And so then when they realized it was an issue and they were saying don't come, it made the Republicans look like they had it right the whole time. I remember earlier this year, January.
And again, it made the Republicans look like they had it right the whole time to anti-immigrant freaks like you, who don't understand your own history, who don't understand your place here. And completely sign off on the place you've been given by white America.
I was doing exactly what you just did, and I was talking to my activist friends in Chicago, like my homie Zoe, and she was going to city council meetings every week, complaining about what was happening. And it wasn't even just about the fact that, you know, the migrants were coming over, that she was just complaining that they're getting more resources than we are. I had a guy, he works in a parking garage in New York. He saw me one day and he came to me in tears, talking to me about how, you know, there were gangs.
Yeah, cry some more. Bye. Bye. There's gangs and now there's migrants. Bye, dude. Cry some more.
That were coming over, you know, tearing up his neighborhood. And he was saying he knows it's because the border needs to be closed. This is a black woman I'm talking about and a Spanish man.
The border needs to be closed. That's where you have all the gangs. Dude, bye. Dude, fuck them. Tell me, what is right about how you are here in this country? What was right about that? And you want to talk about how wrong it is someone else is here. You want to talk about how wrong it is someone else is getting money from whatever. It's just classic divide and conquer shit, but it's like, I have zero sympathy. I have like real derision. I at least get it from the crackers because they got used to being first class citizens. The crackers got used to being, it was like, oh, this is our country. We killed a lot of people for it. We did a lot of shit. We subjugated people. We dominated the world to make this happen for us, the white people. And make no mistake, Andrew Jackson was talking about white people when he was killing Indians. The presidents were talking about white people when they were forming their systems of domination. But now we got people, oh, they... And then I'm the cringe guy for getting racist with it. But they want to say, oh, they're not spending enough money on black people. They're spending too much on immigrants. It's wrong they're here. It's wrong you're here. And you should know that. You have every right to be here, and you belong here. You belong here. That's true. I'm not saying there's any... when I say it's wrong you're here or how your people got here, whether you're a descendant of slaves or not, or if you're a descendant of slaves especially, when I say it's wrong you're here, it's not any type of way of saying you don't belong here. People who aren't descendants of slaves, I would maybe argue their belonging, but I would never, ever argue the belonging of a descendant of slaves in the Americas or wherever they descend from. But I would also never, ever argue that a person that's indigenous to the Americas doesn't belong here. Like they have less of a right to be here than some Caucasoid that brought your people here. It's so evil. But these guys like love America. Like they all love America, they all love our country, and they think we've moved on from this shit. They think we've moved on from it, and so they've become it. Talking about they don't spend enough money on black people because of the immigrants. Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't. They spend enough money to fucking not pay you a single dime. It's like maybe they don't, but like you're saying black people got enough money to be here when they were slaves. It's like, how does that make any sense? They're spending too much money on non-black people. Why did they get to be here? It's like, bro, the descendants of slaves your ancestors, it wasn't that they just didn't spend money for you to be here. It's like you were a product that they, like you were a cattle, like a chattel, slavery. And it's your fucking neighbor. It's his ancestors that did that to you. You want to get mad at some fucking Native American walking across the Mexico border? But you forget about the people who subjugated you like animals, making you work for zero pay. But somehow the problem is tax money going to immigrants. It's just completely illogical. It completely ignores the actual power structure. Like, I'm sure Charlemagne's probably in favor of reparations, but you don't get reparations by being anti-immigrant. Some anti-immigrant freak who thinks you have a right to be here more than anyone else. Because to reiterate for like the 50th time, your right to be here is based on you coming the right way. That's what it is for modern people. You have to come here the right way to have a right to be here. And so I would love anyone who has birthright citizenship or just an inherent place in this country to try to explain how they came was in any way the right way. And if they didn't come the right way, but they still have a right to be here, other people don't have to come here the right way to have a right to be here. And that's it. That's fucking it. America is a country of immigrants. Full stop. And if you're feeding into this anti-immigrant bullshit, you're serving white supremacy. And white supremacy is not white exclusive, obviously. The United States was never white exclusive. There was indigenous people, obviously. And then there were non-white people brought here as slaves. But it was a white supremacist system. And so white supremacy has never been white exclusive. White supremacy is built on the exploitation of the non-white. But you want to forget all that shit. You want to forget all that shit, bro. You got all these friends. I imagine these friends who are like so anti-immigrant, they probably got a little bit more money than he's letting on, bro. I've never heard someone talk like that who is broke. I've never heard someone talk like that who's broke. I mean, I've heard white people talk like that. They're like, oh, I'm working at Kroger, but some guy comes in with EBT and gets shrimp. But that's white people shit. And black people, I mean, maybe some poor black people get on white people shit, but that sounds like some real white people shit when you're like talking shit about immigration. And so usually you need a little bit of money to get on that white people shit. It's like, oh, they only make 6 figures a year. It's NYC.
These people were not MAGA in any way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. They were just.
And this is just laundering the anti-immigrant sentiment outside of MAGA. They're like, whoa, it's just common sense to be anti-immigration.
Just talking to people about what was going on in their communities. In New York City, Mayor Adams let a bunch of migrants stay in the school overnight and made the kids that went to the school do homeschooling that day.
Yeah, do it. They made the whole country do homeschooling for COVID. One school has to be used as a migrant shelter. Okay. That's the immigrants' fault. Oh wait, no, that's Greg Abbott's fault from down in Texas. It's your fault. It's America's fault. It's our country's fault for being so fucking wrong. For being It's our country's fault for being an immigrant country and trying to act like we aren't. However wrong it is that any one illegal immigrant is in our country, it is 100 times more wrong that legacy Americans, both white and black, are in our country. The way white and black Americans came to this country legacy ones. That is to say, ones like that didn't immigrate here after the country was formed, or like immigrated here like pre 1900, let's say, is 100 times more wrong than how some immigrant who just walks across the Americas ends up in our country. They are 1/100th as wrong as you. The way they ended up in our country is 1% as bad as the way you ended up in our country. And that's not to blame black people for how wrong it is, how wrong of a way the descendants of slaves ended up in our country, because it's not their fault, obviously. But it is 100 times more wrong than how any random immigrant ends up in our country just walking across the border. It is 100 times more wrong. It's just, and they want to bitch about like, oh, some school got closed and it had to be used as a homeless shelter. What about the 15 million homes that are empty when there's 500,000 homeless people? Yeah, maybe the school should stay open. It's probably bad the school was closed to education. That's not the purpose of the school, obviously. But this guy's just like a petit bourgeois playing the identity politics card to spread an elitist message of saying he belongs, they don't belong. And they're fucking our shit up by coming here.
In New York City, Mayor Adams let a bunch of migrants stay in a school overnight and made the kids that went to the school do homeschooling that day because he needed to give the migrants housing for the night. People were calling into the radio station complaining about that. So when I get on the air and I say that, or if I'm in an interview with, I think at the time I was doing an interview with Fox News, and they asked me a simple question: do I think the border is going to play an issue come November? I told them everything I just told y'all. Next thing I know, MSNBC has a headline that says Charlamagne the God is spreading MAGA messaging. That is not MAGA messaging, and that is the Democrats dismissing.
It is nonpartisan, being I belong here more than you, Native American, fucking Westerner.
What their base was actually telling them, because they already had labeled the issue of the border a Republican MAGA issue, and it wasn't. It was an American issue, and it was people in there.
And it's so hilarious. They didn't label it that. When people were like, "Oh, Trump's trying to build a wall," and then Obama was like, "Oh shit, I kind of built a wall before him," and then now building a wall is like a nonpartisan issue. It's like, did we make it a nonpartisan or a partisan and then nonpartisan issues? Like, no, they did. They did it by saying, oh, the wall's good, the wall's bad, now the wall's good again.
Their party, people in their base, or used to be in their base, complaining about it, and they didn't listen.
So I have to just follow up real quick on what the gentleman told you about what he's experiencing in his local community. So he said,
yeah, this is bullshit. What gentleman? Bring him on. Not some fucking hearsay ab petit bourgeois fucking young money ass who thinks his shit's in danger because of some immigrant. They're treating it with such like gravity. I guarantee you, the way he got to this country, 100 times more wrong than the way any immigrant walking across the border right now is coming here. The way, whatever this petit bourgeois, the way he got to this country is 100 times more wrong. I promise you. And let's talk about it. If you think it, I mean, they're obviously not gonna see this shit, but I promise y'all, bro. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how it's 100 times more wrong that any white, black, or Arab American is in this country. How it's 100 times more wrong how they got here than how any random immigrant walking across the border right now is coming here.
That his community is being torn apart by gangs coming in. Was he credible? Because we've covered similar stories, because I think it's important to give these local communities a voice, and more importantly, allow for the Democratic Party to realize what they're getting wrong, to maybe,
He was blaming gangs on the border. In New York, gangs have been a problem in the U.S. for decades, right? I mean, it's just, This is a non-starter.
Calibrate. But when we covered that story, you know, left-wing shows like Majority Report, for instance, said that that's not true. It's completely debunked. There is no problem with migrant gangs coming in. So
Even if I hope, bro, migrant gangs colonize this cracker-ass country. Holy shit. I wish. Oh my God, I wish cities and counties were actually being taken over by migrant gangs. Please, come. Let's go. Please. Oh my God, that'd be fucking sick if it actually was happening and not just a bunch of crackers crying. Bunch of crackers and their cronies crying about migrants. Trying to say that, oh, well, racism exists because there's too many races to take care of.
did you find the individual that was speaking to you credible, or do you think he was just making it up or bought into right-wing hysteria?
He was completely credible. I see him all the time now. Not only was he credible, he wanted me to come with him.
I love who's this guy? I guarantee you he's a small business owner. He knows he's on like a consistent talking base with Charlemagne. This guy's worth $1 million at least.
You know, to his community. Not only was he credible, you know, he was willing to work with law enforcement.
This black guy, he's a millionaire. He's a snitch. He collaborates with the cops. This guy, if I was blind, he'd be white to me. If I couldn't see, oh my man.
You know, to get these people out of here.
It's still wrong how he came to this country, though. Let's hear it. Is he a descendant of slaves? That's infinitely wrong. Is he an immigrant? Like a voluntary immigrant? That's where he's descended from? That's also fucking wrong.
His community. Like he was so credible that, you know, the next time I came to him about following up on some of the things that he said, he didn't want any problems because he was like, I'm about to start working with law enforcement to handle that issue. So it's like, yeah, why wouldn't he be credible? Like,
wait, so he's copping out to try to get immigrants like removed? Bro, fuck this guy, bro. Let me hear it. Let me drop his name. Let me see this guy. Let me see how many millions of small business revenues he collects. Like, I'd love to see this guy. Bro's living in the suburbs and he's like, these immigrants ain't sending me back to the city. These immigrants ain't sending me back to the fucking gutter, bro. I worked hard to get in the suburbs. And then some immigrant wants to come and take my taxes and fuck me up.
And that's what I mean when I say, like, we dismiss, you know, these people. Like, why would any Democrat or any media outlet, like, dismiss this person's claims? How about send a field reporter out there and go see for yourself?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. What's his name? Who is he? Send a field reporter out. See for yourself. Just talk to some random American off the street. Some random American who deep down knows the way they came to this country is really fucking wrong. But, you know, makes him feel a little better. He's like, well, those guys aren't coming the right way today, so I'll just focus on them and not think about how fucked up it is that I'm in this godforsaken country.
So look, Charlemagne, we get along so well because we agree so much, and like you were talking about the busing. On the first day that Greg Abbott started busing folks from Texas to other states, I said, look, it's a smart strategy. And I remember even Anna was surprised that I said that, and everybody was surprised. I'm like, look, we have a undocumented immigrant issue in this country. Why?
And so they're just completely conceding it's an issue. I mean, an issue is, I don't know if I disagree, it's an issue, but it's not the immigrant's fault, which is the overwhelming message of this. It's their problem. They're here. They're the problem. It's like, no. They're here. It's our problem as the country of immigrants. That's our problem. That's our cross to bear. And we, as a country, have forgotten that. All of these people who came here in the most vile, disgusting, inhumane ways, whether it's their fault or the white person's fault for bringing them here, or whatever, or their fault for turning their back on their country after the U.S. occupied them, and they said, well, the U.S. killed 500,000 people in a war, but I want to go to America right now, whether they came here that way or some other. It's always been an issue. It always will be an issue. The immigrant issue is the cross to bear of the immigrant country. The United States trying to go beyond the immigrant issue. Well, it's like, well, we have like a national populace now and we can act like other just normal nation states. When you do that, the U.S. is turning back towards colonization. It's not moving past it. It's a post-colonial retrospect. There is no way for America to turn its back on immigrants, illegal or not, without regressing to a colonizer mindset. You can't be progressive and be like, well, that's just what it is, dude. We are an immigrant country. That is as good as it's gonna get, as long as the United States exists. And if the United States continues to exist, but we turn our back on our responsibility to protect immigrants, to immigration, if we turn our back on our identity as a country of immigrants, it is not turning a page post-colonialism. It is re-adopting a colonial mindset to think that you have a right to be here more than anyone else. That's just what it is. There is no way to justify the United States' existence without continued immigration. And not just the right immigration, because immigration has never been right in this country, and it never will be right. It's never been right, it never will be right. And if we turn our backs on immigrants, there's no way to justify the United States continuing if we turn our back on that principle. It's hard to justify it existing anyways, but there really is no way to justify the United States continuing to exist if we turn our back on immigrants. And the whole illegal bullshit is turning our back.
An immigrant issue in this country. Why should only the border states deal with it? And if you're sanctuary cities, it makes sense. I don't.
And so, yeah, this is 1,000% true. Every Republican state, find the richest, most liberal. Martha's Vineyard is probably like close to the peak, but find more Martha's Vineyard. Send them there. Send them to the sanctuary cities and send them there. 1,000% endorsement. That's not evil. That's good. Spread immigrants through our country. And if people ask for it, they asked for it. And if they didn't ask for it, they deserve it anyways, because guess what? You live in an immigrant country. How'd you get here? How'd you get here? If you have a problem with it, how'd you get here?
Sanction the way that they did it, et cetera, just like you said, right? So, but we were told to shut that conversation down. Of course, we didn't, you didn't, and that's why we're considered heretics in a lot of ways, and that's why mainstream media oftentimes smear us, et cetera. But
mainstream media is just as anti-immigrant as you are, and that's not a dig against them; it's a dig against you.
I want to go. I say that as a setup to what you talked about in the book, right? Get Honest or Die Lying is the book, and the essence of it is conversations. So you say, don't do the small talk, do the real talk, right? And so, but on mainstream media, by figures like Joy Reid, it was being spread that, hey, when it comes to Thanksgiving, don't go to Thanksgiving with MAGA family, and either exclude them from your Thanksgiving dinners or don't go to their Thanksgiving dinners. I think that's super harmful to the country, because then we're going to get into our different tribes and never talk to each other and begin to see each other as enemies. I'm curious what your take on it is.
I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Personally, I turned a cheek for Charlie Kirk 70 times 70.
I think it's one of the most ridiculous conversations, because when people were telling me over the last couple of years that they were leaning towards Trump or they were leaning towards the Republican Party, I didn't, shut them down. I didn't tell them that.
What'd y'all do to Ye for wearing that MAGA hat, huh? Oh, now you've come around to this position. Oh, I wonder what they did to Ye for the MAGA hat. They ain't really talk. But ABC7 Chicago. Yeah, and then Biden wore the MAGA hat. Oh, I wonder how that turned out. Because now it's like, oh, accept them at Thanksgiving dinner. But like, let's see what John Legend has to say.
This is full of friends who had done it. So Dash has been hit with a restraining order. Allegedly, he threatened the life.
Now he was invested in the business. Oh, okay.
He was in an Uber about Kanye and seeing what Kanye sees in Trump. He said a lot of people have tried to armchair diagnose Kanye, but I leave it to him and his doctors to discuss what's going on in his brain. Now, he said he did disagree with some of the things that Kanye was saying, but he said, I understand what Kanye sees in Trump, and I think it's a reaction to his...
Wow. John Legend treating people like real human beings. Crazy. Well, let's see what they say about
for the same old tricks. How many times are we gonna fall for the same hat trick?
on his MAGA.
How many times are you gonna fall for the same hat trick? Enough times to where you take on the literal exact same position about this like Thanksgiving thing, like a year later. I'll sit at the table with MAGA. I think immigration is hurting the black community. Wait, you're different from Kanye? How? Wait, they'd still sit with the table with Kanye, but they'll call them a Nazi at a point or another.
That's how we're controlled. That's how. Is really a Kardashian now because I can't believe he continues to make people fall for the same old tricks. How many times are we gonna fall for the same hat
He
trick?
had on his MAGA hat as well as he was.
This is so whack. The same hat trick, the same rant. How many times are we gonna fall for this? Is so whack. But I really think he.
More whack than a descendant of slavery saying that immigrants have too much money spent on them. I think it's about as whack as that. It's basically the same level of whack.
Leaves it though. That's the problem. I don't think it's a trick. I really think he's so
very deep.
You know, Charlie Brown runs to kick the football and Lucy moves it out.
I'm just assuming Charlemagne is a descendant of slavery. But if he isn't, that makes it a whole lot worse. Because I'd love to know if he's like an immigrant, like a voluntary immigrant to this country. Let's look. What happened to your country of origin before your family moved here? Did they pass left-wing reforms? Because that's how most legal immigrants end up here, bro. Their country passes left-wing reforms, and then they move to America because they're rich and influential, and can, it's already a privilege to move to the West or the United States from a lot of countries, but especially if your country's passing left-wing reforms, the elite start really they start finding the right way to come here. So, anyways, Charlemagne's probably ADOS, but whatever.
After why you can't be mad at Lucy, we got to stop being mad at Charlie Brown.
Charlie Brown can be mad at Kanye if you choose. Now, he also went on stage as the show was ending, and here's what he had to say about Donald Trump.
But y'all be going at that man neck to mouth, and I don't think it's actually that helpful. I think the universe has balance. 90% of news are liberal. 90% of TV, LA, New York, writers, rappers, musicians. So it's easy to make it seem like it's so one-sided. Okay. I love me too. Listen, man, I think Kanye West looks like a damn fool with a hat on, and he needs to understand that no true free thinker is going to be part of a political party.
Well, here's some more of Kanye West speaking on Donald Trump at Saturday Night Live.
You know, it's like a plan to take the fathers out of the home and promote welfare. Does anybody know about that? That's a Democratic plan. There's so many times I talk to like a white person about this and they say, how could you like Trump? He's racist. If I was concerned about racism, I would have moved out of America a long time ago.
Heard that bar before.
And that's bro, Ye's literally, if I was worried about race, like if I couldn't handle racism, I would have moved out of America a long time ago. That's fucking true. And there's a lot of people who stay in this country who like maybe wanted to leave or like, but they don't have the chance to. Ye could move anywhere, but he can deal with racism. But he's not going to pretend like it isn't there. Like, bro. He's literally just right.
I heard that bar before. Now you got a situation where
Yeah, you've heard that bar before. It's because it's fucking true, bro. How'd you get here? How'd Kanye get here? How'd your co-hosts get here? How'd Trump get here? Where'd you come from? Probably racism played into that. There's probably some racist shit of how you got here. And that goes for every person in America.
we need to have a dialogue and not a diatribe.
Except like the illegal immigrants are probably as closest to like, I mean, they've experienced a lot of racism of being here, but like just like walking across the border isn't a racist action. But the way the Caucasoids came here and the way they brought black people here was racist. It's racist. America is inherently racist. Some of people living in America maybe aren't, but it's very few situations where I can imagine racism not playing a part in how someone ended up here. And those people are limited to the so-called illegals.
Oh my God. Listen, no free thinker, no true free thinker is going to be a part of a political party, and no free thinker fears retaliation for their thoughts. So,
And this is just dumb. It's just like, ugh, no free thinker.
I think he knows he's wrong, though. I think he knows he's wrong. He's being a right fighter. Like, he just wants to win.
Kanye tweeted, I had so much fun at SNL, and agreed that I would host before the year is out. Need to set a date, gonna be so lit.
If Ye believes what he believes, he needs to just believe it and not care what anybody thinks about it because you're not being bullied. You made a choice. Wearing the MAGA hat is a choice. So deal with the consequences of your choices.
Donald Trump tweeted out, like many, I don't watch Saturday Night Live, even though I past hosted it. No longer funny, no talent or charm. It is just a political ad for the Dems. Word is that Kanye West, who put on a MAGA hat after the show despite being told no, was great. He's leading the charge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ye does ride Trump nuts, and Trump does not show Ye the same love that Ye shows him. But here's the magic.
Here's
Oh,
God.
She said that last time she won right when Joe Biden came up here.
I promise you I won't be wearing those anymore.
Well,
It's not like I want to say that I don't want to support Kanye, but it's hard to.
I'm wearing my Yeezys.
I know we know you are.
Because I like my, I like
And you
sneakers.
like Kanye.
But you also said last time you weren't going to support him no more, but you damn sure wore the sneakers during Joe Biden.
Right, I didn't buy those.
But here's the thing. I'm wearing these just because they're comfortable. I like them. What about you, Amy? I got them on today, but I'm thinking.
Yeah, whatever.
Vocal force in the media throughout. Tell you when Democrats.
So you don't think Joe Biden is wrong?
No, I don't. And can I just point this out to you? The president has a part in power,
you're ridiculous.
right?
I didn't say you were ridiculous, Ms. Goldberg.
Yeah,
I would never. I said that. I just think that's.
Think about
Come over
it.
and give
Just
me a
think about
kiss.
it this way.
Okay, bro.
Yes. Democrats ran on that. The same DOJ indicted Hunter Biden. We shouldn't be saying it's corrupt like Donald Trump does. But then in his statement pardoning Hunter Biden, he says that it was a political pursuit by his own Department of Justice.
Can you explain to me why it is that when Joe Biden does something, everybody clutches their pearls? He's wrong.
Nobody
he lied.
has criticized Donald Trump more than me or Charlemagne
No,
God.
I'm sorry. Yeah, people have criticized it more. I've criticized him. Well, we've all criticized him.
I mean, it's just nonsense. Like, I don't. It might be this video. He's like, yeah. Anna was like, well, you saw in The View what they would. They literally didn't talk about immigration.
Well, but you're
one
missing
time.
my question. Okay. My question is, what is it that makes people flip out with Joe, but we don't have the same kind of thing?
Well, I don't think people have.
People have been flipping the fuck out about liberals and Democrats for like as long as I've been alive. You don't remember when they're flipping when the worst thing someone could call you was a liberal, like 10 years ago? They've been flipping out this whole fucking time. They've been flipping out because Obama was born in Hawaii, which is actually kind of base because like Hawaii has no right being a part of this country. It's like it's like if South Korea was a state, you know. It's just a glorified military base.
I didn't, shut them down. I didn't tell them that they're wrong. I asked a simple question, and that question is why. And I remember having a conversation with Larry King a long, long time ago, and he always told me the most important question to always ask is why. And so when I started asking why is when I started to understand, what people were wanting to vote for him for. They weren't voting for him because, they love him or he's some beloved figure. They were voting for him because they just thought he was better on these issues, which is the economy and the border. And another reason I think that
the economy and the border. There's a lot of people that vote for Trump because they love him. But these people weren't bad. They weren't the economy and the border. if Trump's right about one thing, it's the economy and it's the border. It's like, bro, for the 100th time, what is more right about how you got here than somebody walking over the border? And 2, what gives you more of a right to be here than somebody walking over the border? Just generationalism? Sure. That's where you want to go with.
That's just a ridiculous, thing to say. Is because, man, yes, I voted for Vice President Kamala Harris. As we all know, there are millions of people in this country who say that they're funding a genocide, like who can't stand the fact that they give so much money, to Israel's military. I would hope that my Muslim brothers and sisters, my Arab brothers and sisters, don't hate me or don't ever want to
Is he really saying it Arab? Okay, bro.
speak to me because I voted, for the Democratic Party, and I know that they're so against the Democratic Party and how they support Israel's military. So it goes both ways, is what I'm simply saying. You may not like Trump supporters for something, and guess what? There's people who don't like you for who you chose to vote for as well.
Yeah, Charlamagne, I just think if we're going to live in a
we're all genocide. We're all genocide supporters. We're all against. We're all for legal immigration and against illegal immigration. It's just common sense. It's nonpartisan common sense.
in a system that values the democratic process, we have to respect that people are going to come to their own conclusions about which candidate is the best for them. And so I didn't vote for Kamala Harris. I also didn't vote for Donald Trump. I had a deep issue with the Israel question and what's been happening with the U.S. government funding, the absolute terror that's taking place in Gaza. Earlier it was in Lebanon. Now there's a very weak ceasefire in place. But you get the picture. But I don't begrudge you for voting for Kamala Harris, right? That was the right decision for you. And the thing that I actually take much deeper issue with is the culture on the left in general that essentially tells people to bubble yourself away from anyone who disagrees, which leads to less understanding. I think in order to be a strong party, you need to understand what motivates people to vote for the other side. What are the arguments? What is the other side doing that seems to be appealing to voters? And this weird willful ignorance, this culture of willful ignorance on the left has led to the demise of the left, and people seem to be unwilling to accept that. I don't think that the majority of American voters on the other side are bad people at all. I want to understand them, and I want us to all respect each other and respect the decisions we make for ourselves in this democratic process. But by opening up dialogue and conversations, I think that it would actually allow the Democratic Party to maybe realize that they've done things in a way that is not appealing to American voters, and they need to recalibrate some of their policies. But again, that
none of this is necessarily wrong, but within the context of how they've been talking about immigration, it seems to me like, well, the Biden was too open bordery.
would take some humility, that would take some self-awareness. And for some reason, I don't know, the party, the establishment members of the party have really moved away from that. That's more of a
That's why they lost.
Go ahead.
That's why they lost, Anna. They lost because they put themselves in a bubble. And they put themselves in such a bubble, and such an echo chamber, that they don't even know what people outside of that bubble and echo chamber are talking about. I was having this conversation with them. I was saying that, man, and I was saying it publicly too. I said, I feel like a lot of the energy and the enthusiasm that exists for the vice president is largely within the party. It's largely within that bubble. I don't necessarily feel it, when I'm out and about. And now that we got more things to compare it to, I remember saying, this don't feel like President Obama in 2008. This feels more like, Hillary Clinton in 2016. I was saying that. And I even heard Gavin Newsom on his podcast. He said the same thing. He said they were out on their governor's tour. And, it was, him and Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Governor Josh Shapiro, Governor Wes Moore. And he said they were going to all of these curated events, right? So they would pull up to these places that, Democrats had, like barbershops that they had already, scoped it out, had the people that they wanted in there, going to these curated rallies. And he was like, that's still our bubble. So they weren't aware of what was going on outside of the bubble. And not knowing what was going on outside of the bubble is what caused them to lose. You ask me.
So, Sean, again, that's a similarity that your show...
I mean, that was basically all right, but...
has with our show, which is that you take callers, we get tens of thousands of comments every single day on YouTube, social media, etc. So we have this umbilical cord to the audience, and it allows us to see where it's going. And so we're both of us were trying to warn them, hey, your base is slipping away from you. And they thought we were the heretics, that we were we were the ones trying to warn you that you're going in the wrong direction. But I see some upsides too in what the core of the complaints were, right?
I mean, as far as immigration goes, Kamala, because they're going back to it. Like, it's not even just me. They're like, the economy and the border. Kamala Harris on the economy and the border tried to be as Republican as possible. That is a fact. Kamala Harris did not take any liberties with being left-wing when it comes to the economy or the border. She tried to present herself as a better option for a right-wing economy and a right-wing border. That's just a fact. Kamala Harris ran on a policy of national security and strength regarding the border and regarding the economy. Maybe a bit different or more left-wing than Trump, but certainly center-left and bordering on right-wing, center-right-wing, probably more like center-right, that could be like very graciously categorized as center-left, bordering on right-wing immigration policy, the border and the economy. Like, they literally pandered so fucking hard to the right wing on the border and on the economy.
Trying to warn them, hey, your base is slipping away from you, and they thought we were the heretics.
No advice you could have given Kamala would have made her more. Would have made her pander more to the right wing on the border or the economy. There's nothing. And it's like funny that TYT is like, oh, if they had listened to our advice, they would have reached more Republican voter. They would have reached more Republican voters. We're progressives. We're populists. But we're blind to the Democratic Party already pandering to the Republicans as much as they possibly can on these two big issues.
We were the ones trying to warn you that you're going in the wrong direction. But I see some upsides too in what the core of the complaints were, right?
I wish they were warning it. They were going in Obama is about as right wing as you can get with deportation specifically, but whatever.
Just the economy and the border.
Kamala should have been like, we're going to deport 4 times. You know who deported 4 times as many illegals as Trump deported? Obama. We're going to bring it back. We're going to deport 4 times as many immigrants as Trump deported. That would have gotten her elected, right? That's what she did wrong. She wasn't willing to deport enough people.
So, yeah, Trump can take that in a very bad direction, but at least, like, it wasn't that racism and sexism got him elected. It was the economy and the border, right? And sometimes there's, some of those things cross over, et cetera. But this idea that the establishment, Democrats and media has that, no, the other side is just evil, so I guess evil won, is absurd. It's totally absurd. That's because they refuse to listen to their base, to actual voters, et cetera. And that's because almost everyone else in media is elitists, right? And so they view like talking to a real person or a populist as like some sort of crime against humanity or media, et cetera. And so it's leading them astray. Anyways, that's a long setup too. So now that Trump is in office, and the brother likes being popular, right? So there are some potential significant downsides of Trump administration and maybe some potential upsides, right? Because of that thirst to be popular and maybe fix the things that got him elected, the economy, the border, et cetera. So what is the thing that you think might be a surprising upside of the Trump administration? And what is the thing you're most worried about with the Trump administration?
Well, there's a few things that I think there's a few things that could be upside. Number one, he could want to just prove all his political opponents wrong. So for, everybody that was out there, including myself, who were calling him a fascist and, an authoritarian, and, and we weren't saying these things for no reason. We were saying these things because of the things that were coming out of his mouth, but he may want to just prove everybody wrong. And I mean, he's in a position right now where he's got control of, all the branches of government. We know the Supreme Court is his, right? And you play around, Alito and Thomas will probably retire. Sotomayor is doing the typical Democrat thing and being stubborn and not moving. So he'll probably end up getting to add another, Supreme Court justice. But that's a lot of power, right? So when you have all of that power, your people are expecting you to govern. And I mean, we haven't seen Republicans, govern for the people. In my lifetime, I can't even think if ever, right? So I think that, we could be in a situation where 18 months after, inauguration, he implements those tariffs. The prices of goods could be sold through the roof, that everybody that went out there and voted for him on the economy, they're going to be pissed off at him, and they're going to flip on him. But the reality is, are the Democrats in position to even recover that fumble that could happen? Because, I mean, that's the biggest downside I see. The biggest downside I see is that so many people went out there and voted for, the economy, and he may not deliver on that, just because if you look at what he needs, economist says, those tariffs are going to be terrible for our country. So that's the biggest upside is that he has so much power, but also the biggest downside is that he has so much power, because if he actually delivers for the American people and they start to feel more relief, in their pockets, and they start to feel, more secure in their neighborhoods, man, the Republican Party could be in power for a very...
We start deporting a fuck ton of people. We start spending more money on anything but immigrants.
Very, 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 very long time. But if he doesn't do those things, it could be very short-lived. But are the Democrats even in position to recover that fumble? I don't think so.
Yeah, man, it's remarkable how much we agree. I mean, we normally do tough interviews, but we just keep on agreeing because, yeah, the fact that he wants to be popular could be a real force for good, and I don't think that almost anyone else on the Democratic side recognizes that yet, other than Bernie Sanders and Ro and yeah, and his obsession with wanting to be, have as much power as possible can lead in a very bad direction. But I also agree with you, Charlamagne, that in order for the Democrats to pick up that fumble, first they got to let go of the donor cash. As long as they're just holding on to the donor cash as tightly as they can, they're never.
All right, I'm done. This has gone on way too long. Yeah, I looked that up. But it's like literally, it's like today, the Wall Street Journal, how Trump plans to deport 4% of the U.S. population. 4 out of every 100 people you know. Just deported. It's crazy. But people stay thinking they have a right to be here more than other people. And the sad thing is I'm the only one that's right about it because I'm a Native American. So I actually do have more of a right to be here than you people do. But the thing people don't know is that illegal immigrants are Native Americans. And so they also have more of a right to be in the Americas than you do. They did that on their own 2 feet. It didn't take technology. It didn't take colonization. It just took walking. But the way all these other people pretend like they have more of a right to be here than anyone else. What it took for them to come here is infinitely more wrong, more evil, more inhumane. The ways they ended up in our country, the way they got their right to be here is so much more wrong than someone just walking over a border. Especially someone who from time immemorial has been an American. They are from the Americas. And most of these people saying they have to come here the right way, like they have any right to define that, they aren't from the Americas. And the way they came here is so fucking evil. It's so evil. It's so wrong. But that's how they got the right to be here. So, they got to hold on to that ish. So, whatever, Cenk and Marc debated. Marc was obviously right about most things, but yeah, it was funny how Cenk was just like, "You're holding me to an unfair standard," which is a really funny way of saying, "I was wrong and I'm making excuses." So, we'll just leave it at that. Peace.